Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe, and let's dive into today's story. 176 True knowledge is seen in the subtleties, and the strength soars. 2 has the author and number 039, S. Expla. The entire training progress of the 5 stages of cold weapon training. There are still 5 stages of cold weapon training. This is the first reaction in a girl's mind. She usually practices the first stage of training, and there are people around her who have entered the second stage, and she has also seen screenshots of the progress of the third stage posted by some big shots on the campus website. But 5 stages. Don't say goodbye, she even listens. Didn't even think about having this level. The third stage is already a field that can only be touched when the cold weapon attainments reach the microscopic level. 5 stages. What about not being able to control the realm, or even mastering cold weapons above the realm? The girls are confused. Not to mention the students of Sheng University, even those instructors of the cold weapon class who have been invading for decades in their respective cold weapon attainments, can't reach this level. Perhaps it is possible to do it only if the masters in the school, or even the great masters, come over. The girl thought further and further away, and suddenly came back to her senses. He slapped himself hard on the forehead. Stupid, that guy looks younger than me, how could he have anything to do with Master Chang and Master Yin? Liu Sheng's face flashed in the girl's mind, giving her the impression of a freshman. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, but I can't think of 773 all of a sudden. Nima, there must be a system error. The girl subconsciously tapped the display screen in front of her twice. But he didn't want to use too much force, and the 2 punches directly smashed the display screen. Beep beep. The display flickered for a moment, made a harsh sound, and then clicked completely black. This time the girl was completely dumbfounded. Turning to look at the practice room floor that has been thoroughly cleaned. For a moment, I was even a little confused about whether what I saw and experienced just now was real or a dream. When Liu Sheng returned to his residence, the first thing he did was to take out a tube of golden dragon saliva gyalo from the refrigerator and drink it down. Feeling the medicinal effect of golden dragon saliva volatilized in the body, the scalding heat rushes around, and the physical strength consumed in the cold weapon training room also quickly recovers. So he began to sit cross-legged, and began to practice the second stage of the immortal golden body in the stellar body refining technique. When the effect of the whole tube of golden dragon saliva was completely absorbed, Liu Sheng opened his eyes, and there was a hint of coolness in his eyes. The excavation and tempering of the pinnacle of skills allowed him to control his own physical strength to a whole new level, and he did not expect that the cultivation of the star body training technique would also be improved as a result. This time, the cultivation effect of the second stage of the immortal golden body is twice as much as usual. He could clearly perceive that many subtleties in his body that had not been tempered before were aroused, awakened, and participated in this practice. According to this progress, it is estimated that the completion of the second stage of the immortal golden body will take more than half of the time I estimated, and it may be completely completed before the official promotion to the Grand Master. Liu Sheng was a little excited, so he simply stood up, and took out the red crystal dragon pattern gun again to start practicing. The martial arts training room that was destroyed by him yesterday hadn't been repaired by the people in the school office, so he cherished the few time that he could be unscrupulous. Fortunately, what Liu Sheng is training now is pure skill, and his strength is controlled within a few centimeters, which did not cause cruel secondary damage to the poor martial arts training room. From this day on, Liu Sheng's life suddenly became more regular. I get up every morning to practice the idea of the Great Sun View, and then go to class, mainly the class of alien beasts. Have a meal in the cafeteria at noon, and go to Wushan Pagoda in the afternoon to see how the queue is. Then go straight to the cold weapon training room, and brush up the 5-stage training from beginning to end. After coming back in the evening, it will be stellar body refining technique, natural breathing method and crystal conception. Lu Sheng, who doesn't need to take the cold weapon class, has much more free time than ordinary freshmen. And his strength is also advancing by leaps and bounds in such a regular and fulfilling life, changing day by day. The 5-stage training of cold weapon training has been completed. Lu Sheng stood in the middle of the training room calmly holding the red crystal dragon pattern, with a straight posture and a steady and long breath. Beside him is still that huge circular vacuum area. The only difference is that this circle is more rounded and perfect than before. Compared with before, Lu Sheng's temperament has also undergone a huge transformation. It is a kind of rough jade to the beautiful jade, the treasures are washed away from the sand, and the famous paintings undergo a precipitation-like transformation. Lu Sheng didn't seem to have changed anything, but he seemed to be a completely different person. Only Lu Sheng knows best how much he has improved in this short period of less than a week. His blood value has more than tripled. The combat power has also soared wildly, and now with a single punch, it can hit more than 5 times the previous combat power. Even some skyrocketed. This is the performance after precipitation, and the foundation of martial arts has been thoroughly consolidated. True knowledge is found in the subtleties. If it weren't for the inspiration brought to me by the cold weapon training room, I would not even know that there are so many loopholes, gaps, and shortcomings in the cornerstone of my martial arts. These loopholes and shortcomings seem insignificant now. But the more it goes on, the more obvious it becomes. If I wait until I achieve level 7, level 8, then it will be almost impossible to come back and make up for it. Lu Sheng is very clear about the reason why a 1,000-foot-tall building rises from the ground, and a 1,000-mile dike collapses in an ant's nest. He is now very glad that he did not go directly to the Eastern Military Region and skip the university stage. The reason why Shengwu University is called Shengwu University and its status is detached, there is indeed a reason for it. A generation of martial sages' high-level martial arts insights, even a little bit leaked through the fingers, is enough to benefit him for a lifetime. Although he inherited the 10,000-year-old civilization of martial arts in the future, in fact, Lu Sheng has always been groping forward alone. The existence of Shengwu University with a clear direction of martial arts is exactly what he lacks. After completing today's 5-stage homework, Lu Sheng didn't stop there. Walk out of the training room directly and walk towards the training room hall. After registering and refunding the card, the administrator, who has been getting along for a long time, chatted with Lu Sheng for a few words. Leaving so early today, the time you've been here is getting shorter and shorter every day. Isn't your training progress stuck in a bottleneck? Lu Sheng smiled and left without much explanation. The time to complete the 5-stage training is getting shorter and shorter, which proves that his overall strength is getting stronger and stronger. After Lu Sheng left, a figure quickly walked out from the side door, walked up to the administrator, and pointed out by name that he wanted to enter the practice room number 8. Seeing the applicant's appearance clearly, the administrator frowned, and couldn't help but say a few words. "Why is it you again? Remember not to damage public property this time, otherwise I will directly drag you into the blacklist. Don't even think about coming to my place in the future." Practiced. I know. The girl with the saber turned red when she heard this, and hurriedly turned around and left after receiving the key card for the training room number 8. Walking to the corner where the administrator couldn't see, the girl with the knife on her back stopped and waved quickly towards a certain corner. Soon, several old-fashioned men and women bent over and ran in quickly. A group of people went straight to practice room number 8. Entering the door, looking at the messy practice room floor, the girl immediately shouted, "Look, I didn't lie to you, did I?" The old students who had just entered the door were obviously shocked by the garbage all over the floor, as well as the eye-catching vacuum circle in the center of the room. The girl walked quickly to the screen, stretched out her hand to operate a few times, and called up a line of results. "Come and see for yourself." The girl pointed to the screen with a serious face. A few people came over, saw the words on the display screen clearly, and suddenly took a breath. Shock and horror were written all over their faces. The real Nima has 5 stages of training. This should be considered a clearance. Stage 5, my god. The girl said with an attitude of someone who has experienced it. I told you earlier, Liu Sheng has completed the 5-stage training in the cold weapon training room, you still don't believe it. He comes every day, and every time he comes, he has to clear the customs once. Looking at the fine rubbish on the floor, the girl said helplessly, I guess he is used to staying in the training room outside, thinking that there is also a special person to help clean it here, so he leaves every time after training, and never cleans up the training room. Trash! My dear! A boy sighed in a trance, suddenly came to his senses, and quickly took out his phone. No, I have to quickly take a screenshot and upload it to the campus network. This news will definitely shock the entire school. It's useless. The girl shook her head and said, I posted it a long time ago, and no one believed it at all, and they all said the picture was from P. I argued with people, and even my account was banned. A group of people looked at each other in blank dismay, all silent. Indeed, when a thing is shocking and outrageous beyond the scope of normal people's cognition and understanding, it will only be regarded as false. Take them as an example, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes today, who would believe it? Liu Sheng, a new 4.0 student who has just entered school for less than a month, has already surpassed all freshmen and old students, even most of the school instructors, in terms of cold weapons? Unbelievable! Incredible! Do you think Liu Sheng's strength has surpassed Chen Yuxuan, who is number 1 on the old student list? Suddenly someone asked a question abruptly. I really don't want to explain, but the comment section always says I'm watery, so I have to say a few words. It's not that I'm lazy, but I have to write some transitions, and I have arranged for the climax of the university chapter, which is a series to the end. Basically, after writing the college papers, it's over. If you don't write more about daily practice, then this college is really the same as Beishang. Everyone should know the level of my writing climax, it is definitely not the same as before, and it is better every time. I was able to write from the first day of 180v0 with 0 votes to now, please give me a little more trust in my strength, the follow-up plots are all arranged, I don't want to be affected by everyone's comments. For some plots, there will be much less taste without foreshadowing. Also, I'm not very good at picking titles, so try not to skip subscriptions, as you may miss some key things. In this way, I finally ask for flowers and monthly tickets, thank you for reading. 177 If you miss it, let your masters from the 7th Military University come out to defend the 2. The others were silent for a while, and someone said, if it's like what we have seen, let alone Chen Yuxuan, the top 10 of the old students may not be the opponent of Liu Sheng alone. Liu Sheng's martial arts strength is obvious to all. Even if it doesn't reach the 6th level, it is definitely the peak of the 5th level. That golden chi was as turbulent as a tide and as gorgeous as the noon sun. It has almost become Liu Sheng's unique label, and the terrifying and destructive power contained in it can be felt through the video. Coupled with the attainments of spearmanship beyond the realm of subtlety, and even beyond the realm of control. Among the old students, there is really no one who can compare with Liu Sheng. The eye-catching characters of the 5-stage training has been completed are right in front of your eyes. With such a terrifying skill in cold weapons, the challenge of stepping up to a master is as simple as eating and drinking, okay? I'm afraid that the 4 words of invincible at the same level can bear it. Let's not talk about the top 10 of the old students list, I'm afraid even the top 10 of the 7 saints list is easy. Someone said something. Nobody has an opinion. Several people were relatively silent for a long time, and finally someone spoke, then what should we do now? It's a waste of time? What's the point of knowing? Several others felt the same way. It's like discovering a great secret, but I can't spit it out. This feeling is really uncomfortable. The girl with the knife on her back thought for a while and said, just pretend you don't know anything. With Liu Sheng's usual style of acting, his true strength should not be hidden for too long. I always have a feeling. The girl turned her head and glanced at the astonishing words on the screen, and 02 said thoughtfully, he is holding back a big one. Ding dong! On the way back to the dormitory, Liu Sheng suddenly received a text message. He took out his mobile phone and looked at it, with a happy expression on his face. Your eligibility to enter the Wushan Pagoda has been queued, please be sure to come within 10 minutes. Otherwise, the ranking number will be postponed. After waiting for a whole week, it finally arrived. Liu Sheng looked at the text message in front of him, feeling a lot of emotion for a moment. About half of the reason why he came to Kyoto to attend Shengwu University was for Wushan Pagoda. Now that I finally have the opportunity to enter and feel it, how can I not be delighted and excited? 10 minutes is enough for me to go back, take a shower and change my clothes. Liu Sheng was thinking in his heart, the movement of the feet and the breathing of the wind automatically switched, and the whole person seemed to blend into the wind, running quickly on the campus. Back at the dormitory, it took less than 5 minutes to shower and change, and Liu Sheng, who even had time to blow dry his hair a little, walked out of the courtyard. Just about to go straight to Wushan Pagoda. Just then, the phone rang again. This time it's a phone call. Liu Sheng picked it up. Hello, I'm a classmate. The Credit Task Center Management Office. The AA level credit task you applied for has been approved. Because the task is relatively tight, I hope you will come to the task center immediately. There are some things we need to explain to you. Liu Sheng hung up the phone silently, with the threatening coldness flickering in his eyes. Hold! Liu Sheng, who has always been calm, couldn't help but swear at this moment. Both parties applied, waited for a week, never came sooner or later, but they all joined together. Both sides want him to rush over immediately. And Liu Sheng has only one. Obviously, he can only choose to give up one of them. After a little weighing, Liu Sheng made a decision. Wushan Pagoda can be entered at any time, and the big deal is to queue up again. But the task of AA level credits does not happen every day, and the approval process is slow, and the approval process may not be fast. So, he can only choose to give up the opportunity to enter Wushan Pagoda. It's so close. Liu Sheng touched his fist, a little unwilling, but he changed his destination and rushed towards the Credit Task Center. The envelope contains relevant information about this mission, remember to destroy it after you read it. All expenses for this mission can be reimbursed. Please pay attention to keep the relevant invoices and receipts, and give them to me when you come back. It was the same girl who received Liu Sheng last time, explaining everything to Liu Sheng in detail. It is estimated that Liu Sheng defeated Yu Heibo in a video on a popular campus network, and the girl's attitude towards Liu Sheng this time is extremely polite. After talking about the tasks related to the task, the girl paused, thought for a while, and added to Liu Sheng, the last point is. This is the first mission, and it is a AA level mission, so remember to pay attention to safety. Missions can fail, but there is only one life. The girl's face was full of seriousness. Liu Sheng glanced at her in surprise, and nodded seriously, thank you, I see. Wish all the best. The girl made a cheering gesture to Liu Sheng, which was quite playful. Liu Sheng smiled, and his perception of girls improved a lot. Turning around, he waved briefly with the hand holding the envelope, and strode out of the mission center. Looking at the back of Liu Sheng Yuan, the girl murmured, the first time is a AA level task, how dare you accept it, the school is also true, how dare you approve it. When Liu Sheng walked out of the mission center, he tore open the envelope in his hand. There were only a few thin sheets of paper inside. The first piece of paper has the mission location written on it. A small city located in Kyoto province, a little distance from Kyoto province, it seems that it is on a business trip. The second piece of paper contains detailed information on the target person of the mission, including strength, past cases, personality, and so on. Liu Sheng glanced over it. Picking up the third piece of paper, Liu Sheng's eyes paused. There are still teammates. He let out a breath, and there was no expression on his face. Go back to the dormitory to tidy up a bit, bring the red crystal dragon pattern and a few sets of clothes, and then leave the gate of the 7th Saint Wushan. He stopped a taxi casually and said, Master, please go to the high-speed rail station. Looking through the car window at the gate of the 7th Shengwu University that was fading away, Liu Sheng remembered that he hadn't said hello to Lin Ziyi yet when he was on a mission. Shaking his head, he took out his phone again. Unknowingly, at the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, there was also a little entanglement. Wusheng Pagoda. The woman in charge of registration checked the time, then stretched her head to look at the door. Shaking his head, he murmured, applications, I have to apply, and I don't come when I'm in the queue. I really don't understand these young people. As he spoke, he moved an applicant named Liu Sheng out of a certain form on the computer screen. At this time, the elevator in the hall of Wushan Pagoda lights up. The elevator door opened, and a pale young man walked out of the elevator as if he hadn't slept for several nights. It's over. The woman was not surprised by the young man's appearance, so she asked casually. Yes, I really can't hold it anymore. The young man smiled wryly, and handed the student ID card to the witch. While operating, the woman said, not bad, it's one level higher than last time, if you work harder, maybe you will break your record of the 7th university. The young man really didn't have the energy to talk back, so he could only respond to the woman's teasing with a blank stare. Now he just wants to go back and sleep well for 3 days and 3 nights, his head hurts like it's about to split open. After finally waiting for the woman to complete the formalities, the young man hastily took his student ID card and walked quickly to the outside of the Wushan Pagoda. But as soon as he reached the door, the young man suddenly felt a shadow pass by in front of him. He raised his head subconsciously, and then saw several tall and burly figures standing in front of him, looking down at him. A student from the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. The young man took a few steps back, with a look of vigilance on his FACE 777. Only then did he see the faces of the people in front of him clearly. They were all about the same age as him, and the leader was an indifferent young man wearing only a denim jacket, revealing his iron muscles. The young man said quickly, "Who are you? What are you doing?" The young man in the denim jacket stretched out a hand, but he didn't see any extra movements. In the next second, the big palm-like hand grabbed the young man's neck and lifted him abruptly. The young man felt as if his throat was stuck in a pair of iron clamps, and a huge sense of fear and suffocation spread to him like a tide. He saw the young man in the denim jacket approaching his face, staring directly at him with cold eyes, and said coldly, "N. Call me all the top guys in your 7th Sage martial arts rank. Tell them. Mia Rengxiang from the 4th Shengwu University came to break into the tower today. Let them hurry over and watch." The youth's pupils contracted suddenly, and in the next second, he was thrown out of the door by a huge force. Kyoto Province, Yanhe City. High-speed rail station. A handsome, tall, and well-proportioned young man walked out slowly from the exit of the high-speed rail station. The young man dragged the suitcase in one hand, and a beautiful dark blue starry sky-bottomed package in the other. It was Liu Sheng who had just arrived at the mission location. Liu Sheng took out his phone to check the time, scanned the surroundings, and said to himself, "Eat first, then find a place to stay, and then go meet those 2 guys." Liu Sheng stopped a taxi casually and got in. Let the taxi driver take him to a restaurant casually, and before the taxi driver could speak, Liu Sheng raised the topic first, "Master, I heard that someone robbed a bank recently. In order to bring out the climax as soon as possible, I quickly stayed up late and coded 2 chapters, and asked for flowers and monthly tickets to support it. Fight for flowers to break 1 million as soon as possible. 178 Burdensome, this task will kill people. 4. What's the matter? The taxi driver turned his head and glanced at him, and shouted, Young man, where did you hear the news? Don't talk nonsense. That may be my mistake, maybe it's not news from your Yanhe city. Well, if such a big thing happened, how could I not know about it? You must have made a mistake. Sheng smiled and did not continue on this topic. It seems that the gangsters haven't had time to make a move, and I'm not too late. However, judging from the emergency situation of the mission, it is estimated that it will only take a day or two. Sheng sat quietly in the back seat of the taxi, wearing a white t-shirt and black slacks. He looked like an ordinary college student who came to travel. In my heart, I was silently thinking about the relevant information of this mission. The main target of this mission is a gang of robbers, the number of which is unknown. I only know that the leader among them is a warrior who has reached level 6. Powerful, cruel, and cunning. This is a group of thugs who have committed many serious crimes. The total accumulated crime amount is as high as 2 billion, and they bear more than 50 lives, including more than 30 policemen. At the same time equipped with a large number of thermal weapons. It can be said that they are a group of people full of evil and vicious. Therefore, this mission is also designated as a AA level mission, and only students with the strength of Rice level warriors or above are eligible to apply. However, the rewards for completing tasks are also extremely generous. Catch or kill a gangster and reward 10 million in cash and 10 credits. Catch or kill Ma Kuyun, the bandit leader, and get a reward of 100 million in cash. 100 credits. If I can complete several AA level or higher tasks in a row, my credits will be completed soon. Sheng thought to himself. At this time, the taxi stopped slowly, and the taxi driver in the front row reminded Sheng through the rear view mirror, Young man, we have arrived. The fare is 50. Sheng turned his head and looked outside, and found that the driver had pulled him to the entrance of a rather luxurious hotel. There seemed to be a hotel upstairs, which met his requirements. Thank you master, you don't need to look for it. Sheng threw down 100 yuan, picked up the weapons bag and luggage and got out of the car. The Ambassador Hotel in Yanhe City. Sheng looked up at the signboard and walked straight into the restaurant. The interior decoration of the store is luxurious but slightly old, and the layout style is also old. It should be the kind of luxury hotel more than 10 years ago, but now it has declined. Sheng has nothing to dislike. He checks in at the front desk first, puts away his luggage, and goes downstairs with his weapons bag. I ordered a table full of dishes in the lobby on the first floor. While eating, he put a piece of paper with personal information in front of him and looked at it slowly. Su Menjao, a senior student of the 3rd Chenggu University. Strength, level 6 warrior. Good at cold weapons, double knives. Mission completion rate, 67%. Meng Jianfei, a 3rd-year senior student. Strength, level 6 warrior. Good at cold weapons. Both are senior students of the 3rd Chenggu University, so they probably know each other. Sheng looked at the information on the piece of paper lightly, and wrote down the looks of the two of them. Then stretch out your index finger and lightly rest on the piece of paper. From his fingertips, fine flames shot out, quickly igniting the paper. In the blink of an eye, the piece of paper was burned into a ball of ashes, which was waved away by Sheng. Sheng scooped up a large spoonful of beef fried rice with a spoon and put it into his mouth, chewing carefully. His eyes were like still water. I hope that no one will hold him back in this mission. Shimao Street along the river, a deserted alleyway. An old street lamp was quietly on, casting a dim yellow light, with mosquitoes flying in the light, and a few meters away was a garbage dump. This is the back alley of Bar Street. From time to time, a drunk man reeking of alcohol staggers to the street lamp and vomits for a while. Or they urinate freely against the wall, so dirty that even homeless people rarely come here to spend the night. With a white short tee on the upper body and denim hot pants on the lower body, Su Menjao, who put on light makeup, looked at a drunk man sleeping soundly on his vomit from a distance, with a look of evil on his face. She didn't know how many times she took out her mobile phone to check, and urged impatiently, "When will that guy arrive? Wait a little longer." Beside, the thin young man with Su Menjao took a deep breath of the cigarette in his hand, then threw it on the ground and stomped it out. Under the young man's feet, cigarette butts of different lengths were densely scattered everywhere. "Can you smoke less? It's choking to death." Su Menjao stretched out her hand in disgust and waved it back and forth twice in front of her face. The young man looked helpless. "I would like to, but it's really boring. You know the lung capacity of a 6th level warrior, one cigarette is not enough for me. No wonder so many people smoke cigars. I didn't understand it before, but now I understand it." Resistant to pumping. Su Menjao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so she tapped the phone screen again, and said indifferently, "If this guy doesn't come again, I plan to do it myself, and I can't help much anyway." The young man looked a bit hesitant. "Isn't that good? After all, he is our teammate. He came all the way here, so we can't let him go for nothing." "Teammate? I think it's a burden." Su Menjao sneered. "Haven't you read the materials? A freshman. The mission completion rate is 0%, obviously this is the first mission. This kind of young child who has never seen blood, I really don't know what people from the 7th St. Martial University think, but they can even pass his task application? They were sent here on purpose to increase the difficulty of our mission." The young man pondered and said, "At any rate, he is also a level 6. I have heard his name before. Lu Sheng, this year's college entrance examination is the #1 scholar in Longwu. At this age, this strength and talent are terrifying." Hee, no wonder. The irony on Su Menjao's pretty face became stronger, and she said, "It turned out that they came here to be gilded. Why are the people from the 7th St. Martial University so interesting? If you want to bring your own school's geniuses to mix tasks, why don't you come by yourself and leave them to us? The old lady has no time to help them babysit, this task can be fatal. Let's go." After finishing speaking, Su Menjao stopped talking nonsense. With a swish, he pulled out 2 ruler-length knives from his back. A cold light flashed on the face of the knife in the darkness, and she didn't know where she had hidden the knife before. At this moment, the young man straightened his body, raised his eyes to look in one direction, and said, "Here we come." Su Menjao also heard footsteps from far to near, and followed the sound. "I saw a tall and straight figure walking slowly towards them from the entrance of the street. The light of the street lamp stretched the opponent's shadow long and fell on the wet street. As they got closer, the two of them could see clearly. The person who came was a handsome boy, carrying a dark blue and black weapon bag in his hand, with calm and deep eyes. "I'm Lu Sheng." The handsome boy looked at the two of them and said calmly. Su Menjao looked at each other, twitched the corners of her mouth, did not speak, but gave the young man next to her a look, and the two walked towards the street. Lu Sheng didn't say anything, and followed behind the two of them. After leaving the alley, Su Menjao and Meng Jianfei got into a white car parked by the side of the road. Lu Sheng sat in the back row and put the weapon bag on the seat on his right. Su Menjao started the car, and Meng Jianfei, who was in the co-pilot, turned to Lu Sheng and said, "Have you read all the mission target information?" "Seen." Meng Jianfei nodded, turned around and stopped talking. All the way silent. The white car gallops like flying on the road at night, weaving through the traffic flexibly. Soon out of the city, heading towards the suburbs. Su Menjao drove the car faster and faster, reaching a speed of over 180, and the seats in the car shook slightly. Lu Sheng was expressionless, his face was always calm. He turned his head and looked out through the car window, and saw large tracts of farmland appearing on both sides. Finally, the car stopped in a desolate field. "Get off!" Meng Jianfei greeted Luze. The three got out of the car, and Su Menjao left the car without saying a word and walked in one direction. Meng Jianfei and Liu Sheng followed behind. The three of them are all 6th level fighters, and their steps are fast. Not long after, the outline of an abandoned factory appeared in Liu Sheng's vision, and there seemed to be a few cars parked outside. Su Menjao's footsteps finally stopped. "Have you brought your weapon?" This is the first sentence Su Menjao said to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng nodded, and weighed the weapons bag in his hand. Meng Jianfei next to him also pulled out a long black thing from his trousers. The cold weapon he repaired turned out to be a rather unpopular whip. "Now the three of us can be regarded as temporary partners. Let me tell you about the plan first, Lin Yazao." With a serious expression, Su Menjao pointed to the abandoned factory in the distance and said to Liu Sheng, "According to reliable clues, the target suspect Ma Kuyun is in that abandoned factory. He himself is a 6th level peak martial artist, and it is not clear what is going on under his command. The main purpose of our trip today is to thoroughly understand their strength. Go straight to them today if you can. If the strength of his subordinates exceeds expectations, then wait until tomorrow to cooperate with the local police or call for backup. Let me remind you solemnly. This is the real mission of suppressing bandits, not the games you participated in the past, special training and other playing games. It is full of murderous, unscrupulous murderers. This is deadly. You'd better think it through. If you regret it now, there is still time for Yang. But if you come up with something when you act later, don't blame me for being rude to you." Su Menjao's words were cold and blunt, as if she was holding two knives in her hand, staring at Lu District coldly. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, without any emotional fluctuations. He just nodded and said, "I understand. I hope you really understand." Su Menjao ignored him and greeted Meng Jianfei. The two took the lead in walking towards the abandoned factory. 179 Please accept the sanction from Sheng, Liu, Yi, Sheng. Doge, 5. Both Su Menjao and Meng Jianfei are obviously veterans who have experienced many times, otherwise they would not dare to accept this AA level task and pass the review. Just a walk, you can see the sophistication in the two of them. Whether it is Su Menjao or Meng Jianfei, they only use half of their feet to land on the ground when they walk, just like cats, landing silently. The body passed through the bushes with only a slight rustling sound. Liu Sheng followed behind the two with a calm expression. On the way, Su Menjao turned around and took a look at him, and found that he was acting quite honestly and his actions were very quiet, so she didn't say anything, and her eyes softened a little. Soon the three approached the abandoned factory. Su Menjao and Meng Jianfei found a broken and abandoned cement pipe block, hid behind it, and secretly observed the direction of the factory. There are a total of 4 cars at the gate, and 3 people are watching the wind. They are too far away to tell what their strength is. Young Meng Jianfei narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the abandoned factory, and said, "Then come closer." After Su Menjao finished speaking, she glanced at Liu Sheng and said seriously, "The two of us go up to investigate the situation, you wait here honestly." Liu Sheng didn't speak, and he didn't even look at Su Menjao. He was spreading his mental strength and looking into the abandoned factory. Several fiery figures appeared in his perception. Seeing that Liu Sheng didn't reply, Su Menjao's eyes turned a little cold, and her tone increased. "Did you hear that?" Liu Sheng finally turned his head. He looked at Su Menjao and frowned slightly. This small movement fell into Su Menjao's eyes. For some reason, her heart beat faster suddenly, and she felt an inexplicable flustered feeling. But Liu Sheng's beautiful eyebrows quickly stretched out again, and he nodded lightly, "You guys go." When Liu Sheng was 163, he felt a little regretful. If he had known that he should have just come over and completed the task by himself. But it's only a matter of time, and it doesn't matter. Seeing Lu Sheng speak, Su Menjiao's face softened a little. The flustered feeling also disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. Because it's the first time to take on AA level missions, and you also brought a newcomer, are you a little nervous? Su Menjiao shook her head, and quickly put this emotion behind her. Looking at each other with Meng Jianfei, the two moved forward in a tacit understanding. Both of them have the strength of 6th level warriors, plus they were born in Chenggu University, and their solid experience far surpasses that of Tongji. A few lookouts didn't notice their approach at all, and they were still chatting and smoking. Su Menjiao and the two lightly jumped up the outer wall of the abandoned factory, leaned on the edge of a broken window, and looked in through the opening of the window. Inside the factory, the lights are bright. A dozen or so people sat in a circle, feeling the undisguised qi and blood fluctuations emanating from those people below, and the pupils of both of them constricted severely. 6th grade. A lot of 6th level warriors. What do you mean by grass mud horse Ma Kuyun? We have so many people working with you, why should you monopolize 30%? Just because you, Ma Kuyun, are the pinnacle of the 6th level? There are still a few scumbags who are not afraid of death. A muscular man wearing a camouflage vest slammed the table and yelled at a person. The person being yelled at was a middle-aged man with short hair who looked in his 40s. This man is strong, sitting like a fierce tiger, but his eyes are triangular in shape, revealing traces of cold light from time to time, like a poisonous snake. Facing the brawny man's questioning, the middle-aged man didn't get angry, but said lightly, I made the plan, I created the guy, and I did all the preliminary work. You just use your strength, stretch out a few things, and kill a few people. Do you think I should ask for 30%? That 30% is too much, I will give you 20% at most, otherwise we will turn around and leave now. That's right. Ma Kuyun, without us, you wouldn't be able to eat this batch of goods by yourself. Seeing the people in the factory discuss more and more intensely, Su Menjiao and the young man retreated quietly. Originally, I wanted to go back the same way, but now there are two lookouts blocking the way, and they unbuttoned their trouser belts and started to release water. These bastards, the boss gave them a chance to join, and each of them still wanted to eat the big head, why didn't he support them to death? It's all shitty. But it won't be a few days. When we rob this batch of strategic material transport vehicles, the boss will be promoted to Grandmaster with this resource. How much these guys eat, even the belts and bones will be spit out again. Yes. Haha. Su Menjiao and Meng Jianfei listened to their conversation blankly, then changed directions and retreated to a place several hundred meters away from the abandoned factory. These guys are crazy, they even want to rob the strategic material transport vehicle. As soon as she stopped, Su Menjiao couldn't help but speak. Meng Jianfei also had a solemn expression, including Ma Kuyun, there are a total of 8 6th level, 3 5th level, and 2 4th level. With the strength of the two of us, it is impossible to complete this task. No wonder Ma Kuyun is so unscrupulous, he is not afraid of being found by us. He doesn't worry about us coming to him at all. 8 level 6 people, plus the thermal weapons in their hands, are enough to flatten the entire Yanhe city. Su Menjiao's face was ugly, and she said slowly, this kind of person actually wants to become a master in vain? It's just a dream. I have to report the news quickly, this is already beyond the scope of AA level missions, I'm afraid they can all reach level 5. We can't complete this task at all, so let's think about it after we go back. Meng Jianfei suggested. Su Menjiao nodded, and the two of them lifted their feet and were about to leave quickly. But not long after they walked out, they suddenly stopped and looked at each other. Hold! The young man Meng Jianfei couldn't help cursing, patted himself on the forehead, and said with a wry smile, I forgot to bring back that kid from the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Su Menjao was also speechless. She also forgot. The main reason is that the information he just got was too shocking, and he subconsciously ignored Liu Sheng, who had no sense of existence at all. It's really troublesome. I hope that kid will be obedient and don't make any fools. Su Menjao shook her head, turned around with Meng Jianfei, and quickly turned back. 8 level 6, including 2 peak level 6, and several level 5 and level 4. Liu Sheng mentally swept the abandoned factory, and it was clear at a glance what was going on inside. I knew the AA mission was so simple, why bother to hide it? Liu Sheng shook his head talking to himself, then he took out the weapons bag that he always carried with him. Put together the pieces of the red crystal dragon pattern inside. Then he carefully folded the weapon cloth under the dark blue starry sky and stuffed it into his pocket. Make sure you don't lose it before standing up with satisfaction. Under the moonlight, Liu Sheng held a gun in one hand, and walked towards the abandoned factory like a leisurely stroll. The moonlight sprinkled on his shoulders, casting a shallow silhouette on the ground. If you ignore the long gun in his hand, Liu Sheng looks no different from someone who comes out for a walk in the middle of the night. A few watchmen soon spotted Liu Sheng. Several people quickly threw away the cigarettes in their hands and shouted, "Who?" The moment the word "who" came out of the opponent's mouth, Liu Sheng took a step forward. Taking this step, his whole body seemed to be completely integrated into the wind. A few lookouts only saw a little red light in front of them, like the tail lights of a speeding car, floating for a while. Liu Sheng had already appeared in front of them. His expression is calm, his eyes are like deep water. Hold! The gangster headed by Cursed, just wanted to move the people. But his hand was just halfway up. I felt like my body was involuntarily swinging backwards. There seemed to be a hole in his throat, and warm liquid splashed out from it, taking away a lot of energy and temperature in his body. The man clutched his neck and slowly fell backwards. As he fell, he saw his other 2 companions. They also covered their necks with their hands, with shock and disbelief written all over their faces. A lot of bright red blood flowed out from between their fingers, and flowed everywhere. "Boss, boss, will help us, report." The man opened his mouth, trying to say something. A 43 size shoe sole had already stepped on it, and it broke his neck completely with a click, which made him unable to utter the last words before he died. "I'm dead and still talking so much trash." Liu Sheng rubbed his feet on the weeds on the ground to wipe off most of the blood, and then retracted his feet in satisfaction. 3 corpses lay quietly in front of him. Liu Sheng turned his head to look at the red crystal dragon pattern in his right hand. The spear tip of the red crystal dragon pattern is as clean as ever, without any blood stains. A strange feeling came from the bottom of Liu Sheng's heart. Is this murder? Liu Sheng asked himself. At this time, the desire to destroy that had been accumulated in Liu Sheng's heart disappeared a lot, and the lake in his heart became calmer. Other than that, there were not too many psychological fluctuations, which may be related to the fact that he hunted too many zombies in the dream space and inherited too many memories of bloody scenes. Perhaps it also has something to do with the identities of the people he killed. They are all extremely vicious and full of evil people, and they don't have any psychological burden to kill. Many sentences popped up in Liu Sheng's mind in an instant: eliminate the strong and support the weak, eradicate the villain and eliminate the evil, the great chivalrous man should serve the country and the people, eliminate harm for the people, practicing martial arts does not kill people, it is better to go home and sell sweet potatoes. He finally found a more appropriate and fashionable slogan. Justice may be late, but never absent. Liu Sheng held the gun in his right arm, and the crimson tip of the gun lit up a few gun flowers in the night, and then walked towards the yinmen of the abandoned factory. Please accept the sanction from justice. Ask for some flowers and a monthly ticket, hwa, thank you. 182 minutes, those who want to escape can start running now. 1. I don't care how you divide it, I want 20% anyway. Grass mud horse, you said that if you want to achieve 20%, who do you think you are? Grandmaster. What do you mean? Ma Kuyun sat on a steel chair, listening to the people in front of him arguing endlessly, his temples kept bulging, and the veins on his forehead twitched. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly. Instantly disappeared on the chair. Waiting to appear, he had already appeared in front of a scar-faced man who was the loudest and most noisy, and he punched hard. The wind of the fist roared, and the gang chi exploded, tearing the air. Give it all to me, shut up. The scar-faced man's expression changed abruptly, and he subconsciously raised his hand to block it, but he was still hit in the chest by Ma Kuyun's punch. He groaned and stepped back a dozen steps. The powerful aura belonging to the 6th level peak warrior was released from Ma Kuyun, and a cold and fierce aura enveloped the audience. The scene suddenly quieted down, and everyone was quiet, their eyes fixed on the sturdy body in the field, and their expressions were slightly dignified. I came up with the plan, I came up with the guy, I am the biggest fist here, I said you can get as much as you can. If anyone has an opinion, I will not stop you from leaving now. Ma Kuyun scanned the audience, his eyes as cold as poisonous snakes swept over each murderer, someone's eyelids were raised fiercely, and a fierce gleam flashed in their eyes, but he didn't speak. Since you don't have any objections, then sit down for me and listen to my assignment. Ma Kuyun said coldly. The atmosphere on the court froze for a while, and then someone sat down, and others followed suit. Ma Kuyun's face was cold, the fierce look in his eyes subsided slightly, he turned around and walked back to the chair, and Ma sat back on the chair with a golden knife. At this time, a dull and unpleasant sound, like rough sandpaper rubbing against each other, sounded in the field. Brother Ma is right, everyone is here to ask for money, why bother to fight for petty gains and hurt each other's friendship? Among the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing a blue suit jacket with a white shirt and a silver necklace came out with a smile. It's a pity that his smile was uglier than his crying, and under the flickering lights he looked like a ghost crawling out of hell. Ghost-faced vultures, a whole team of strategic resource vehicles, that's no small gain. Someone said lightly. The ugly middle-aged man took out a cigarette from his pocket, twitched the corner of his mouth, and said with a hoarse smile, for a 6th level warrior, it's really not a small amount. But if it's for the Grandmaster, it's nothing. The man stuffed the cigarette into his mouth, then stretched out 2 fingers, put them under the cigarette and rubbed them lightly, a ball of flame burst out and lit the cigarette. The man took a deep breath, expelled the smoke from his lungs slowly, and then said to Ma Kuyun with a smile, I'm right, Brother Kuyun. As soon as the man said the words, the murderers in the field suddenly changed their expressions, as if they suddenly remembered something, and the eyes they looked at Ma Kuyun also changed a little. It turns out that Brother Ma asked us to grab the strategic material vehicle to attack the Grandmaster. Let me tell you earlier, then what else do we have to fight for? The big head will definitely let you. That's right, Big Brother Ma will distribute it randomly. Even if it doesn't do any good, I will do it this time, Su Lao-san. Among the thugs like me, it's rare to be able to produce a master. Brother Ma is amazing. In a short period of time, the gangsters on the field changed drastically, and each of them became more respectful. Ma Kuyun narrowed his eyes to look at the ghost-faced man in front of him, he didn't speak, only the icy knife-like light kept flashing in his eyes. The ghost-faced man looked at him with a smile, took out a cigarette and handed it out. Ma Kuyun stood up, walked up to the ghost-faced man, took the cigarette, and put it in his mouth. The ghost-faced man snapped his fingers, the previous flame reappeared, and the cigarette was lit. Ma Kuyun took a deep puff of the cigarette, the ghost-faced man approached his ear, and said in a low voice, You want to become a master, so I want to too. So I have to ask for 30%. Ma Kuyun's smoking action paused for a moment, and then returned to normal. Good. He responded blankly, and white smoke rose from his eyes. Ma Kuyun's eyes were as calm as water, but the killing intent in his heart was rolling in waves. The ghost-faced middle-aged man in front of him is named Ghost-faced Vulture, and he is the only existence in the arena who is qualified to compete with him in terms of strength. Not because of anything else, just because of the other party. He is a rare element control talent warrior, and he is already at the pinnacle of level 6. With a majestic stellar energy and flames, even he is extremely afraid. It is said that this ghost-faced vulture was originally an excellent student in martial arts, but a fire burned his whole family to death. Since then, his temperament has changed drastically, and he has become a gangster. This guy is famous even in the bandit circle for his cruel methods, and he likes to use fire to burn people alive. Since everyone has no objections, I'll make a simple distribution. Don't worry, everyone. Ma Kuyun, have always done things properly. I will never let everyone make this trip in vain. As Ma Kuyun said, he was about to start talking about distribution and action plans. Just then, a voice sounded outside the factory. Who? The sound came on and off quickly. It seemed so abrupt in the quiet field. All the people present were 6th level warriors with keen 5 senses, and they immediately looked towards the door in unison. There seems to be movement outside. Ma Kuyun glanced at it lightly, and said calmly, "It is estimated that the policeman is here, it's no big deal, kill him later, let's talk in another place." That's right, we have so many 6 levels, are we afraid that a few notes will fail? It's just right that I'm here, I'm holding back my anger, and I just want to vent it out. The murderer's expressions quickly relaxed. As Ma Kuyun said, they have people and guys, even if all the policemen in Yanhe City come, there is no need to be afraid, they can kill them out. Go and see. Ma Kuyun gave the younger brother beside him a look. The younger brother nodded, and walked towards the gate with a grim expression. The perpetrators stopped talking about benefits now, it seems that they found something more interesting. One by one folded their arms, staring playfully in the direction of the gate. Someone moved his hands and feet, made a clicking sound in his neck, and seemed to be doing warm-up exercises with a casual expression. 0. Ask for flowers. Ma Kuyun's younger brother walked quickly to the gate. He was about to go to the door. Boom! With a loud bang, the middle of the iron door suddenly protruded inward, and the pure steel bolt blocking the door also became twisted. The little brother stopped immediately, and the thugs in the factory narrowed their eyes slightly, with the cold breath flowing from their bodies. The door that was slammed hard quickly became quiet, and there was no movement, as if the people outside had given up. The younger brother who was investigating the situation took a deep breath and was ready to continue going up. But as soon as he lifted his foot, he saw the big iron door in front of him making a creaking sound of being overwhelmed. The entire door is bulging inwards, the edges are twisted, and the screws are falling apart one by one. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire gate of the factory broke free from the constraints of the frame and flew inward. The younger brother's pupils constricted, and he had no time to dodge. He was directly hit by the huge iron gate, and flew away for an unknown distance. The murderers all stood up with a swipe, and the eyes of Ma Kuyun and the ghost-faced vulture also became cold. Smoke billows from the abandoned factory. Everyone stared at the position of the gate. Soon, the dust dissipated, and they saw a handsome boy of 18 or 19 striding in. The young man has calm eyes and a casual posture. If he wasn't holding a 3-meter-long silver-grey gun in his hand, he would almost think he was an ordinary person passing by or running to deliver food. The thugs who were gearing up were stunned for a moment, and even Ma Kuyun was a little surprised. They have envisioned many scenes, thousands of troops, surrounded. But it never occurred to me that the person who walked in at the door turned out to be a youthful young man of 18 or 19 years old. Hold! A gangster scolded, "What the hell, I'm looking forward to it in vain. Is there no one on the note now, you brat with no hair yet? Don't be careless, it may be a bait deliberately released to make us take it lightly. Ma Kuyun reminded lightly. Then I ate this bait, let's see what is hidden behind the fishing line. The gangster let out a grin, and strode towards the boy. His strides were enormous and his speed was astonishing. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the young man, and he opened his hand to grab the young man. That scene reminds people of the market stall owner reaching out to grab the chicks in the cage. All the murderers are watching, but most of the attention is not on this, but staring at the surroundings, always on guard against other enemies rushing in from other places. Pfft! Suddenly, a strange sound sounded. When the murderers raised their eyes, their pupils shrank instantly. I saw that the gangster who had just rushed up had a beautiful light red spear tip emerging from the back of his head. Then quickly retracted. The handsome young man casually pulled the spear out of the gangster's mouth, shaking off the blood stained on the gun head. He took out his phone and lit up the screen to take a look. Then he glanced at everyone present, and said calmly, 2 minutes. Those who want to escape can start running now. In the huge field, there was silence for a few seconds. 181 You are here to help wash the floor, too. All the murderers were stunned. It seemed that he couldn't believe what he saw in front of his eyes. Their eyes fell on the gangster who was lying on the ground, and blood was gurgling from the other side's door. Just a few minutes ago, this guy was still arguing loudly with them about the distribution of benefits. Now, he has turned into a cold corpse, and even his brains are bleeding all over the place. Those who can be called together by Ma Kuyun know more or less about each other's details. Grade 6. Only level 6 fighters are eligible to join their circle. But it is such a strong and powerful party, but in a short period of less than a blink of an eye. Was stabbed to death by a boy who looked only 18 or 19 years old. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. One shot. Just kill it. The murderers were stunned. Level 6 warriors are so powerful that their muscles, bones, skin and flesh are as hard as steel plates, and they can't even be pierced by bullets. In the end, it was as brittle as a piece of paper in the young man's hands. How could they accept it? There's something wrong with this kid, he's weird. Ma Kuyun stared at the red crystal dragon pattern in Liu Sheng's hand, and said coldly, the master-level cold weapon he holds in his hand, a few more people are better than confronting him head-on. Grandmaster weapons. The faces of the thugs froze. No wonder. Soon, several people looked at each other 367, and quickly walked around the boy from various positions. As he walked, he drew his cold weapon from his waist and back. Grandmaster-level weapons are worth hundreds of millions if you sell them casually. Third Su died again, and the brothers have some points. A murderer with a long centipede tattooed on his neck grinned grinningly, and a large white aura burst out from his body, and he slashed at Liu Sheng viciously. Others, not to be outdone, followed closely behind. Liu Sheng stood on the spot with a calm expression on his face, with a casual attitude. San Dao's mighty body filled with white qi rushed close to him, and the sharpness and murderous aura of the cold weapon came towards him like a tide. Liu Sheng shot. The red crystal dragon pattern is like a spirit snake rising up. The red tip of the gun flickered in the air very quickly. Liu Sheng walked slowly towards Ma Kuyun. The moment they passed each other, the three murderers with a deep hole between their eyebrows crashed to the ground, and the cold weapons in their hands fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Their faces still had the ferocity and hostility of their lives, and they didn't even know how death came. The pupils of the remaining people contracted fiercely, and their bodies and minds were quickly swept away by a great horror and horror. Died. Another 3 6th level warriors died. Not even a few seconds. Instantly kill multiple level 6. This is no longer something that a master level weapon can explain. Monster. This kid is a monster. A murderer cried out, and the way he looked at Liu Sheng had completely changed. Ma Kuyun and the others also turned pale. Such thieves and bandits who have been licking blood all the year round, have never seen such a big storm. But such a strange experience is really unprecedented. A college student who is only 18 or 19 years old, killing level 6 is like killing a chicken, destroying everything. It's just unbelievable, right? Liu Sheng stopped talking nonsense with a few people and took the initiative. Switch, breath of the wind. Liu Sheng's figure melted into the wind and disappeared together with the red crystal dragon pattern. After the mastery of physical power reached a new level, Liu Sheng's strength underwent a qualitative change. Even he himself doesn't know how strong he is now. He didn't even need to use his stellar energy, relying on his abnormal control over his physical strength and the sharpness of the red crystal dragon pattern. Dealing with these bandits who are generally level 6 is like cutting melons and vegetables. One shot at a time, saving even the second shot. In Ma Kuyun's eyes, Liu Sheng seems to be able to teleport. Disappear, appear. One shot stabbed a gangster to death, and then disappeared. Reappeared, another bandit fell down. Within a few breaths, the number of criminals on the field dropped sharply, dying one by one. The appearance of death is similar with minor differences. All of them have a hole the size of a baby's fist in the forehead. That's from the gun. Grandmaster. This kid is a half-step Grandmaster. A middle-aged man in a blue suit with an ugly face screamed strangely and ran towards the door. Liu Sheng appeared behind him in a flash, about to raise his gun. Suddenly, the middle-aged man turned around abruptly, his ugly face twisted together like a ghost. There was no panic and fear, only hysterical madness and ferocity. Go to your mother's master, let me die. A bone-piercing sharp edge, wrapped in a red heat wave, erupted from the hands of the ghost-faced vulture, and slammed into Liu Sheng's arms fiercely. Liu Sheng's eyes fluctuated for a while, but soon returned to calm. Die! Die for me! Flames rose all over Ghost-Face Vulture's body, mixed with strong stellar energy, and almost all the strength of his body was pressed on his arms. The flames are monstrous. But he roared a few times, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Looking down, the whole person froze for an instant. I saw a palm firmly grasping his hidden red blade. The palm is white and slender, with brilliant golden aura flowing between the 5 fingers, like flowing gold. All the chi, power, and flames of Ghost-Face Vulture's body were injected into the palm, but it was like sand entering the sea, and it couldn't even stir up the slightest wave. You're also called fire. Liu Sheng looked at him and spoke calmly, as if stating a fact. That's what I call fire. The next moment, a surging heat wave far surpassing that of a ghost-faced vulture burst out from Liu Sheng's body. For a moment, the ghost-faced vulture felt as if he was standing on the edge of the crater. The volcano erupted, and hot magma melted head-on. He only felt a sudden redness in front of his eyes, burning pain all over his body, and before he could scream, he completely lost consciousness. Liu Sheng let go of his hand, and the blazing flames that devoured the ghost-faced vulture retracted into his palm like flowing water. In the empty state, Liu Sheng's element control ability is close to level 4. The flame temperature awakened by the breath of flame is not comparable to that of a mere ghost-faced vulture. Liu Sheng shook his hand, and the molten iron in his palm fell to the ground, leaving scorched marks one after another. Liu Sheng turned around, looked at Ma Kuyun, who had been sluggish for a long time, and asked casually, "Have you figured out how to die? Have you figured out how to die?" Liu Sheng's tone was casual, like the daily greetings and greetings between acquaintances. "Have you got a meal yet? How's the weather today?" But when it fell into Ma Kuyun's ears, it sounded like countless thunderclaps. Ma Kuyun's face was pale and bloodless. He blankly swept across the audience, looking at the cold and stiff corpses on the ground. This tiger-like, snake-like robber, bandit, murderer. Finally, unable to stop the turbulent fear in his heart, he trembled violently. Damn it! Su Menjao rushed to the original cement pipe position, saw the deserted grass, and cursed in a low voice. Meng Jianfei's face was also very ugly. He glanced in the direction of the abandoned factory, and the few thieves who were standing at the gate of the factory before were gone. He smelled the scent of blood carried in the night wind. That kid may have rushed in. Meng Jianfei smiled bitterly and said a guess that was very likely to become a fact. Su Menjiao's face sank like water, and his complexion changed for a while, and he slowly drew out the two knives around his waist. Knew it would be a nuisance. What an annoyance! Su Menjiao cursed a few times, her face became firm. Let's go in and see if there is a chance to rescue Wu Zhuangyuan. Meng Jianfei nodded, his eyes were gentle and innocent. Su Menjiao has such a temper, her words are like a knife, but when something happens, she is more soft-hearted than anyone else. 8 Level 6. Meng Jianfei picked up his long whip, looked in the direction of the abandoned factory, and twisted his neck. It's been a long time since I faced such an exciting challenge. I remember the last time. Shut up, you, it's not too late to feel sorry if you survive. Su Menjiao closed his mouth coldly, and took the lead to walk towards the abandoned factory. Meng Jianfei obediently followed. The two walked through the grass and walked to the gravel outside the factory. They saw 3 people lying on the ground. Dead, all are one-hit kills. Meng Jianfei quickly inspected the corpse, his eyes showed a bit of surprise. This kid's strength is not bad. Su Menjiao's expression was not optimistic at all. It's just a few minions of level 4 and level 5, it's the same for any level 6. The two slowly approached the factory, and the night wind blew the grass and trees in the distance, sending rustling sounds. Under the moonlight, everything looks quiet and beautiful. Su Menjiao and the others frowned, their faces full of doubts. It was so quiet. It was eerily quiet. It was unnaturally quiet. When they came before, the factory was as noisy as a vegetable market. Now there is no sound at all. Could it be that Ma Keyun and the others captured Liu Sheng and moved away immediately? Meng Jianfei made a conjecture. But Su Menjiao quickly rejected it. Impossible, how far have we gone, can they not see the transfer? Moreover, there is no shortage of cars at the door. That is how the matter. Go in and have a look. The two took a deep breath and walked towards the gate of the factory step by step. His heart beat faster, and his expression became dignified and serious little by little. The two finally stood at the gate of the factory. Su Menjiao glanced at Meng Jianfei, both of them could see the pressure and tension in each other's eyes. They exchanged glances with each other, and the two of them who had a tacit understanding clenched their weapons tightly and rushed in towards the door. But in the next second, the footsteps of both of them stopped, and they froze in place. Staring blankly at the scene in front of him, his expression was bewildered, and he couldn't react for a while. It's like entering the wrong house. I see, in the factory. Corpses were lying here and there on the ground, and the blood merged into a stream on the dusty ground, solidifying dark red traces. The fierce bandit Ma Keyun knelt on the ground with a pale face, in front of a tall and straight figure, shaking like chaff. The tall and straight figure was holding a piece of cloth and carefully wiping the spear in his hand. Hearing movement behind him, the other party came over. Seeing the man's appearance clearly, the pupils of Su Menjiao and Meng Jianfei shrank severely. It was Liu Sheng who they had been looking for and wanted to rescue. When Liu Sheng saw them, there was no surprise on his face, and he just said something calmly. You guys are here. The task is completed, I will wash the floor. 182 Someone may be able to keep the face of the 7th Congress, a sense of mission, the prophets. The 7th Saint Martial Arts University. 2 young men in their 30s, wearing martial arts uniforms, walked in from the school gate talking and laughing. Walked all the way to the bottom of the Wushan Pagoda, and suddenly found it. This area, which was not too lively in the past, now has 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside, completely surrounded by people. It seems to be holding some grand gathering. I'm going, why are there so many people, all students from Sheng University, is this open? A young man muttered a few words in surprise, and was about to squeeze through the crowd. Excuse me, little brother. Squeeze what? Several Shengwu College students whose shoulders were held by him shook their bodies, and there was a counter-shock force, which directly swung the young man away and took 2 steps back. What do you want to go in for? A tall Shengwu College student looked at him with a sullen face. I received a text message, and I'm waiting to enter the tower. The young man looked astonished. Come back next time, didn't you see that we are guarding the tower, why not join in the fun? Someone waved at him impatiently. I've been waiting for months. The young man couldn't help but screamed, and before he finished speaking, his companion covered his mouth. Sorry, we won't enter the tower anymore, you continue. The young man's companion apologized again and again, and pulled the young man back. Why? I applied for the tower through the formal process, why don't you give me a chance to get in? When he reached a corner away from the crowd, the young man broke free from his companion's hand and said anxiously. The companion looked helpless, pointed at the crowded crowd over there, and said, why don't you wink at all? Didn't you see that this group of students from the 7th Shengwu University are all simmering with fire in their hearts? If you squeeze harder, be careful not to be beaten. The young man opened his mouth, only to realize that those college students were crowded under the Wushan pagoda. All of them had ugly faces, gloomy eyes, and some even clenched their fists, staring straight at the direction of Wushan pagoda. The seemingly bustling crowd did not speak much. Looking from a distance, it seemed that there was a thick layer of dark clouds gathered above the heads of this group of people, from which thunderstorms would brew at any time. Hey guy, what's going on? The young man was a little surprised, and couldn't help blurting out, why are they all like dead dads? I didn't hear what they said. They were guarding the tower. If they didn't guard it, the 7th St. Martial University's personality would be lost, which would be much more serious than a dead father. The companion pointed to the center of the crowd, something like a big screen. At this time, some rankings are scrolling on the big screen, the name and the number of floors of the Wushan Tower. The youth's eyes are not sharp, and he can barely see the top 3 rankings on the big screen. The first in line is Mia Rengxiang, on the 2nd floor. The second one, Chen Yuxuan, is on the 19th floor. Third, Xiaolan, the 18th floor. Fuck, isn't Mia Rengxiang from the 4th St. Martial University? He seems to be quite famous. I read in a magazine that the leader of the 4th St. Martial College's senior students is ranked 6th on the list of 7 saints. The youth cried out. Yes. Companion nods. The 7 Shengwu Universities can kick the pavilion with each other, in the form of breaking into the tower and defending the tower, which is what we see now. Once the tower breaks successfully, the party that fails to defend the tower will give up the right to use Wushan Tower for 1 year. This kind of healthy competition was encouraged by the leaders of the 7 holy martial arts colleges, and there were such rules when the martial holy tower was first established. Now that Mia Rengxiang from the 4th St. Martial University came to break into the tower, didn't you see that Chen Yuxuan and Xiaolan, who were number 1 and 2nd on the old student list of the 7th St. Martial University, both went up? No wonder they were nervous. Once the tower defense failed, students from the 7th St. Martial University wanted to enter the Martial Saint Tower again in the next year. Just like us, you have to fill out the application form first, and then wait in line for half a year. You said that it was such a big matter of face and martial arts practice, would they dare to beat you up? Don't be fooled. Anyway, there will be opportunities in the future, just come back later. I see. After listening to his companion's explanation, the young man showed a thoughtful expression on his face. He suddenly raised his foot and walked towards the crowd in front of him. The companion was anxious. Hey, why don't you listen and go? The young man didn't turn his head back. I didn't want to enter the tower. It's such a rare scene of excitement. If you don't want to see it, I still want to see it. Why go back? 2. The companion seemed to make sense after thinking about it, so he hurriedly followed. A tall man with short hair like steel needles, a sturdy temperament but a pale face came out of the tower. Seeing this person appear, the faces of the students of the 7th Saint Martial Arts who surrounded the Martial Saint Pagoda suddenly showed disappointment. Looking at the ranking on the big screen, his expression was mixed with unwillingness. Hey, Xiao Lan has also come out. Now Chen Yuxuan is the only one left in the tower. He has a chance to beat that Mia Rengxiang. That Mia Rengxiang has been familiar with the Wushan Pagoda of our 7th Sacred Martial University for 2 days. He exerted his strength today, but he didn't expect it to be so fierce. From the beginning to the end, no one can catch up with him. After all, he is one of the top 10 geniuses in the 7 Saints list. Compared with him, Chen Yuxuan and Xiaolan still have a gap. It's hard. Xiaolan, who had just walked out of the Wushan Pagoda, stared at the ranking on the big screen for a while, and several familiar old students wanted to go up to help him, but he pushed them away very violently. Go away. After speaking, he walked aside with a gloomy face. Seeing Xiaolan like this, the crowd of students who watched became more and more depressed. If Chen Yuxuan also loses, what should we do? A girl with a bald head said worriedly, isn't it true that in the next year, I will not be able to hold my head up in front of other students who lead Wuhan University? I have to compete with the outsiders for 10 yuan to enter the tower. I don't want that. Before the words fell, they heard commotion coming from the front. The bald-headed girl looked up and subconsciously covered her mouth. Immediately, a slender and handsome young man was walking out of Wushan Pagoda slowly. He didn't seem to be in a good state, and his spirit was a little sluggish, as if he hadn't slept all night. Chen Yuxuan also came out. The crowd of onlookers immediately burst into commotion. At this moment, the backlog of emotions exploded, releasing a lot of disappointment, irritability, and unwillingness. Chen Yuxuan broke through to the 20th level, and Mia Rengxiang has not come out of the 21st level. It's over, it's over. The girl with the bald head turned slightly pale, and murmured, even Chen Yuxuan lost, so who else in our 7th Shengwu University can be the opponent of Mia Rengxiang? It seems that we will really have to squeeze a few application channels with outside warriors in the future. At this time, a girl next to the girl with the bald head, who was carrying an alloy sword on her back, suddenly said, that may not be the case, Chen Yuxuan may not be the most powerful of our 7 greats. I know a person who may have a chance to save face for our 7 greats. Well. The girl with the bald head was stunned when she heard this, and turned to look at her best friend. Aren't you stupid? Chen Yuxuan is number 1 in the list of old students, who can be better than him? All the top 10 of the old student rankings have been in, and Chen Yuxuan has the best grades. The girl with the knife in her hand glanced at her, and a sentence she couldn't understand suddenly came out of her mouth. Great people are not necessarily all on the list of old students. The girl with the knife suddenly took off the alloy knife on her back quickly, stuffed it into the arms of the girl with the bald head, and said hurriedly, I'll go and find that man, you watch the knife for me, you have to hurry up. After finishing speaking, without waiting for the bald-headed girl to refuse, she turned around and ran out of the crowd. The girl with the bald head stared blankly at the back of her girlfriend leaving, her face was full of confusion. Is there anyone who is not on the list of old students, but is more powerful than the number 1 on the list of old students? It's our 7th. It wasn't long before the girl student 957 with the knife ran out of the crowd, when she suddenly saw several familiar figures also running out. Several people stopped in their tracks, looked at each other with a tacit understanding, and all saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Look out for Lu Sheng quickly. I'm going to the cold weapon training room, he might be there at this point. The girl with the knife on her back said quickly. Others also quickly assigned tasks. I'm going to the freshman veterinary classroom. I'm going to his dorm. I'm going to the cafeteria. Okay, if there is any news, please contact me as soon as possible. Several people split up and ran. They are the only group of people who know Liu Sheng's true strength in the entire 7th Military University, and this is their common secret. At this time, the dignity and face of all the students in the 7th St. Martial Arts University are at stake. At the critical moment, he is the savior who saved it all. Oh no, it should be said that he is a person who knows the identity of the savior. Similar to a prophet. Anyway, my heart is heavy and my sense of responsibility is overwhelming. They were driven by an unprecedented sense of mission, and their hearts were beating fast. A few minutes later, the girl with the knife on her back walked out of the cold weapon training room with a frown, her expression a little dignified. Forget about Liu Sheng's absence, the administrator told her. Liu Sheng hadn't been to the cold weapon training room for several days. It's been a few days, it's impossible not to be in school. The girl with the knife on her back muttered to herself. At this time, her cell phone rang suddenly. She quickly picked it up and looked at it, and her whole body felt as if she had been hit hard in an instant. Reliable news, Liu Sheng went out to perform credit missions, and I don't know when he will be back. It's over. The girl with the knife on her back sat on the ground in a daze, with a wry smile on her face. It's a coincidence that Liu Sheng took over at this time. Then my 7th Sacred Martial Arts University will inevitably be humiliated this time? Why? 183 Come back, yes, I want to go in and guard the tower. 4. Liu Sheng sat in the taxi returning to the 7th St. Wu University from the high-speed rail station. This credit task was completed on the first day he went there, and the rest of the delay was mainly to cooperate with the local police in handling follow-up affairs. Ma Kuyun's case involved 4 or 5 national A-level wanted criminals across provinces and cities, and several of them had cases no smaller than Ma Kuyun's. Especially the ghost-faced vulture that was slaughtered by Liu Sheng ranked higher than Ma Kuyun on the national list of most wanted criminals. Coupled with the involvement of sensitive incidents such as strategic transport vehicles, this double A-level mission may directly rise to the height of AAA or even S-level. The Yanhe City Police assured Liu Sheng that they would definitely report to their superiors and contact the Subtask Management Center of Shengwu University to increase Liu Sheng's final reward for this housekeeping. When Liu Sheng came back, the top police officer in Yanhe City personally sent him to the high-speed rail station. As for the 2 old students from the 3rd St. Martial Arts University, Su Menjiao and Meng Jianfei, after seeing Liu Sheng's fierce record of killing almost all the gangsters by himself, fell into a long silence. They didn't even spend the night in Yanhe City, and left Yanhe City in a hurry after the police station cooperated with the Yanhe police to record their statements that night. Liu Sheng didn't care about them either. For him, these 2 people are dispensable in this mission, not even a small episode. Young man, are you back from traveling? When getting out of the rough car, the driver chatted with Liu Sheng casually. Liu Sheng responded casually, then took out his mobile phone and sent Lin Ziyi a message. Mission accomplished, return to school. Then I didn't bother to read Lin Ziyi's reply, and leaned on the back seat of the taxi with my eyes closed and dozed off. The weapon bag wrapped with the red crystal dragon pattern was at his feet. Through the shoes and the weapon cloth, Liu Sheng could clearly perceive the existence of the red crystal dragon pattern. It was an amazing feeling. He seemed to be able to hear the breathing of the red crystal dragon pattern. As if beckoning, the red crystal dragon pattern will be automatically assembled and fly into his hands. Do not rely on mental strength. Is this the soul? Liu Sheng thought softly in his heart. He knew that the beautiful soul of Yinjing Longwen had already begun. The gangsters he killed were full of energy and blood, and each of them was a strong-willed and vicious thug. It is perfect for starting the red crystal dragon pattern. For this task, Liu Sheng felt that the harvest was really quite big. Here we are, the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Unknowingly, the taxi has stopped. After discovering that Liu Sheng was really a student of the 7th Saint Wu University, the taxi driver was extremely enthusiastic, and even took the initiative to wipe a zero on Liu Sheng. Liu said thanks. When I got off the car, I saw the tall and strong Lin Ziyi standing at the school gate stretching his neck and looking around from afar. Holy brother! Lin Ziyi saw Liu Sheng at a glance, and ran towards him in a hurry. This guy probably learned from Liu Sheng, and now he carries a spear on his back wherever he goes. He also deliberately did not disassemble the gun, and put the assembled one behind his back, like a pole flag, which is extremely conspicuous in the crowd, and he often gets a lot of heads. Lin Ziyi is proud of this, in his own words, this effect is what we want. Brother Sheng, you are back. Lin Ziyi ran up to Liu Sheng, took the suitcase in his hand nonchalantly, and asked curiously, how is it? Is it difficult to live this time? Is it exciting? Liu Sheng casually said a few words. After hearing that Liu Sheng killed several wanted criminals, Lin Ziyi's eyes on Liu Sheng suddenly changed. Kill? Brother Sheng, did you kill? Lin Ziyi opened his eyes wide with disbelief on his face. Seeing Lin Ziyi's appearance, Liu Sheng thought he was frightened. Although Lin Ziyi is not weak in martial arts and is an out-and-out genius, he is still only a boy of 18 or 19 years old. To him, murder was indeed a bit cruel. Liu Sheng is considering whether to focus on describing the cruelty and inhumanity of Ma Kuyun and others with Lin Ziyi. But I heard Lin Ziyi screaming. Holy shit, brother Sheng, you actually killed someone. Is it fun to kill someone? Well, next time I will accept the task of apprehending criminals, killing a few people is fun. Liu Sheng seriously suspects that Lin Ziyi has the gene of violent madness in his body. The two chatted while walking all the way to the dormitory. Basically, Lin Ziyi asked questions, and Liu Sheng answered casually. On the way, Liu Sheng's mental energy was dispersed, and he found many people rushing in one direction. Among them are students from the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, as well as some students and fighters from other schools of martial arts university. Liu Sheng glanced in the direction of the crowd flow. The majestic Wushan Pagoda stands in front of you. Why are so many people rushing to Wushan Pagoda? Liu Sheng asked. Hearing this sentence, Lin Ziyi suddenly became excited. That's right, brother Sheng, if you're not here for 2 days, something big will happen to our 7th Saint Martial Arts University. A few old students from the 4th Shengwu University came to kick the tower, and the leader named Mia Rengxiang was very strong. Ranked 6th on the list of 7 saints, even Chen Yuxuan and Xiao Lan could not compare to him. Many capable old students in our school rushed to guard the tower. Lin Ziyi sighed, and said, but I don't think this tower can be defended anymore. When I just received your text message and rushed over, Xiao Lan, who was second on the list of old students, just came out. The number 1 Chen Yuxuan is also lagging behind. Listening to Lin Ziyi's words, Liu Sheng felt nothing in his heart. It's just like listening to the news, it doesn't have much to do with him. But when Lin Ziyi's next sentence came out, Liu Sheng's footsteps suddenly stopped. Hey, if these old students can't hold on, then our 7th Saint Wu University will be miserable. For the next year, there will be no special privileges. If you want to enter the Wushan Pagoda, you have to apply first, and then wait in line for half a year, just like students and warriors from other schools. Brother Sheng, what's wrong with you? As Lin Ziyi was talking, he suddenly realized that Liu Sheng had stopped moving, and was looking at him with a very strange look. Why didn't you say it earlier? What did you say earlier? Lin Ziyi scratched his head with a dazed expression on his face. With the next breath, Liu Sheng's figure suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes, leaving only a faint sentence. I'm going to guard the tower, you help me watch my luggage. Oh. Lin Ziyi nodded subconsciously. The next breath suddenly reacted. What did Brother Sheng say? He's going to guard the tower. Lin Ziyi almost jumped up on the spot. Fug. This is a big deal. After finishing speaking, he carried a long gun on his back and Liu Sheng's suitcase and quickly chased towards Wushan Pagoda. Liu Sheng galloped like the wind, his face sinking like water. He is not interested in the boring games between the old students of the major Shengwu universities. I don't want to participate, and I don't want to pay attention. But now this game involves his vital interests, even if Liu Sheng doesn't want to end, he can't do it. I can afford to wait in line for a week, half a year. Liu Sheng took a deep breath, kill me. Liu Sheng really didn't want to see it. The fate between himself and Wushanta has not begun, it is completely over. The previous dilemma had left a great shadow in his heart. Liu Sheng almost exploded with all his speed, like a strong wind passing through the border. Wherever he passed, the sycamore leaves and hibiscus flowers on both sides of the school road fell one after another. When he arrived at Wushan Pagoda was already surrounded by countless students inside and outside the school. The mental power dispersed, and the voice of Ridadao whispering reached his ears. This time the 7th St. Martial University is definitely going to lose. Even Chen Yuxuan, who is number 1 on the old student list, has given up. How can anyone in the 7th St. Martial University be worthy to compete with Miao Rengxiang? Now it depends on how many floors Miao Rengxiang can get out of, and when Miao Rengxiang comes out, the remaining old students from the 7th St. Martial University in the Martial Saint Pagoda will also come out. This tower battle is officially over. Hey, it looks like we're really going to compete for positions with students from other schools. Looking at the people from the 7th St. Martial University who are usually so sloppy, don't they also act like this when they meet more powerful ones, hehe. Liu Sheng looked at the big screen standing outside the Wushan Pagoda, and saw that there were still about a dozen names still on the screen. It proves that these people are still breaking into the tower, and the remaining ones that are grayed out mean that it is over. Among them were Chen Yuxuan and Xiao Lan whom he knew. Fortunately, it's not too late. Liu Sheng thought about it, well done, without any delay, he walked straight towards the direction of entering the tower. He let go of his momentum, and his huge mental power opened the way. Immediately, the crowd in front of him separated to both sides like a tide. These unlucky people who got in front of Liu Sheng were talking to each other fiercely. Suddenly, an unstoppable invisible force pressed on them, separating them to the two sides. It was as if someone had grabbed their shoulders and pulled them sideways. Fuck, what's going on? Who's pushing me? Fuck, don't squeeze. Squeeze hair, squeeze, you want to go in and guard the tower. A boy who was pushed back and forth by the crowd turned around angrily, aggressively. But only felt a shadow floating across the dragon's face. Liu Sheng was condescending and looked at him coldly. Yes, I want to go in and guard the tower. The boy froze in place, the anger on his face had long since been extinguished under the gaze of those cold and deep eyes. Not only that, but there was also a cold current running upwards along his tailbone, spreading all over his body in an instant. You go in, you go in. The boy shivered, and hastily stepped aside. Liu Sheng didn't look at him either, and walked straight towards the entrance of Wushan Pagoda. The commotion he made was not small, and the commotion in this area attracted many people to look up. 184 If I don't wear record day, I'm sorry for those zombie brothers. 1. It's Liu Sheng who is number 1 on the freshman list. Liu Sheng's reputation in the 7th Shengwu University is not too small, and some people can recognize him. Even those who don't know clearly can quickly find out the details of Liu Sheng by asking around. After learning about it, I was secretly stunned. Hey, there is such a fierce person among the freshmen who beat up all the freshmen? Even Yu Heibo, the spear instructor, was picked. Do you think there are no two brushes? But some people shook their heads. So what about climbing a dragon? What about good spear skills? Isn't he just a freshman, comparable to Miao Rengxiang? The people next to him also sighed. The words are rough and the rationale is not rough. No matter how brilliant Liu Sheng's past record is, or how dazzling he was when he entered school, he is still just a freshman. Freshmen who have been enrolled for less than 2 months. How does it compare with Miao Rengxiang who has been in the 4th Shengwu University for almost 4 years? Miao Rengxiang was also ranked second in the national martial arts rankings when he first entered school, and his martial arts talent is also the top existence in the 7 Sacred University, not to mention that he has 4 years more training time than Liu Sheng. The gap of 4 years is not so easy to smooth. A few old students from the 4th Shengwu University who came with Miao Rengxiang couldn't help laughing when they saw many people discussing Liu Sheng. You guys are really interesting, old students are useless, and now you still pin your hopes on a new student. It's hilarious. People from the 7th St. Martial University glared at him, but they couldn't find any strong words to refute, so they were helpless. Many old students surrounded Chen Yuxuan, and they naturally saw the back of Liu Sheng walking into the Wushan Pagoda. Yuxuan, Yenri's sage has spoken. Chen Yuxuan glanced at it, looked away, nodded, I saw it, let him go. Liu Sheng's talent is very good, much better than mine. This time, he can feel the strength gap between himself and the 4-year-old student in advance, which will be very helpful for his future martial arts development. Maybe in a few years, he will be able to enter the top 10 of the 7 saints, and even rule for 1 session. But now, Chen Yuxuan looked at the ranking scrolling on the big screen. At this time, Miao Rengxiang's tower breakthrough had reached the 22nd floor. Chen Yuxuan looked quite frustrated, shook his head and sighed softly, it's too difficult. As a student of the 7th St. Martial University, he should be most familiar with the Martial Saint Pagoda in front of his house for 4 years. But even so, it is still not as good as Miao Rengxiang from outside. What does this prove? This proves that the strength gap between him and Miao Rengxiang has reached a certain level. If 2 swordsmen meet, he might be defeated within a few strokes. Top 10. Is this the strength of the top 10 of the 7 saints? Chen Yuxuan sighed softly, and smiled bitterly. Now you don't need to queue up to enter the tower. Liu Sheng stood in the empty hall, only in front of him was the woman at the window whom he had met several times before. Need not. The woman responded with her mouth, and while registering Liu Sheng, she stretched her eyes and looked towards the door curiously. Why are you the only one at the 7th National Congress this time, and there is no one else? Go out and call out more people, that boy from the 4th St. Martial University is about to break your record. Liu Sheng took the student ID card handed over by the woman, and calmly said, don't worry, it won't be broken. I am enough. The woman was stunned for several seconds when she heard Liu Sheng's words. It wasn't until Master Liu entered the elevator and the elevator went up that she came back to her senses. Akbi, go, the seedling kid is going crazy. The girl with the knife on her back came back with a face full of disappointment. The most uncomfortable thing in this world is not that there is no hope, but seeing hope and then feeling despair, this is the most collapsed. On the way back, the girl kept replaying Liu Sheng's achievements in the cold weapon training room in her mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Liu Sheng might defeat Miao Rengxiang and successfully defend the face of the 7th St. Wu University. But Liu Sheng is not at school, which is really unfortunate. Is this predestined? The girl imitated the tragic heroine in the TV series, cursed at the sky, and then walked back to her best friend. The girl with the ball head saw her coming back, and asked curiously, where is the person you were looking for? Did you find it? The girl shook her head. Who the hell is it that you say you are so powerful? The ball-headed girl is asking the bottom line. The girl didn't have the heart to answer, she just smiled wryly, it doesn't matter who it is, that person is not at school, there is no chance to prove it. Che, mysterious. The bald-headed girl looked at her with contempt, and then returned the alloy sword in her arms to her. I'll give it back to you. If I'm at school in the future, can I not take your broken knife with me? It's too in the way. Sheng, who was just a freshman, entered the tower, and a group of people crowded around, hugging you. I almost didn't fall. The bald-headed girl complained. The girl listened casually at first, but when she heard the word Sheng, she immediately jumped up. What did you say? Freshman Sheng? Sheng entered the tower. The bald-headed girl was taken aback by her girlfriend's excitement, and nodded, yes, I just went in. The girl with the knife on her back quickly looked at the big screen. Sure enough, Sheng's name appeared at the bottom of the screen. Very good. The girl with the knife on her back touched her fist fiercely, her listless eyes glowed again, and she seemed to come alive all of a sudden. She stared at Sheng's performance ranking on the big screen, her eyes full of anticipation. She didn't know why she had so much confidence in Sheng, why she was so excited. Perhaps, this is a kind of pride belonging to sister fans. The girl said secretly in her heart. The elevator goes up to the first floor. The elevator door opened, and Sheng was presented with a rather spacious room. Rather than calling it a martial arts room, Sheng felt that it was more like a lounge. Because in this room, there is even a bed. Can you believe it? There is a big bed in the room, there is no quilt on the bed, only a white pillow. There are several things beside the bed. A high-tech helmet. There are also bags one by one, and the words on the bags disposable sheets and pillowcases, please replace them by yourself. Then there's disinfectant, cleaning cloths, etc. How can I be like the number one player? Sheng muttered. Ready Player One is a sci-fi movie that Sheng watched in his previous life, in which people wear similar helmets and live in a virtual reality world. Sheng felt the ubiquitous will of Wusheng in the surrounding environment, and had a rough guess about the training form of Wusheng Pagoda. He first changed the pillowcase and sheet on the bed, and then carefully wiped the helmet with disinfectant and a cleaning cloth. Then put on the helmet and lie down peacefully on the bed. There is a word in my heart. It seemed that there were cold needles piercing through Sheng's scalp into his skull. Of course this was just a feeling. When Sheng opened his eyes again, suddenly, he found himself in another room. This room was many times larger than the previous one, and it was completely white, and there was an extra person standing in front of him, standing quietly. And Sheng's silent chanting voice was also turned up to the loudest, and even his expression became weird. No way, the so-called Wusheng Pagoda can't really be in the same form as the dream space. The answer is obvious. Sheng looked at his not-so-delicate body and clothes, and sighed softly, in that case, if I don't wear the record of Wusheng Pagoda every day, I'm sorry for the one who was sent away by me in the dream space in the past year. Those zombies! Sheng moved the joints of his hands and feet, and his body made a click sound. His eyes fell on the figure in front of him. This is an ordinary-looking young man with extremely bright eyes, youthful face, and high-spirited body. What did Tan's Hongyo look like when he was young? Sheng muttered. In the next second, his figure disappeared suddenly, and suddenly appeared in front of the young man. He was almost face to face with the boy. It's a pity that the boy was not frightened by him, but directly punched Sheng. Boom! The fist slammed heavily on Sheng's face, making a crisp bone-cracking sound. The boy covered his hands and stepped back in horror. Sheng rubbed his left cheek calmly, with thoughtful eyes in his eyes. The strength is probably a second-level warrior. The moment it hit me, my mental strength was shocked, so what if I hit him? As Sheng thought about it, he lightly punched the boy in front of him. There is a distance of 7 or 8 meters between him and the boy. But when Sheng's fist landed, it was already in front of the boy. It seems that Sheng's punch has spanned the space, achieving the effect of infinite extension. But in fact, this is just a visual effect after the speed and power control reach a certain height. Liu Sheng's fist landed on the boy's face. Same position as him. The boy's face was immediately distorted and broken. In the end, even the whole head was smashed open. I'm not a big-hearted person, if a martial sage slaps me in the face, I must hit back. Liu Sheng opened his mouth lightly. The defeated youth did not leave any corpses behind, but dissipated directly. During this process, Liu Sheng felt that a little bit of his spiritual power was being deprived and merged into the space in front of him. At the same time, a new figure appeared before Liu Sheng's eyes. Not only did I not give back, but did I ask for it? Liu Sheng was thoughtful, his eyes lit up slightly. I seem to understand the principle of this Wushan pagoda. Please ask for flowers and monthly tickets, thank you. 185 both level 6, if I use a gun, I'll be bullying you, too. The appearance of the figure condensed again is basically similar to that of the previous boy, but slightly older. Of course, this point is relatively speaking, and it is still much smaller than Liu Sheng. If the boy before was 13 or 14 years old, then he is 14 or 15 years old now. As soon as the young figure appeared, he took the initiative to attack Liu Sheng. The fist is fierce, with an indomitable momentum. Boom! The young man's fist hit a heavy palm hard, without causing any waves. With a calm expression on Liu Sheng's face, he shrank his 5 fingers, grabbed the boy's fist and gently pulled it back. The boy staggered and bumped into his arms. Liu Sheng slightly raised his elbow. Boom! The boy's chest exploded, and he fell down slowly with his eyes lifeless. Liu Sheng pushed aside the young man's corpse at will, and in the process of dissipating the corpse, he felt his mental power being drawn. More this time than before. Almost got it. I have considered before that the trial of the Wushan Tower may be related to the aspect of spiritual power and will. But what I have never figured out is that if you want to provide so many people with spiritual trials for many years, even the will of the martial saint should have been exhausted long ago. Why can the Wushan pagoda last forever? It turns out that there is a fee. This fee is the spiritual power of the person entering the tower. Every time you pass a level, you have to collect a corresponding bit of mental power, which is used to stimulate the brand in the martial saint's will and generate an opponent. Maybe the person who enters the tower pays more spiritual power every time, otherwise the will of the martial saint contained in the martial saint tower will not be so huge. Thinking about it this way, Liu Sheng somewhat understands why the annual enrollment of the 7th Saint Martial University is not as good as that of the other 6 Saint Martial Colleges. Because the Wushan towers of the other 6 Shengwu universities were built longer than the 7th Shengwu University, the Wushan will in the tower will snowball bigger and stronger, and the effect of entering the Wushan Tower trial will be better. Although it is said that Tan's Hongyu is the founder of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, he is also the only existing martial Dao saint of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Theoretically, he is in charge of all the affairs of the 7 Shengwu University at the same time. No matter which university in the Kishan Dali breaks the record of the Wushan Pagoda, there is a chance to be summoned and inherited by him. Under the same opportunity, it is understandable to choose an environment with better cultivation conditions. Tan's Hongyu, as the founder of the 7th Saint Martial University, in order to show his mind, he will even give more resources to the other 6 Saint Martial colleges. Not impossible. It's like when other people's children came to visit the house when they were young, parents generally give priority to delicious and fun things to the guests, which is a reason. If my analysis of the Wushan Pagoda is correct, is the source of the dream space also the same principle? Liu Sheng stretched out his hand casually, grabbed the boy's head that was condensed for the 3rd time, and squeezed it violently. The dream space may also be generated according to the will of one, or many martial arts experts. Although the dream space is much better than the martial arts tower, but similarly, there will be too many martial arts experts in the next 10,000 years. 9th level martial saints are as numerous as stars, and there are even 10th level and 11th level powerhouses. How powerful is the will if it is all integrated? It is not impossible to directly construct a world of spiritual power. The Fire Seed project should not simply contain martial arts materials for 10,000 years. The more Liu Sheng thought about it, the more he realized it was possible. Unknowingly, he killed the teenagers condensed in the space several times. Spiritual power is extracted every time, but this amount of spiritual power is just a drop in the bucket for him who is close to the 6th level of spiritual power and has 2 master wills. It's just that the only thing that Liu Sheng doesn't have in common is: how did the dream space choose me? And why did it choose me? As his strength continued to grow, Liu Sheng finally began to try to think about the origin of the dream space. But like many things in the world, the more Liu Sheng understood, the more confused he became. He seemed to be standing in a circle, and as his own strength became stronger, the circle became bigger, and the unknown outside the circle he could touch gradually increased. Never mind. Boom! With a light punch, Liu Sheng shattered the boy in front of him who had grown to be about the same age as him, shook his head and said, "These questions are too far away for me now, let's talk about it after taking every step in front of me." Liu Sheng took a deep breath, temporarily put aside the complicated thoughts in his mind, and focused on the trial in front of him. Trials with martial saints as templates, experience the thrill of competing with martial arts saints in different periods. I am a little excited. Liu Sheng's eyes brightened slightly, looking at the human figure that had condensed countless times in front of him. The fighting spirit in his chest was ignited bit by bit. He has fought many grandmasters in the dream space, but they are only grandmasters after all. This is the first time for a 9th level martial saint. Moreover, it was perfectly reproduced, a 9th level martial saint with all the strengths of different periods. Feel how big the gap is between Wu Sheng and me when he was young. The people condensed in this space are almost the same age as Liu Sheng. The young man with a slender figure, ordinary facial features, and a pair of extremely bright eyes rushed towards Liu Sheng quickly, like an arrow leaving the string. Liu Sheng stood still, turned his head slightly, and the wind whizzed past his cheeks. His face was calm, and various materials about Tan's Hongaihu slid across his mind. Martial Saint Tan's Hongaihu has a family education, and his father is a 6th level martial artist. Practice martial arts at the age of 10, and become famous as a teenager, and reach the 4th level at the age of 17, and become famous in a province. Liu Sheng's figure kept changing, the boy kept punching him, but he couldn't even touch a corner of his clothes. Suddenly, Liu Sheng got down. With his right hand, he lightly grasped the boy's fist, met the startled eyes of the other party, and said to himself, "Level 4 is almost to level 5, so I am beating Tan's Hongaihu, who is about 17 or 18 years old now." With Liu Sheng's palm, the boy's chest collapsed, and he flew out like a kite with a broken string. Reappeared, already a few years older. His eyes were burning, and the greenness on his face disappeared. As soon as the figure condensed, Liu Sheng's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, reaching out and grabbing the nest's neck fiercely. The 5th grade is less than the 6th grade. It seems that Tan's Hongaihu is in his 20s, and he is already in college. Liu Sheng broke Tan's Hongaihu's neck casually. Tan's Hongaihu, who appeared next, held a long knife in his hand, showing his sharp temperament. This is the beginning of knife learning. Liu Sheng flickered, commenting and punching. The fist wind howled, tearing the air, smashing people and knives together. This is a small achievement in the Dao of the sword. This is another breakthrough. Next, Liu Sheng beat Tan's Hongaihu to death one after another in different periods. Every Tan's Hongaihu survived a trick in his hands. 0 looking for flowers. It was killed in seconds almost as soon as it came out. A young man in his 30s appeared in front of Liu Sheng. The young man's face is calm, his breath is steady, he holds a pair of knives, and his eyes are as warm as jade, giving people a feeling that the sharpness has been washed away and the lead is washed away. Liu Sheng's eyes lit up when he saw the young man. 32-year-old Tan's Hongaiu, the pinnacle of the 6th level, has achieved swordsmanship. He is known as the number one person under the master of his generation. Okay, okay. As Liu Sheng spoke, he moved his hands and fingers slowly. It is said that martial sage Tan's Hongaiu is a late bloomer, and did not show the image of a saint until he was about to step into the realm of a master. Let me take a good look at the strength of the so-called number one person under the Grand Master, the image of the saint. Dazzling golden light burst out from Liu Sheng's body, and a terrifying aura erupted from him like a roaring mountain in a tsunami, and his whole body was like a rapidly rising sun. Even the young Tan's Hongaiu had a look of emotion in his eyes. In the tide of golden light, Liu Sheng came from the sky. Looking at the young Tan's Hongaiu in front of him, he smiled. Both at the 6th level, if I use a gun, it will be regarded as bullying you. I will tear you up empty-handed. 0. Passed. Looking at the huge screen, behind Miao Rengxiang's name, the number 21 quietly changed to 22. The faces of the students of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University all changed. There were shocks, but more were still ugly. Miao Rengxiang's result is very close to the best record of the 7th Sacred Martial Arts University in the history of Wushang Pagoda. If Miao Rengxiang passes another floor, he will reach the 23rd floor. Completely tied the historical record of their 7th Shengwu University. Then guarding the tower this time is not just a simple matter of losing the privilege of the Wushan Tower for a year, and losing face for their old students. Before the record is refreshed, Miao Rengxiang's name will always be high on the list of historical records of the Wushan Pagoda, overwhelming their entire 7th Shengwu University. And their old students will also become sinners of the 7th Saint Martial University. What a shame! Face off! But powerless. Yi Xian. The old students around Chen Yuxuan were a little anxious. Don't worry, Yu Ren Nan is not that strong yet. The 22nd floor is the Dao threshold, the peak of the 6th level, and Tan Wushan, who was in the period of Xiaocheng Dao of the sword, can't be defeated by just anyone. He Miao Rengxiang, no way. Even though Chen Yuxuan said so, his face was still solemn. He only made a guess based on his own strength, and had never fought against Miao Rengxiang, so he couldn't judge the upper limit of Miao Rengxiang's strength at all. Just in case. What if Miao Rengxiang was lucky? Although Tan's Hongaiu is a martial sage, he is a representative of late bloomers, and his strength in his youth is not extremely outstanding. The pace of development of martial arts is constant, and there are still a few amazing talents who can be stronger than Tan's Hongaiu at the same stage. The 7th Holy Martial Arts Senior who once set a record in the Wushan Pagoda is the best proof. If Miao Rengxiang exists like this, Chen Yuxuan didn't dare to think further. At this moment, there were bursts of surprised whispers in my ears. This Liu Sheng's speed of breaking through the level is so fast, it has already reached more than 10 floors. Chen Yuxuan's expression changed, and he looked towards the bottom of the big screen. 186 break the record, fight against the 9th level master with a 6th level body. 3. I saw that Liu Sheng's name, which was at the end before, had already reached the middle. 13 floors. Chen Yuxuan was also taken aback when he saw this result. So fast. It's really fast. How much time has passed since Liu Sheng entered the tower? Miao Rengxiang had just passed the 21st floor. Even if the difficulty of the previous levels is relatively low, this speed is too fast. Chen Yuxuan thought about the effort at this moment, and Liu Sheng's ranking jumped up again. 14 floors. It's really fast. More people find this out, mouth to mouth. 15 floors. Chen Yuxuan's pupils shrank slightly. 16 floors. Oh my god! Someone exclaimed, with a puzzled expression. It's a little crazy fast. 17 floors. When the number of layers behind Liu Sheng's name reaches 18 layers. In an instant, the crowd became a sensation. Fuck! What kind of speed is this? Can Liu Sheng fly? 17 points into the tower, now it is 25 points. There was an old student who had recorded the time, and now he looked at the phone with an expression of incredible horror on his face. 18 floors, you don't even need a minute to pass one floor on average. Many people's expressions became exaggerated. 660. Just now I just felt that Liu Sheng was fast, but how fast and to what extent? It's all a vague concept. Now that the specific values are in front of them, even Chen Yuxuan and the others' faces are moved by it. It takes less than 1 minute to pass one floor, until the 18th floor. Damn, did Liu Sheng go up directly by the elevator? Just when everyone was amazed. Swish! On behalf of Liu Sheng, the ranking results suddenly changed continuously. Skip 18, 19, 2 in an instant. Go straight to the 21st floor. The noise of the onlookers suddenly stopped. It was silent for a whole few seconds. Then it exploded with a boom. Damn! Fuck! Fuck! Some old students stared at the big screen with their eyes wide open, with a face full of disbelief, and nothing but shit came out of their mouths. Hiss! 21st floor! Someone gasped wildly, looking shocked. Chen Yuxuan is only on the 20th floor, so Liu Sheng surpassed Chen Yuxuan. Nima, my eyes won't be blurry, right? Liu Sheng came in second? Catch up with me Renxiang soon. Pinch me, I suspect I'm dreaming. Many people were stunned and looked crazy. Chen Yuxuan also had a suffocated expression, staring fixedly at the ranking on the big screen, not knowing what was going on in his heart. As for the old students who came with me Renxiang to the 4th St. Martial University, they all stood up when they saw this scene. Grass mud horse, you can't afford the 7th Sacred Martial Arts University, can you, dare to fake the results of the Sacred Pagoda? Shameless! Some people opened their mouths and roared. The people next to them looked at them like idiots and didn't answer. The man's face changed for a while, he gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "Okay, I'll go in and check myself." This person rushed into the Wushan Pagoda with a stride. Half a minute later, he came out again with an ugly face, and bought it without saying a word. It is clear at a glance what the result is. Oh my god! In the crowd, the bald-headed girl stared blankly at the dazzling name on the big screen, and murmured, "This Liu Sheng, what kind of strength is it? It's too outrageous, In the middle of speaking, she suddenly reached out and covered her mouth with her hand. A pair of beautiful eyes that had been simply drawn suddenly widened, and the eyeballs almost protruded from the eye sockets. The surrounding noise also quickly subsided like a tide, and fell into a strange silence. I saw that Liu Sheng's name had reached the top at this time. The score after the name clearly shows Wushan Pagoda, the 25th floor. The air in this space seemed to be completely evacuated. Everyone looked at the big screen stupidly, unable to say a word. There was only one thought circling in my mind. Record broken. Liu Sheng broke the record. The 7th Sacred Martial Great Martial Sacred Pagoda has the best score in history, at this moment. By a freshman who has just entered school for less than 2 months. Give it a complete refresh. Standing next to the girl with the ball head, the girl with the knife on her back was glowing all over her face. Her hands were clenched tightly. A voice yelled in my heart, "I knew it, I knew it, I knew it would be like this." In the distance, some groups of students were rushing towards Wushan Pagoda. When he was within sight of the big screen, he stopped suddenly and stood there with a frozen expression. It seems that there is an invisible force, centered on the big screen, slowly spreading around. All those who were swept away by this power fell into a state of silence and petrification. A young man with a big gun stuck in his back and a suitcase in his hand ran over, panting. He ran to a distance where he could see the words on the big screen, and slammed on the brakes. The suitcase in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. The chubby boy opened his mouth a little bit, looked at the eye-catching and familiar name in the distance, and muttered in his mouth, "Fuck, brother Sheng is super amazing again." Boom! The white and powerful fist hit the smooth forehead heavily. At the back of the head, a group of golden flames exploded. The young man's eyes dimmed quickly, half of his head was almost flattened, he was staggering, he couldn't hold the two knives steadily, and finally fell down. Liu Sheng retracted his fist slowly, and the golden qi and flame attached to his hand retracted like flowing water. His face was calm, but there was surprise in his eyes. Amazing! This is the master martial arts will that has completely condensed his own, and the sword technique has also stepped into the control realm. He deserves to be called the first person under the master at that time. Liu Sheng asked himself, if it was more than a week ago. I have not yet completed the mastery of physical strength in the cold weapon training room, and the foundation of martial arts has not been solidified. I am afraid that it is impossible to do it now. Without using a gun or using any guru's will, he killed the young Tan's Hongaiu. In the battle just now, except for a few hole cards, he almost used all means. He even entered the first form of Shiquan martial arts and the Kongming state, only to barely form a crushing situation. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. If it is placed outside, it is almost impossible. Wu Sheng is worthy of being a Wu Sheng, after all, he still has two brushes. As soon as Liu Sheng finished sighing, he felt a convulsion in his head. A mental force far exceeding the previous one was abruptly drawn out. Nima. Liu Sheng's complexion was a little ugly. The fee for this next level is too expensive. I guess he will be Tan's Hongaiu in the Grandmaster realm soon. But if you think about it carefully, there is actually no problem. Wushan Pagoda does not restrict the entry of Grandmasters. If it is really necessary to simulate a master-level clone of spiritual power, even for the Wushan Pagoda, it is estimated that the burden is heavy enough. And you can also appreciate the way of a master who directly points to the martial saint level. How could it be possible not to charge more money? That's me, if it's another old student, let alone get to this level. The mental strength required for this level alone can directly take them away. Thinking about those people who came out of the Wushan Pagoda every time, all of them were pale as if they had been dead for several days, Liu Sheng couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic to them. At this time, the figure of the next level condensed out. Standing in front of Liu Sheng was an ordinary, middle-aged man. The man was dressed in a simple shirt and trousers, and looked at Liu Sheng quietly with his hands behind his back. His eyes were extremely bright like stars in the sky. The ordinary face embellished has also become extraordinary. Liu Sheng looked at the man, his eyes hurt slightly, and he felt as if he was looking directly at a knife. The sharpness of the knife seemed to want to cut his brains open. What a powerful Grand Master! Liu Sheng took a deep breath. The current Liu Sheng is not a novice in martial arts, and he understands that there are strong and weak points in the way of masters. The man in front of him is obviously a very strong Master Wei, far surpassing the general 7th level Master Wei, and has the qualifications to reach the 9th level. Martial Sage Tan's Hongaiu became a master at the age of 42. In the same month, 8 masters in a row, 7 victories and 1 draw. Liu Sheng read out the information about Tan's Hongaiu in a low voice, his face calmed down. In his eyes, there is a bright golden light blooming. It was as if 2 scorching suns were rising from the bottom of his eyes. In my mind, the outline of the big day became clearer. His whole body also became dazzling. Liu Sheng's limbs stretched out, and clusters of golden flames shot out from his body. Because this is the spiritual world, there is no need to worry about the flame burning the clothes. In the breath, Liu Sheng has completely turned into a round of burning golden sun. Try it. It's your knife after all, splitting my sundae. Still. I burned you alive first. After finishing speaking, Liu was about to ignite the sky, and rushed towards Tan's Hongaiu at a high speed. The golden flame dragged a long golden tail flame behind him, like a gorgeous cloak, hunting against the wind. Liu Sheng also has the pride of Liu Sheng. He is unparalleled in combat power, pushing the same level horizontally. Today I just want to try 3.8 times, with a 6th level body and a 7th level master way, to fight against a real master with a 9 level potential. War. Master Wu Sheng. Call. The fist flames are soaring, and the golden stellar energy is mixed with the 4th level flames, forming a golden flame tornado shape, directly attacking Tan's Honggaya. Tan's Honggai's expression was indifferent, and a knife light bloomed from the bottom of his hand. As the invisible knife marks passed by, Liu Sheng saw a pure vacuum between himself and Tan's Honggaiu. In this area, his aura and flames were all disintegrated, and even his arms felt a pain of being cut and bleeding. Liu Sheng was shocked from the bottom of his heart, his body twisted at a strange angle. The invisible saber air brushed Liu Sheng's shoulder and flew out, creating a long twisted ripple visible to the naked eye in the air. So strong! Liu Sheng was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. If you become such an opponent, if you can squeeze me to death, how cool would it be? Liu Sheng licked his lips, and his eyes shone with brilliance. Big day run! Just now, his agility finally broke through from subtlety to control. Not only that, but there are also several martial arts that have broken through to the subtleties under the stimulation of life and death pressure. He is closer to the second form of Shiquan martial arts. 187 Wu Sheng focuses on the list. Are the vice principals crazy? 1. 7th Shengwu University, Vice President's Office. Zhao Kangtai was sitting at his desk, holding a document that had just been delivered, his eyelids twitching wildly. This kid. The information in Zhao Kangtai's hand was just sent by the General Office of the Kyoto Provincial Government. It is about the notice and summary of the task process of a AA level credit task adjusted to AAA level, as well as a copy written by the police chief of Yanhe City. Nearly 1 million words of thank you letters. Eloquent and eloquent, the whole article spares no effort to praise a certain student of the 7th Shengwu University. 8 level 6 warriors, 3 level 5 fighters, and 2 level 4 fighters. Among them are 2 level 6 peaks, and 1 level 6 peak with elemental talent. He almost killed them all with one shot. After Zhao Kangtai read all the reports, his first reaction was whether he had made a mistake. Then I read it again from the beginning word by word and sentence by word, and opened the student database, called up the information, and compared it carefully. After doing all this, Zhao Kangtai sat on the chair with a relaxed body, and whispered a name in a complicated tone that he didn't know whether it was surprise or helplessness. Liu Sheng. That's right, it's Luze. One of the freshmen recruited by their 7th Saint Martial Arts University this year is the #1 scholar in Dragon Martial Arts. Within 2 months of enrolling, he beat up freshmen and old students violently, even the instructor of the cold weapon class was picked out by him, and he was also the focus of Zhao Kangtai's close attention all the time. I originally thought that he would settle down for a while before reappearing, but I didn't expect to give me such a big surprise now. Zhao Kangtai glanced at the document in his hand and sighed in a low voice. 0 to 8th grade 6. And they are not ordinary 6th level fighters, they are all thieves and bandits who are ruthless and experienced in actual combat. Not to mention mere freshmen, even the old students who have been famous for a long time in the Kishan Dali may not be able to retreat unscathed in the face of this kind of battle. But he was swept away by Liu Sheng one by one, and it was completely crushed by one side. Already has a bit of the demeanor of the first person under the master of the martial arts. Zhao Kangtai picked up the information and said to himself, this record, coupled with his previous performance, may already be qualified to enter the sight of Lord Martial Saint. Although Martial Sage Tan's Honggaiu has not shown his face in front of the public for many years, it does not mean that he has completely cut off communication with the outside world and stopped paying attention to the 7 sages. In fact, Wu Sheng has always been quite concerned about the 7 sages. Like Zhao Kangtai, the vice presidents of each 7th Sage University are the eyes and ears of Wu Sage. Integrate and collect for him good martial arts seedlings who are eligible to enter the martial arts watch list. Outsiders would say that it is an honor to enter the list of 7 saints, and it is a symbol of strength and talent. In fact, being able to enter the list of 7 saints is also entering the list of attention of martial saints. Especially the top 10 of the 7 sages list is the focus list of martial sages. Among the top 10 of the 7 saints, which one has not received direct or indirect guidance from the martial saints secretly? The stronger the strong, the stronger the talent and ability they show, and the more resources and help they get. As for the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, there have been several students who have not been able to enter the martial arts focus list. Zhao Kangtai had previously recommended Chen Yuxuan, who was number 1 on the list of old students, but he was still dismissed. Chen Yuxuan's talent is not bad among the 7th Sage Martial Arts College students in recent years, but it is still a little short of the height of getting the attention of martial sages. Fortunately, now there is finally another. Zhao Kangtai looked at the information in his hand with a smile on his face. The ability Lu Sheng has shown so far has surpassed Chen Yuxuan by a lot. Although he is not in the top 10 of the 7 saints list, but with the blessing of his age and status as a freshman, the possibility of passing the approval is very high. Find some time and go to the Martial Arts Association. Martial Saint Tan's Hongaiyu is also the current president of the Dragon Country Warrior Association. Zhao Kangtai was in a good mood, put aside the materials in his hand, and prepared to deal with other affairs. Just then, the phone on the group's desk rang. Hello. Zhao Kangtai picked it up. The secretary's voice came from inside. Vice Principal, there is a phone call from Wushan Pagoda for you, and it is urgent to report. Wusheng Pagoda. Zhao Kangtai's eyes flickered, and he said, come in. In the past 2 days, he also heard that Mia Rengxiang, the 4th Saint Martial Master, came to their 7th Saint Martial Master to break into the tower. Now that Wushenta is calling, is it possible that the tower raid is over and the result has come out? If Mia Rengxiang succeeds in breaking into the tower. A thought came to Zhao Kangtai's mind, but he didn't continue to think about it. There is nothing he can do about this kind of fair competition among students. There is nothing to do except passively accept the result. I hope it doesn't make our 7 big losers too ugly. Zhao Kangtai read in a low voice. To be honest, from the moment he learned that Mia Rengxiang had come to break into the tower, Zhao Kangtai was already ready to lose face. It just depends on how big the embarrassment is. Soon, the call was picked up by the secretary. It was a woman's voice. Vice Principal Zhao? I'm the general manager of Wushan Pagoda. I know, you say. Zhao Kangtai's tone was calm. That's right, Vice President Zhao. The woman on the other end of the phone paused, and said quickly in a rather joyful tone, just now, someone broke the tower-breaking record of our 7th Sacred Martial Great Martial Sacred Pagoda, breaking into the 24th floor. Oh! Zhao Kangtai's heart sank, and a voice scolded his mother. Shit, the worst has happened. Mia Rengxiang of the 4th Saint Martial University not only successfully broke through the tower, but also broke their record of the 7th university? This will mean that he will not be able to hold his head up in front of other vice principals for several years? Then I'll trouble you to inform the people of the 4th Saint Martial University later, it's not very convenient for me. Zhao Kangtai's tone was a little blunt. He didn't want to get his face close to being beaten. The voice on the other end of the phone froze for a moment. The 4th Saint Martial University? Why do you want to inform the 4th Saint Martial University that our students from the 7th University broke it by themselves? What? Zhao Kangtai was stunned for a moment, and his tone immediately became urgent. Students of our 7th Shengwu University broke it. Who? Who broke it? Chen Yuxuan, Xiaolan, and other names flashed through Zhao Kangtai's mind. These few people are some of the most powerful geniuses on the list of the 7 old students, and they have accumulated a lot, so it may not be impossible. For things like martial arts, who can say it well once they suddenly realize it and soar to the sky? Freshman. Vice Principal, it's a freshman. The voice on the other end of the phone laughed heartily. It's a freshman named Lu Sheng. I don't know if you recognize the Vice Principal. Lu Sheng. Zhao Kangtai's hand holding the microphone suddenly tightened, and with a click, the handle of the microphone was squeezed out of extreme cracks by him. A touch of ecstasy rose from the bottom of Zhao Kangtai's heart. Lu Sheng turned out to be the record broken by Lu Sheng. How old is Lu Sheng, and how long has he been in school? This refreshed the record of the Wushan Pagoda, the 24th floor. With this resume, the matter of entering Wu Sheng's focus list is completely stable. Zhao Kangtai took a deep breath, trying to calm down the joy in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Are you sure? Is it Lu Sheng?" "Sure, there should be only one freshman named Lu Sheng in this class of freshmen." "Ah!" Suddenly there was a low call on the phone. The person who spoke seemed to be frightened by something, and his voice fell silent. "What's the matter? What happened?" Zhao Kangtai asked questions quickly, fearing that something would happen again. After a few seconds, the voice sounded again. This time the voice seemed a little trembling, with uncontrollable excitement and joy coming through the microphone. "Zhao. Vice President Zhao, that Lu Sheng, broke the record again. 25 floors. Oh no. It's already the 26th floor. Vice Principal, Ximen to Wushan Pagoda 26R. Zhao Kangtai was stunned, and sat blankly in his seat. There was only one voice circling in my head. 26 floors. The 26th floor of Wushan Pagoda. Next moment, Zhao Kangtai's figure suddenly swished and disappeared in front of the desk, and there was the sound of splashing glass shattering. Tuk tuk. There was a hasty knock on the door for a while. The secretary plucked up the courage to push open the door of the office, and stared at the scene in the office in a daze. I saw that there was no one in the office. On the huge floor-to-ceiling window near the desk, there is a huge broken gap. There were shards of glass all over the floor. The secretary walked up in a daze, and heard an urgent voice from a microphone on the desk that was being connected. "Vice Principal? Vice Principal, are you still listening? Vice President Zhao." The secretary glanced outside through the broken gap of the floor-to-ceiling windows, and murmured, "This is the 7th floor." In the next second, his pupils contracted. I saw the sound of glass breaking suddenly coming from the two office buildings in the distance. Two figures jumped down directly from the window, and the powerful aura belonging to the martial arts master rose into the sky like wolf smoke, attracting many attentions. The vice principals, are they all crazy? I was too tired last night, so I went to bed very early. Let's make up for it at 6 o'clock today. 188 The warm-up is over. Let and number 039, S listen to the sky. There are traces of Lu Sheng and number 039, S strength. In the vast white spiritual space, the two figures wrestled together. Surrounded by a golden flame, it is dazzling, like the sun at 90 o'clock in the morning. The other one is sharp, cold and decisive, like a heavenly knife out of its sheath. The speed of the two is so fast that it is difficult for the naked eye to catch them. If there are outsiders present, it is estimated that the traces of the fight between the two can only be judged by the golden flames that burst out from time to time. Suddenly, a figure surrounded by golden flames jumped up high. The golden flames around his body were all attributed to his right fist like flowing water. In an instant, the golden light was dazzling to the extreme. The palm of his right hand. It's like pinching a round of the sun. Star grip, 10 days, and the same day. A calm voice came from the golden light. 10 days rise. 1 day falls. The white light of the knife came from bottom to top. The two collided without fancy. Dazzling golden light swept everything, as if a star had exploded in this space. Hoo hoo! Liu Sheng knelt on one knee, his back was slightly bent, and his chest heaved violently. The natural breathing method was operating to the extreme, quickly recovering the physical and mental strength he had consumed in that move just now. Liu Sheng felt that his head was about to split, as if his brain had been cut open and split open. He raised his head slowly, his eyes red and bloodshot. But the blood streaks gradually dissipated, and a more brilliant, high-spirited and more blazing golden color rose from the fundus of his eyes. In front of him, the figure of a young man holding a pair of knives slowly dissipated. After all, Liu Sheng won this battle. Call. Liu Sheng stood up, stretching his body like a stretching mountain. Against the real 7th level Grandmaster with a 6th level body, and a future martial saint. A lot of pressure. The outline of the sun in his mind was almost split open by Tan's Hongai's blade. 18. Break and then stand. After rehealing, the outline of the big day became more stable and clearer. Martial arts competition, will collision, is also a rare tempering for my master Wei. Liu Sheng stared at the outline of the big sun in his mind, and reckoned, it is almost complete, and maybe it will be fully formed when I gaze at the scorching sun at noon next time. At that time, I will be able to officially hit the 7th level Grandmaster realm. Not only that, Liu Sheng's Shiquan martial arts has also improved by leaps and bounds. Fighting against Tan's Hongaiu empty-handed, he created the pressure of being on the verge of life and death, and his martial arts has already stepped into the microscopic realm. It is estimated that it will not be long before they can all break through and completely unlock the second form of Shiquan martial arts. Liu Sheng's accumulation is too strong, the only difference is an opportunity. The Wushan Pagoda gave him this opportunity, and a breakthrough was a matter of course. The mental power was extracted, and a new figure slowly appeared. Liu Sheng moved his body, and a spear quickly emerged from his hand. It looks like a red crystal dragon pattern. Not only that, but the Wujian Daolun also appeared beside Liu Sheng. A realistic weapon completely simulated by mental power, that is, Liu Sheng. After breaking through to this level, there is still plenty of mental power to build weapons. Liu Sheng grabbed the red crystal dragon pattern and casually held a few guns. The blades of the Wujian knife wheel trembled all over his body. Warm-up is over. Liu Sheng looked calmly at Tan's Hongaiu, who was getting stronger and stronger in front of him, with a kind of calmness and confidence in everything. Next, it's time to test the limit of my true strength. After speaking, Liu Sheng strolled towards Tan's Hongaiu. The blazing and dazzling light like the sun on his body faded away. Instead, it was bitingly cold, majestic like a 10,000-year-old glacier. Cold halberd prison. Kill. Outside the Wushan Pagoda. Crowded. Everyone was staring at the eye-catching ranking names on the big screen in front of them. There was commotion and exclamation at first. But I don't know when it started, this area fell into a strange silence and stagnation. Everyone was in a trance, unable to determine whether what they saw and experienced at this time was reality or a dream. The impact was too great, too much, and after a long time, it became like this. When something is beyond the acceptable range of normal people, the human brain will enter a state of short-term shutdown. This is the body's self-protection mechanism at work. But such a long outage, such a large-scale outage. That's kind of rare. And this state is just like radiation. Within the range covered by the big screen of Wushan Pagoda, everyone's consciousness is temporarily suspended. Boom! A figure suddenly fell from the sky and stood still in the open space in front of the Wushan Pagoda. The impact of the landing set off bursts of smoke and dust, awakening many people from their dreams. It's like throwing a boulder into a calm pond, causing waves to rise. Qi and blood are like a stove, and essence is like smoke. The ordinary white shirt and trousers seem to be blessed by an invisible force field, distorting the surrounding air. Martial Arts Master. Vice Principal. Someone finally came to his senses and let out a low breath. But this is just the beginning. Boom! Boom! Two more figures landed in no particular order, with no less momentum than the first one. Boom! Fourth way. Fourth in or burly stalwart bodies stand in four directions of the open space. The crowd dispersed in all directions. The students looked moved. Vice Principal, all four vice principals were alarmed. If you think about it carefully, it seems normal. With all the exaggerated things happening, it would be strange if the four vice principals at the Grand Master level were not alarmed. Zhao Kangtai and the other three colleagues looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then the eyes of the four of them turned to the big screen in front of them in unison. When they saw the words on the big screen clearly, the pupils of all four shrank severely. Lu Sheng, the 7th St. Martial Arts University, score, 27th floor of the St. Martial Pagoda. Hiss! The four of Zhao Kangtai gasped imperceptibly. Although they all came here in a hurry after learning the result. But seeing this fact with his own eyes, he still couldn't help being shocked. Moreover, Zhao Kangtai remembered it very clearly. When he came, the person in charge of Wushan Pagoda told him that the results seemed to be 26 floors? And what he sees now is 27 floors. The person in charge made a mistake? No. The only explanation I'm afraid is just in the time gap when they came in a hurry. Lu Sheng broke another level. Shocked. An unspeakable shock. Even the heart of the master, which was as solid as a rock, was greatly impacted. The martial sage has a saying that under the age of 30, if you can break through the 23rd floor, you can be summoned by him. If you can break through the 24th floor, you can be taught by him for 3 days. If you can break through the 25 floors, you can enter his sect and get its inheritance. This Lu Sheng. Zhao Kangtai paused, and said with a complicated expression, but it's already the 27th floor. The other three vice principals of the 7th Shengwu University were silent. After a long time, someone slowly said, "This matter is over, and we will jointly report it to your lord." Can. It should be. Zhao Kangtai nodded, and the four of them stopped talking and returned to calm. The conversation between the four masters was short and concise, but when it fell into the group of students next to it, it was full of ups and downs. Fuck, Lu Sheng is hopeful that he will be directly recruited by the martial sage. Just kidding, the records of the Wushan Pagoda are almost smashed by him. In the next 50 years, no one in the 7 sages can stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Sheng. This kind of person is not qualified to be a disciple of Wushan. Who can qualified? That's right, Lu Sheng is probably the strongest student in the history of 7 Saints University. It's the strongest, freshman. That's right. The people around looked suffocated, and there was a moment of trance in front of them. Yes, the strongest freshman. If they hadn't been reminded, they would have almost forgotten. The dazzling name on the big screen shocked the 4 great masters, and even listened to Dao Shengtian. It represented a freshman who had only been enrolled for less than 2 months. The bones were almost shattered by the shock. Hold! Suddenly someone cursed with a puzzled face, "This Lu Sheng is too perverted," he popped up in a flash, without any warning at all. This sentence was uttered, but it was immediately refuted. Hehe, how can you hide your strength? There are traces of Lu Sheng's strength, but you have never been willing to admit and believe that's all. The speaker's voice was clear and crisp, and he was a sassy girl with an alloy long knife on her back. It was the girl with the knife who had long been a loyal fan of Lu Sheng. She has always been brooding over the fact that her campus network post was suppressed and her account was blocked. Now that she has the opportunity, she immediately started to fight back. Hearing her words, many Shengyushan old students couldn't help but took out their mobile phones and started searching. Soon, posts that had been ignored by them, as well as new posts that hadn't had time to pay attention, appeared before their eyes. Cold Weapon Training Room 5-stage clearance? How strong is the real strength of the strongest freshman Lu Sheng? shocked. The unprecedented 3A level credit task was completed, and Lu Sheng cleared the level alone. Gundao instructor Yu Heibo commented on Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng's spear skills are more than subtle. Turning through the posts one by one, the expressions of the doctors gradually changed. There was a hint of complexity in the shock. Now they watch Lu Sheng's previous videos, posts. A different feeling suddenly arises spontaneously. Once the mentality and perspective are changed, many things will become horrifying and terrifying before looking back. Just like the girl with the knife said. There are traces of Lu Sheng's strength, but they have been unwilling to admit and believe it. One leaf blinds the eye. But so. 189 Excuse me, you are blocking my way. 3. Two figures appeared at the campus gate of the 7th St. Martial University. Students of Jinghe, let's come and see the tower breaker, let's go in. The school guard registered the student ID information for the two, waved and let them in. These days, there are too many similar people. University students from foreign schools who belong to the Eastern District, as well as some warriors in society. Because Mia Rengxiang, who was ranked 6th on the list of the 7 saints of the 4th Sage Martial Arts University, came to the 7 towers, causing quite a stir in the Eastern District. Many people heard the news and came to watch the excitement. The two in front of them are obviously the same. Of the two people who registered to enter the 7th Shengwu University, one was slender, with a fair and beautiful face, a purple hairband tied to the ponytail behind his head, jumping like an elf while walking. The other person is a well-proportioned young man with a slightly handsome appearance. The young man walked beside the girl without speaking. Junior sister Yang Yuan, it's your first time to come to the 7th St. Martial University. You just let me follow you for this kind of thing. I've been in the East District University town for so long, and I don't know any place as well, even if it's the 7th St. Martial University. I also have quite a few good friends. There was a touch of pride on the young man's face, and his tone was ostentatious. Yang Yuan's expression was cold, and she didn't seem to listen to what the young man said. Instead, he looked down at his phone from time to time. Every time I read it with hope, but looked back in disappointment. The young man saw this scene in his eyes, felt a little bit uncomfortable, and couldn't help but said, Junior sister Yang Yuan, hasn't your high school classmate from the 7th Shengwu University replied to your message yet? Yang Yuan let out a hum and didn't speak. The young man sneered and said, I think, since people don't want to return to you, don't wait. I've seen this kind of people a lot, and I thought that entering Shengwu University is a master, and 587's friendship in the past has been completely broken. Yang Yuan frowned, and couldn't help but said, he's not that kind of person. Then there's no need to look for him. The young man said with a smile, he recognizes you as a friend, and he is still unwilling to reply to your message. What does this mean? This shows that he had a bad life in the 7th Shengwu University. I don't want you to see him in a mess now, boys, after all, they all want to save face. To be honest, there are quite a lot of people like this in Shengyushan. Many of them used to be geniuses who were admired by the stars in one city and one province, and their aspirations were higher than the sky. Suddenly coming to Shengwu University, an environment full of monsters and evil spirits everywhere, it is better than me to pull out someone casually around me, and the former chief suddenly became the bottom. Falling from the clouds to the bottom, many people can't bear the psychological pressure, and they close themselves and collapse immediately. In the past few years, there are not one or two who have voluntarily dropped out of Shengwu University for this reason. Yang Yuan glanced at the young man, too lazy to waste time with him. She knows what kind of person Lu Sheng is. With Lu Sheng's talent, even in Shengwu University where there are many talents, he can definitely stand out. Lu Sheng hasn't responded to her messages these days, presumably he must be busy with his own business. Lu King he also said it. Except for news from their family members, Lu Sheng rarely reads news from other people and seldom replies. Sometimes it's normal to think about it after a week or a month. Forget it, junior sister Yang Yuan, don't worry about that old classmate of yours. It's rare to come to the 7th St. Martial University once, and even meet a genius from the 4th St. Martial University to play. Why don't we go and watch the excitement? The youth suggested. Yang Yuan shook her head, brother, if you want to see it, you can go by yourself. I will look for my classmates. If I can't find it, I will go back directly. Yang Yuan was annoyed by the young man in front of her. The young man was a junior in the Jinghewu University Student Union. He met her once at a group gathering when he was enrolled, and he pestered her like a sticky candy. This time Yang Yuan came to Shengwu University to look for Lu Sheng, and this guy insisted on following him. If it weren't for this guy's strength, who secretly blocked a lot of mad bees and butterflies for himself, Yang Yuan would probably have torn his face with him long ago. But even so, his attitude towards him has always been indifferent. When the young man saw that Yang Yuan was about to separate from him, he became anxious. My mind was spinning quickly, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed, and I blurted out, Junior sister Yang Yuan, Mia Rengxiang's kicking field is such a big matter, it is related to the face of the new and old students of the 7th school, even people from other schools have heard the news and hurried away. Come and see the fun. Do you think people from the 7th university will go to see it? Yang Yuan froze for a moment, then stopped. You mean, my classmates may also be watching the fun at the Wushan Pagoda? 80%, oh no, maybe it is. The young man quickly replied, otherwise, why would I not have time to reply to your message? Let's go and look for him, and we will definitely find him. Yang Yuan's eyes flickered, she hesitated for a moment, and felt that what the young man said made sense, so she nodded slowly. Okay, let's go and have a look. Good. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, with a smile on his face. When the time comes to find someone, junior sister should recommend for senior brother, a top student from the 7th St. Martial University. But in my heart I couldn't stop laughing. Damn it, he should take a good look. What kind of superficial character is it that can make Yang Yuan, a top-notch beauty, miss her wholeheartedly? I heard that Yang Yuan came to Jinghe with that kid, and she didn't do anything in the dormitory every day, just holding a mobile phone and waiting for the other party to reply. Fuck, I'm so upset. Come on, junior sister Yang Yuan will follow me, I have been to Wushan Pagoda many times, familiar. The young man led Yang Yuan all the way forward. Soon, the two walked under the Wushan Pagoda. I saw the bustling people in front of me, 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside, and 4 figures with chi and blood like ovens and spirit like smoke. The young man's expression was moved, Akbi, and he couldn't help sighing, good guy, this time the incident is really a bit big. Even the 4 vice principals at the martial arts master level of Shengwu University were all alarmed. Hey, Yang Yuan junior sister, why don't you leave? The young man looked back and found that Yang Yuan stopped at some point and did not leave. Yang Yuan stood where she was, her eyes fixed on a certain bright and dazzling name on the big screen in the distance. Taking a deep breath, he said in a proud and complicated tone, I found my classmate. Ah! The young man blinked, followed Yang Yuan's gaze blankly. 28th floor. Outside the Wushan Pagoda, all the old students were silent, and they were all deeply shocked. At this time, no one cared about this so-called game of breaking into the tower and defending the tower. Miao Rengxiang? What is that? It has long been forgotten in the back of the mind. Even the old students from the 4th St. Wu University who followed Miao Rengxiang were all staring at the big screen in a daze, with confusion and trance written all over their faces. Including the 4 Grandmaster Vice Principals, everyone's eyes only wandered back and forth in 2 places. One is a large screen that displays grades. Another one. It is the exit direction of Wushan Pagoda. They are waiting. waiting for Liu Sheng's final results. Also waiting. Their 7th Saint Martial Arts University, the most outstanding evil genius in history, came out of the tower. The time is infinitely stretched, and it seems to be just a moment. Finally, the number 1 name on the big screen quietly turned grey and dimmed. Freeze. The 28th floor of Wushan Pagoda. A number that shudders both physically and mentally. A new record is officially born at this moment. Everyone's mood became excited, and an unprecedented strange feeling emerged from their hearts. Many people are aware of it. At this moment, they have already become witnesses and participants of a certain history. When Liu Sheng's name was hung high on the top of the Wushan Pagoda, it was included in the school history of the 7th Shengwu University. They are a group of people who were lucky enough to witness the birth of this scene. Will also be attributed to a punctuation to accommodate it. This experience makes them and proud. No one was paying attention to the big screen anymore, and everyone's eyes were focused on the exit of Wushan Pagoda. After much anticipation, finally, someone came out. Papa! A tall and burly young man walked out of Wushan Pagoda and stopped at the entrance of Wushan Pagoda. He narrowed his eyes slightly, adapting to the changes in the light inside and outside the tower. When he noticed that hundreds of eyes were all focused on him, Mia Rengxiang was also taken aback for a moment. Then, there was a smile on his face. These guys! You must have been stunned by my grades. Mia Rengxiang has the confidence and pride. Although he didn't know what his final result was, he could feel that it was better than his result in the 4th Saint Wushan. Martial Sage Tan's Hongaiyu is a rare late-blooming type. The 7th Sacred Martial University's Martial Saint Pagoda has the shortest establishment time, and the projected Will clone is also slightly weaker. No wonder people from the 7th Saint Martial University are so useless, hee. Mia Rengxiang sneered inwardly, raising his eyes to scan the audience. But after a while, Mia Rengxiang felt something was wrong. The way these people look at him. Why is it a little different from what he imagined? It feels so strange, it's like, it's like blocking the big screen in a movie theater. Shouldn't it be? Before Mia Rengxiang could figure it out, a big hand was already on his head. Push his whole body aside forcefully. A calm voice sounded behind Mia Rengxiang. Excuse me, you're blocking my way. 190 belonging to the era of Liu Sheng and number 039. Rule, fresh clothes and angry horses when they were you. Mia Rengxiang looked like he had seen a ghost, and was pushed aside. He was dumbfounded. He is Mia Rengxiang. The 4th Shengwu University Old Student List first, the 7th list of 7 saints. When have you ever been treated like this? Fuck you. Mia Rengxiang felt a surge of anger rising from the bottom of his heart to Tianling Gai, and he turned around abruptly. With a fierce face, he punched the daring guy who dared to let him get out of the way. Qi and blood surged, and he let go of the momentum of a 6th-level peak warrior without any concealment. But a slender and powerful arm quickly protruded from the darkness and grabbed Ji Rengxiang's neck. At this time, the sun is shining brightly. At the entrance of Wushan Pagoda, light and darkness meet. Mia Rengxiang was like a little chick, being pinched by someone with one hand and hanging in the air. The warm sunshine shone on Mia Rengxiang's body, but he was icy cold. Mia Rengxiang saw it. In the shadowy place beyond the reach of the sun, a young and tall figure slowly stepped out. The visitor pinched his neck and brought him close to his eyes, his cold eyes fell on him, and he calmly said, "Why? Are you reasonable in blocking the way?" Mia Rengxiang passed out immediately. When Liu Sheng carried Mia Rengxiang as if he was carrying a bag of trash, he slowly walked out of the Wushan Pagoda. Everyone outside the Wushan Pagoda was suffocated. A few seconds later, the crowd seethed. Countless eyes of shock, awe, admiration, and excitement focused on Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng was bathed in the bright sunshine, and there seemed to be countless halos on his body. At this moment, he seemed to be more dazzling than the sun in the sky. It was brilliant. This scene is probably unforgettable for everyone present. They witnessed the birth of a legend. For many years from now, there may be legends about Liu Sheng circulating in the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Liu Sheng threw Mia Rengxiang aside casually, and squinted his eyes to scan the crowd. He was not surprised by the scene in front of him. From the moment he entered the tower, he almost predicted this result. Perhaps one of the history of martial arts is to appear holy in front of people. Liu Sheng thought to himself, feeling pretty good. After all, he was only an 18-year-old boy. When I was a boy in fresh clothes and angry horse, I saw all the flowers in Chang'an in one day. That's probably what it means. The 4 vice principals of the 7th Shengwu University looked at Liu Sheng in front of them with complicated expressions. After seeing Liu Sheng himself with his own eyes, and seeing him pinching Mia Rengxiang and walking out of the Wushan pagoda calmly, the 4 of them no longer had any doubts in their hearts. As it should be. Zhao Kangtai's lips twitched, as if he was saying something in a low voice. After seeing Liu Sheng nodding to him, Zhao Kangtai and the other 3 vice principals retreated quietly. Next, it is time for the students, and it is not appropriate for them to be present. Anyway, the 7th Saint Martial University, which has been in decline for a long time, really needs someone as sharp as Liu Sheng. A character who rises like a comet, like a scorching sun, will bring them a hearty carnival. Those who knew Liu Sheng before and had more or less contact with him. At this moment, there is only one feeling in my heart. And proud. Especially freshmen. He proudly held his chest high. I was in the same class as Liu Sheng. For those freshmen who were beaten up by Liu Sheng, the depression and aggrieved that had accumulated in their hearts before were swept away at this time. Indescribably refreshed. Even the chin should be raised a little more. Grandma, I was beaten by Liu Sheng himself. Have you ever been beaten by Liu Sheng? No, hee. Lin Ziyi was so excited that he was going crazy. He wanted to announce to the whole world, Liu Sheng, this is his boss. Chen Yuxuan looked sad, with a wry smile on his face. He guessed that he might be surpassed by Liu Sheng one day, but he didn't expect that this day would come so soon. From today, the 7 sages will usher in an era under the rule of Liu Sheng. Chen Yuxuan said to the people around him. No one refuted. Xiao Lan was thoughtful, and had already begun to plan in his heart. When he returned home, he would write Liu Sheng's name on the fruits he squeezed and drank every day. Okay, what kind of character is this? The young people who followed Yang Yuan were dumbfounded. He has been in the Eastern District for so many years, and he has never seen a student from Shengwu University like this. Everyone seemed crazy, like supporting the king, supporting the young man standing at the gate of Wushan Pagoda. But think about the outrageous results of breaking through the tower as high as 28 floors, and Mia Rengxiang lying on the steps like a dead dog. All of this seemed to make sense again. They're not from the same world at all. The young man shook his head and said to Yang Yuan who was beside him, Junior sister Yang Yuan, didn't you say you found your classmate? Call out to see you, and we'll go back after we're done. The people in the 7th university are as if they've been beaten to death. Too dangerous to stay for long. Yang Yuan took a look at him, then pointed to Liu Sheng who was standing in the radiant light, and said, Hey, just stand there, didn't you see it? The young man was taken aback, and said strangely, Junior sister Yang Yuan, you must be joking. Yang Yuan didn't bother to explain to him, so she turned around and left. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person, his vanity is too strong. The young man was a little amused, shook his head, but hurriedly chased after him. Junior sister Yang Yuan, wait for me, I didn't mean that. Yang Yuan walked quickly. She originally wanted to meet Liu Sheng, but now, I no longer have this idea. That young man standing in front of the Wushan pagoda, surrounded by the eyes of all the people, his whole body shining with light. It is too dazzling. Shi Yang Yuan. Not worthy. The young man quickly caught up and stood in front of Yang Yuan with a playful smile. Junior sister Yang Yuan, don't be angry. I believe, can't I believe it? Yang Yuan's face was cold and expressionless. Get out of the way. The young man opened his mouth and was about to speak. Suddenly a big hand stretched out from the side, grabbed his collar and lifted him up. You didn't hear them when they asked you to get out of the way? Are you deaf? Someone said in a rough voice. He was a tall and strong boy with a chubby face and a big gun on his back. You, what are you doing? The youth screamed in panic. Even my holy brother's woman dares to harass me, what do you think I want? 0. Ask for flowers. A sinister smile appeared on Lin Ziyi's face. A moment later, the young man who was violently beaten into a pig's head was lying on the ground with the word big. Hold! Lin Ziyi cursed in a low voice, scratching his head in distress. I'm also a flat person, why can't I achieve the domineering effect of brother Sheng? Suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit. Turning her head, she said to Yang Yuan solemnly, Yang Yuan, right? Brother Sheng asked me to tell you, let you wait for a while and have dinner together later. Yang Yuan blinked, are you Sheng's friend? Lin Ziyi grinned, brother Sheng is my boss. He is now, well, you know, it is not easy to get out, so let me come to you first. Yang Yuan nodded, oh. Then let's go. Come on, let me show you, Mrs. Sheng, around. Lin Ziyi greeted her very enthusiastically, but Yang Yuan blushed when she heard the word holy sister-in-law. Although she didn't say a word, her steps became brisk. A certain young man lying on the ground looked at the dense shade above his head, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lu Sheng, it turned out to be really Yang Yuan's classmate, fuck. Now I can't promise anything to you, everything is waiting for the arrangement of Master Wushan. In the vice principal's office, Zhao Kangtai said earnestly to Lu Sheng, but don't worry, this is definitely a good thing. And the credit rewards for breaking the record in the Wushan Pagoda will be distributed as soon as possible. Lu Sheng's eyes moved. Is there any credit reward for breaking the record of Wushan Pagoda? You don't know? Regardless of any Wushan Pagoda, as long as it can break the record, it will receive a credit award from the Shengwu University. Halfway through Zhao Kangtai's speech, he suddenly looked at Lu Sheng with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. You don't mean to? Lu Sheng nodded calmly. I'm in a hurry to graduate. Zhao Kangtai stopped talking. His expression suddenly became more complicated. Okay, then you go first, and I will inform you later when I have news. Good. Lu Sheng got up and left the office. After Lu Sheng left, Zhao Kangtai made a call with the landline in front of him. I see, or wait. Why? Lu Sheng's performance. Zhao Kangtai glanced at the direction where Lu Sheng was leaving, and said slowly in a strange tone, it seems that it has just begun. Lu Sheng strolled on the campus of the 7th St. Wu University. Now no matter where he goes, there are fiery eyes watching him. Although he didn't mind, he still felt a little uncomfortable after being stared at for a long time. Simply switch to the breath of the wind, and the figure flickers. Finally stopped in a secluded corner. Sitting casually on the edge of the flower bed, Lu Sheng took out his mobile phone. Seeing the message from Lin Ziyi, Yang Ming has already been received. Feeling relieved, I sent a location to Lin Ziyi, and then opened the campus network. At this time, the campus network of the 7th St. Martial Arts University has been completely swiped by Lu Sheng. I went out to watch a movie with my wife in the afternoon, and I haven't relaxed for a long time. There should be 2 more chapters tonight. 191 Lu Sheng and number 039, S3rd Guru Wei. 5. The era belonging to Lu Sheng is coming, prepare to feel the fear of being dominated by Lu Sheng. The strongest freshman in the history of the Seven Saints. Belongs to the glory of the 7th Saint Martial Academy. Fire. When Jing Xian is currently number 1 on the Seven Saints list, is it enough for Liu Sheng to fight with one hand? Come in and analyze the big ones. Fire. Screenshots of all shots by Liu Sheng, super burning editing. Prediction post, how far is Liu Sheng from the master? The first ever school master may be born. If you look through it casually, there will be hundreds of posts popping up. The comments below are even more ghostly crying and wolf howling. From now on, my 7th university can finally feel proud, I can lift my chest, and I don't have to feel inferior in front of other Shengguo college students. Liu Sheng is awesome. Strong. This should be the most dreamy day I have ever experienced. I will never forget this day in my life. Who has a photo or video of Liu Sheng pinching Mia Rengxiang with one hand, please? I plan to use it as a wallpaper. Brothers, the horn of counterattack is blowing, and tomorrow we will go to another house to kick the tower. Who has Liu Sheng's contact information? Please tell him if you know him. Our sophomore seniors want to have the life seed of him as the top genius. Some comments made Liu Sheng's eyelids twitch. As expected of a 687 martial arts girl, she is tough in her words and deeds. He turned off the phone, and casually pulled the petals of a miscellaneous flower at hand. It is predictable that what happened today will gradually spread outwards over time, and may even reach the ears of other Shengguo University students. Liu Sheng didn't care either. Since he dared to show his strength in such a high-profile way, he was naturally ready to bear all the consequences of the high profile. That's good, isn't it? Liu Sheng tore off the last petal, and finally kneaded it into mud between his two fingers, leaving blue-green juice on the white finger pads. Let them be more psychologically prepared. Although the result will not change. But a horizontal push with no resistance at all would be really boring. A golden flame ignited at Liu Sheng's fingertips, burning away the traces of the flour mud. Liu Sheng stood up. He saw that Lin Ziyi had brought Yang Yuan over. When Yang Yuan walked up to him, Liu Sheng showed a smile on his face, and his tone was still calm and indisputable. Have a meal together, and I'll take you back later. Good, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Yang Yuan nodded obediently, and seemed to enjoy the feeling that Liu Sheng made the decision for her. Lin Ziyi had a very winking look. After sending Yang Yuan to her, she immediately took the initiative to say that she had something to leave, and Liu Sheng couldn't even shout at him. When Liu Sheng walked out of the school gate with Yang Yuan, in the corner, a certain young man with a pig's head saw Liu Sheng's face and appearance clearly, and the last trace of luck in his heart finally died completely. With a pale face, he ran to his school. It is said that he went through the formalities of suspending school that day and rushed back to his hometown overnight. Into the night, Liu Sheng sat cross-legged on the floor of the martial arts room on the first floor. With eyes closed, the perfectly contoured body undulates slightly rhythmically in the night with breathing. And his consciousness has entered the dream space. Liu Sheng looked at the light brain shining with blue light in front of him, stretched out his hand, hesitated for a moment, then retracted. Forget it, let's wait and see together later. Liu Sheng originally planned to take a look at his current personal information to see if it had changed due to breaking into the tower. But after thinking about it, since it has been decided to completely clear the 7 sages, might as well wait until it's all over. Because the trajectory may change halfway, it is useless to watch. Liu Sheng stood up, casually holding the spear left by the Grand Master Valkyrie. There is still a difference between the dream space and the Wushan Pagoda. For example, I can't use my spiritual power to construct things in reality in the dream space. Liu Sheng thought, is it because there is no spiritual force feedback? Maybe not that simple. The spiritual space of Wushan Pagoda is too simple, everything is illusory, and it is easy for people to see. But the dream space is different. Compared to Wushan Pagoda, this is more like a world, a complete world. Liu Sheng scanned everything around him. Bend down, stretch out your hands and don't touch your feet. Fingertips can clearly feel the rough touch of the concrete floor. He could smell the rot in the air. Except for hunger and excretion, everything is close to the most perfect reality. If the two are compared to games, Wushan Tower is undoubtedly too sloppy, and players need to participate in programming. The Dream Space is a top masterpiece with various details that have been matured for a long time, and the experience is overwhelming. Liu Sheng suddenly remembered something. It never seemed to occur to him to search Curry for information about the Dream Space. Let's deal with it after the authority is upgraded. I hope the level 5 authority can bring me some clues I want. Not only the Dream Space, but also the strange beasts. Liu Sheng had enough doubts accumulated in his heart. Put aside these distractions for a moment. Liu Sheng walked across 2 streets with a gun in hand, and the figure of the strong man master appeared in sight. In my mind, more than half of the diamond human figure has been transformed into a dark golden color, and from the appearance alone, it appears to be a stronger and deeper golden obsidian human figure. It can accommodate the third will of the master. Liu Sheng's purpose for coming today is also very pure. Harvest. Harvest the ripe and rotten fruit of the strong man master. I can't do it anymore, otherwise, with the growth rate of my strength, the master level martial arts will may even be looked down upon. You have to find the will of the great master. Liu Sheng calmly walked up to the strong man Grand Master. The golden stellar energy flowed out of his hand quickly along with the flame, and merged into the residual gun. After frequently using the breath of flame and increasing his strength by leaps and bounds, Liu Sheng has completely stabilized the level of element control at level 4 after entering the state of emptiness. The blazing flames and stellar energy complement each other, and it is the most convenient power that Liu Sheng uses today. With the terrifying power of control, the golden flames almost condensed into substance, plating the entire spear into brilliant pure gold. It seems that there are many golden dragons swimming on the gun, which are extremely gorgeous. Add 12 artifact lance throwing. Liu Sheng took a deep breath, and the muscles in his right arm swelled slightly, like a big bow full of strings. Go! The remnant spear turned into a nearly imperceptible golden streamer and shot out. After the sound of boom hit the master of the strong man, the sound of breaking through the air was long overdue. The speed has already exceeded the speed of sound. And after Liu Sheng threw the broken spear, his whole body also quickly switched to breath of the wind, turning into a wisp of golden wind, rushing towards the strong man master. Shiquan Martial Arts, First Form. Empty State. Liu Sheng appeared in front of the brawny master like a teleportation, abandoned the blessing of the broken spear, and confronted the brawny master completely empty-handed. After the cold weapon training room, Liu Sheng's control over physical strength reached a whole new level. Today's Wushan Pagoda has brought his first form of Shiquan martial arts close to perfection. Under the superposition of the two phases, the effect produced is terrifying. Liu Sheng continued to attack the strong man master. The master of the strong man is a mountain. Now the mountain is collapsing, collapsing. The mountain was smashed by Liu Sheng. When the burly body of the brawny master slowly fell backwards, his body weathered into sand. A hint of sadness suddenly rose in Liu Sheng's heart. If it is in a perfect state, this strong man Grand Master may not be worse than Tan's Hongaiyu in the Grand Master realm. Tan's Hongaiyu's sword may not be able to break through the defense of the strong man master. Call. The short-term mood swings were quickly smoothed out by the wind. Liu Sheng stood quietly in front of the brawny master, watching a thick black line of smoke rising from his body and entering his own body. Huge memory images swarmed in. Shi Wei, your talent is too low, you will always be one step behind others. You are not suitable for martial arts at all. The tall figure stood in front of the simple and honest young man, scolding mercilessly. It took a long time for the other party to finish speaking. The boy slowly raised his head. Teacher, then I will do one step more than others, and one step earlier. Is it okay? The tall figure was suffocated, sighed heavily, shook his head and stopped talking. Sorry, your aptitude and ability are quite different from the requirements of our city guards, I'm afraid. The honest young man stood in front of the window and thought about it for a while, then slowly said, It's okay, then I'll go and have a look elsewhere. At home, the elderly mother was shaking with anger. Are you crazy? Join the hunter group? Do you know that the hunter group is going to leave the base? Are you dying? The young man scratched his head and smiled naively, Mom, don't worry, I will survive. Fool! Several people pointed at a tall, strong, simple-looking young man. I don't have much strength, and I still want to save others. In order to grab a few pieces of corpses and return to 3.7, I almost lost my life. How stupid! It is estimated that he will die in the mouth of the strange beast next time. The young man stared at the blood-stained cloth in front of him, without saying a word. Idiot Shiwei has been promoted to the 6th level. Really? Don't lie to me. I go through life and death in the wild every day, and after I come back, I train like crazy. How can I not get promoted quickly? Speaking of which, the members of the hunter group have died for several batches, so why is the idiot Shiwei still alive and well? Who knows, it might just look stupid, but in fact, smart. Others were whispering, and the middle-aged honest man didn't say a word, just silently repeating the body training movements on his hands over and over again. I want to become stronger, stronger, that way, more people can have a chance to survive. His eyes are as firm as a rock. Congratulations, you are a girl, mother and child are safe. Outside the delivery room, the tall man relaxed his tense expression and let out a long sigh of relief. He walked into the room, looked at his wife and daughter who were lying quietly and soundly in the recuperation cabin, and a smile appeared on his face bit by bit. That day, Fool Shiwei became the master. He was 72 years old. 192 Mingzun throws the mountain, does not move like the king of Ming, moves like the king of Ming. Liu Sheng's breathing was even and gentle. Now, it seems quite easy for him to absorb the memory of another martial arts master. No more headaches like before. When Liu Sheng opened his eyes, he had completely absorbed the memory belonging to Shiwei, the master of the strong man. Compared to Tan's Hongaihu, Shiwei is the real representative of a late bloomer. Tan's Hongaihu's so-called late blooming is only compared with other martial saints. Although Tan's Hongaihu was not particularly outstanding in his youth, he was also a genius who was famous in every city and province. After entering the Grand Master, he started to fully exert his strength. In just a few decades, he broke through 2 levels and aspired to the title of martial saint. And what about Shiwei? From the first day of martial arts training, he is dull, the representative of rotten wood. Later, he was labeled as a fool. It was not until the age of 72 that he finally set foot on the 7th level. If he hadn't absorbed all of Shiwei's memories, Liu Sheng would hardly have believed that someone could become a master at a rare age. You must know that for a 6th level martial artist, once they pass 60, their energy, blood, and body functions will begin to decline slowly. It is very difficult to break through after the age of 65. Not to mention 72. Shiwei did it. Just like when those people didn't think he could reach level 5 or level 6. Shiwei's master way is very strong. Although it is not as good as Zhao Lengxuan's cold halberd sparrow prison gun way, it is still much stronger than Shi Shenning's master way. Zhao Lengxuan's master way can be directly pointed to the 10th level, Shi Shenning's master way is expected to be the 8th level. And Shiwei's Dao has the potential to aspire to become a 0 to 9th level martial saint. In fact, before Shiwei died, he had already stepped on the threshold of a Grand Master with all his strength. If you don't die, you might be able to break through all the way to the 9th level. Liu Sheng was greatly shocked, and a deep admiration for Shi Wei rose in his heart. Those who admire him will admire his way. Shi Wei's way, from the beginning to the end, is to protect. Protect everything he wants to protect. In a sense, this is my way too. Starting from obtaining the dream space, almost everything Liu Sheng did was for his family and the future of mankind. It is also guarding. Protect the little family and everyone. Same as Shi Wei. No, to be precise, it should only be part of my way. Liu Sheng thought about it and corrected him. Shi Wei's martial arts memory has greatly improved Liu Sheng. He is best at palm and boxing. These two martial arts have all reached the level of mastery. Shi Wei has been practicing, pondering and researching unremittingly for decades. The blood and sweat paid is several times that of ordinary people. This memory, like the most mellow old wine, was tasted carefully by Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng's palm technique has naturally broken through to the realm of control, and his boxing techniques have also greatly improved in the realm of control. Come on, if you have an opportunity, you may be able to step into the realm of the four realms. Liu Sheng has always had a special liking for boxing, and he also prefers to fight with bare hands. The main reason is that he enjoys the pleasure of slapping his opponent to death with his own hands. Very cool. It is difficult to extricate oneself from being addicted to it. What is the core of martial arts essence? Liu Sheng sorted out most of Shi Wei's martial arts memories, and then began to search for hidden gems in his mind. Soon, he found a chunk of memory that exudes a light brown color and is as thick as mud. Absorb. Boom. A memory flooded Liu Sheng's mind. In a daze, Liu Sheng seemed to see a huge body like a mountain, standing between the sky and the earth. The hands of this body are in the posture of supporting the sky, exuding an aura that is more stable, towering, and thicker than mountains. When Liu Sheng thought it was over, the huge body suddenly moved. The raised hands moved quickly, and the 10 fingers changed into a grab gesture. Then, jerk upwards. Turned upside down. Rumble. Liu Sheng was shocked. And the name of this Grand Master skill also appeared. Called Mingzun throws the mountain. It is rumored that the Buddhist Ming Shizun is like an immovable mountain, indestructible and unshakable. With great compassion in my heart, there is nothing to shake. There is also great wisdom, which is difficult for the world to understand. But when Mingzun was angry, the color of the sky and the earth changed, making the evil spirits that harass all living beings fearful and far away. Mingzun throws the mountain. Liu Sheng's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help standing up from the ground. He stretched out his hands, and his whole person showed an aura of immovability like a towering mountain. Blessed to the soul, switched to breath of the earth. In an instant, Liu Sheng felt that his whole body seemed to be connected to the ground under his feet. Under the solace of his feet, endless root systems seemed to grow in an instant, firmly grasping him on the ground. Just like the ones that grow on the ground. Don't move like the King of Ming. Immediately afterwards, Liu Sheng clasped his hands into claws, and exerted a little force on the air in front of him. The golden gang qi surged out, but the color became deeper. It was as if an angry human body stretching from heaven to earth appeared behind Liu Sheng, raising his hands to the sky. Boom! In front of Liu Sheng's eyes, the street floor, which was 7 or 8 meters long, cracked and disintegrated in an instant, and large pieces of concrete broke away from the ground. By the invisible force, Sheng snatched up and turned into powder. Move like the King of Ming. Liu Sheng lowered his hands, and the shadow of Mingzun behind him gradually dissipated, his eyes burning. Grandmaster? Grandmaster may be able to stop my catch? Grandmaster may shake me half a step. After all, Liu Sheng underestimated Shi Wei's strength. He suddenly realized something. Shi Wei has lived among the herd of alien beasts for decades, wandering between life and death almost every day. And can survive until promoted to Grandmaster. relying on just my own pair of fleshy palms. Strong potential, at least, Tan's Hongaiu, who is at the Grandmaster level, has not been able to show this potential. At this time, the half-diamond, half-gold doll with spiritual power in Liu Sheng's mind had already grown a mass of rock-like, brown Grandmaster's wool. The ice crystal wool of the cold halberd prison gun path is the highest, occupying the brain. Shi Shenning's De Ri Gushi Dao is located in the heart. And Shi Wei's master's wool was deposited on Liu Sheng's left foot. Liu Sheng could feel that the golden obsidian human form, which had been stabilizing, had reached its limit again after Shi Wei's master's wool joined in. At first I thought it could accommodate 2 more, but I didn't expect 1 to be the limit. The main reason is that Shi Wei's master Wei is stronger than Liu Sheng expected. It was an accident and a surprise. According to the current trend, it is easy and difficult for me to be promoted to Grandmaster. Liu Sheng should be able to step into the Grandmaster realm smoothly as long as he follows the idea of the Great Sun View and Star Body Refining Technique. Because of the existence of Shi Shenning's Master Wei, this step may go very smoothly. It's seamless. But what Star Body Refining Technique represents belongs to the Xiang Wanghe of the East Pole, and points directly to the 11th level Master Wei. Such as the sun is shining brightly, the stars are in the hands, and they are extremely domineering. Liu Sheng had a premonition in his heart. Once he did so according to the promotion method of Stellar Body Refining Technique. Perhaps, the balance in the body will be broken immediately. The most likely outcome is, except for the Dao of the Star Master, the will of the other masters will be completely swallowed or expelled. But the will of these masters is quite important to me. After all, I am just learning from Wang He, rather than following Wang He's old path completely. Follow his path completely, I can only reach the 11th level at the highest, and I can't walk the way of the 12th level. Liu Sheng was thinking, before being promoted to a master, I should find a solution. Or, to find the way of a master that really belongs to me. For the next time, Liu Sheng continued to wander in the dream space. While adapting to the newly improved boxing and palm techniques, harvesting more memory fragments. While thinking about this question silently. On the second day, the sky was bright. Liu Sheng walked to the small terrace on the 3rd floor and looked straight at the noonday. At this time, the outline of the big sun in his mind was already very clear, enough to support him to look directly at the scorching sun at 12 o'clock without crying. When the practice was over, Liu Sheng looked away. The pupils in a pair of eyes almost turned into pure gold. It's just a little bit, soon. There is no rush in practicing 627, 1 step at a time. Liu Sheng has always walked steadily. Liu Sheng saw a figure lingering at the gate of the courtyard. Jumped directly from the 3rd floor. This time he landed silently, like a cat with pads on its feet. Jumped down from the 3rd floor, but didn't even leave a footprint on the ground. Compared with the performance of stepping on the floor tiles directly when landing, it has improved too much. This is the embodiment of controlling one's own power to a pinnacle. Opening the door, Lin Ziyi, who had been waiting at the door for almost an hour, immediately brightened up and walked up to him. Brother Sheng, you can figure it out. Lin Ziyi stood in front of Liu Sheng, rubbing his hands in embarrassment. Brother Sheng, can I discuss something with you? Liu Sheng glanced at him and said, say. Can you give me some pointers on my spear skills, just a few strokes, please help me. Lin Ziyi had a begging look on his face. Now things about Liu Sheng's spear skills are going crazy on the campus network. The 5 stages of cold weapon training have all been completed, and when Lin Ziyi swiped yesterday, he stood there in a daze for 3 minutes. He knew that Liu Sheng's spear skills were very strong, and he was a master of spear skills. Who would have thought that this Nima is not a master of spear skills? She is clearly God of guns. With such a great god by his side without asking for advice, all the ancestors of the Lin family would have to ask Meng to strangle him to death. Okay. Lu Sheng agreed very simply, I will teach you once you have perfected your basic marksmanship. The surprise on Lin Ziyi's face quickly collapsed before it rose. All right. It will take several months for the basic gun skills to be perfected. DX. Brother Sheng, where are we going now? Lin Ziyi, who failed in his attempt to cheat, became listless. Lu Sheng didn't care about his state, and replied calmly, go to the cafeteria of the 4th Shengwu University, to eat. 6th watch, asking for flower rewards and monthly tickets, thank you. 193 No need, just now Lu Sheng has refreshed the record, 1. 4th Shengwu Canteen. Well, I want this, and this. After Mia Rengxiang finished cooking, he searched around for a seat with the rice bowls piled up like a hill. As the number 1 student in the 4th St. Martial University and the 6th in the 7th St. Martial University, Mia Rengxiang is an out-and-out figure in the 4th St. Martial University. If the 4th Shengwu University is compared to a game area server, Mia Rengxiang belongs to that kind of absolute top boss. With the aura of number 1 in the whole server, no matter where you go, you can get a bunch of looking up and adoring eyes. Of course, that was before. Since Mia Rengxiang went to the 7th Holy Martial Arts Tower, he failed. After returning, this matter spread in the 4th Shengwu University. As a result, many people looked at Chengdu strangely. As soon as Mia Rengxiang found a place to sit down, he heard whispering voices in his ear. It's Mia Rengxiang, I heard that he failed to go to the 7th Sacred Martial University to kick the tower, so he came back disheartened. Isn't it? I was beaten up by a freshman from the 7th University. It is said that I was picked up by the neck like a chicken. Fuck, isn't it, Xinchen? Is Mia Rengxiang such a good guy? Hey, why did you say you didn't have the strength to show off the limelight? The key point was that you were beaten up by a freshman. It really embarrasses the face of our 4th Sacred Martial University. Typical pretend failure becomes stupid, speechless. Mia Rengxiang is at the 6th level of martial arts, and his 5 senses are astonishing. The voices of these words entered his ears, and he heard the veins throbbing in his temples. Mia Rengxiang's hands haven't left the bowl yet. He pinched a few deep fingerprints on the edge of the steel rice bowl. Calm down. Mia Rengxiang kept saying to himself in his heart. You don't need to affect your mood for the remarks of a few fools. In fact, Mia Rengxiang was already in a bad mood. Just because of the incident of breaking into the tower, he was so depressed that he lost his appetite a lot, and he didn't see that he didn't eat much today. In the past, Mia Rengxiang made a virtual comparison to the pile of food in the rice bowl in front of him. At least 3 times that height. Have a meal. Mia Rengxiang took a deep breath, managed to calm down, and prepared to do something. At this moment, a figure broke into the cafeteria like a whirlwind, shouting at several people with an excited face. Brothers, have you heard that? Mia Rengxiang went to the 7th Shengwu University to kick the tower, but was beaten by a freshman. It is said that I fainted from shock on the spot, and even wet my pants. This person did not deliberately hide his voice, nor did he notice Mia Rengxiang's existence at all. The excited voice seemed so abrupt and clear in the not-so-noisy cafeteria. Many people stopped what they were doing and looked up at him. By the way, I also took a look at Mia Rengxiang who was sitting in the cafeteria. A few friends of the person who spoke frantically gave him winks, but the latter didn't realize it and was still laughing foolishly. Haha, I laughed so hard. That guy Mia Rengxiang also has today. It's so funny to be beaten until you pee your pants by a freshman. Collapse. Mia Rengxiang stopped when he was about to cook. It was as if I heard the sound of a broken string in my heart. The hearty laughter hit my ears, like the last straw that broke the camel's heart in Ta's heart. Wisps of flame rose from Mia Rengxiang's eyes, and quickly exploded into a raging flame. Mia Rengxiang's fists clenched little by little, making the sound of crunching and joint contraction. When anger accumulates to a limit, Like a volcano, finally. Break out. Boom. The table in front of Miao Rengxiang flew out, and the food was scattered everywhere. He stood up with a swish and rushed forward suddenly, bumping into a table and chair along the way. Appeared in front of the speaker within a breath, and lifted him up. Miao Rengxiang stared at the already ashen-faced 4th Shengwu University student, with anger almost gushing from his eyes. He was panting heavily, and there seemed to be white water vapor spraying out of his nostrils. I'll say it again, I don't piss pants. Pants. The 4 college students who were grabbed by the collar by Miao Rengxiang looked pale and nodded frantically. Didn't pee my pants. Definitely didn't pee my pants. He frantically agreed. Everyone in the cafeteria stood up and looked at Miao Rengxiang nervously. I'm afraid of some campus bloodshed. Miao Rengxiang is not an ordinary person, if he is really ruthless, he will die. Fortunately, the furious Miao Rengxiang finally had a bit of sanity left. A burst, plus a timely sink of speaking students. Most of the anger in Miao Rengxiang's heart seemed to have disappeared, and even the sound of breathing gradually calmed down. Seeing that Miao Rengxiang's eyes loosened, he had already put the speaking student on the ground. The onlookers remembered to breathe a sigh of relief before they came. But I heard a calm voice sounding in the cafeteria. Miao Rengxiang. This voice seemed so abrupt and out of place, even with a bit of flatness and contempt. In an instant, the anger that Miao Rengxiang had calmed down was rekindled again. The eyes were bloodshot immediately, and a powerful aura burst out, and he turned around suddenly and punched him. I'm an idiot, which bastard is called Lao Tzu? Boom! Miao Rengxiang slammed a fistful of anger into a thick palm. Like a mud cow entering the sea, there will be no waves. Miao Rengxiang's fist was gently grasped by a white and powerful palm. The latter's figure is motionless, like a towering mountain. Miao Rengxiang froze on the spot, as if a huge shadow quickly spread upwards in front of his eyes, covering his whole body. He looked up subconsciously, and was facing a pair of calm and deep eyes. Miao Rengxiang was stimulated by the coldness contained in the depths of those eyes. I just felt a basin of cold water poured on Xia Tian's head, the whole body shivered, and he woke up instantly. Have you never understood what is polite? Liu Sheng stretched out his long arms, grabbed Miao Rengxiang's neck like a chick, and lifted him up on the spot. I came to your school to break into the tower and let you know. Do you have any objections? Liu Sheng grabbed Miao Rengxiang with one hand and asked calmly. Miao Rengxiang only felt as if he was strangled by a pair of iron clamps, and the strength in his whole body was cut off before he could condense. The feeling of suffocation and fear swept his whole body like a tide, making his tailbone tremble and his scalp numb. Miao Rengxiang's face was flushed with suffocation, and he couldn't say a word, so he could only nod desperately. It's fine if you don't have an opinion. Liu Sheng nodded, threw Miao Rengxiang on a plate like trash, and strode out of the cafeteria. Miao Rengxiang was lying on the ground, panting heavily, his face pale, as if he was alive after a catastrophe. It's a completely different person from the furious and arrogant look before. Everyone in the cafeteria was stunned. I didn't even react, I couldn't believe what I saw. That's Miao Rengxiang. They are the 4th Saint Martial Arts University, ranked 1st in the old student list, and ranked 6th in the 7 Saints list. The first genius, the first strong man, Miao Rengxiang. Why is he as weak as a rookie, completely unable to resist, and he was lifted up as soon as he was grabbed by his neck? Who is that man? After a short period of silence, someone suddenly came back to his senses and called out. Fuck! This man is Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng from the 7th Sacred Martial University. It's the one whom Miao Rengxiang went to the 7th Crowd Tower to drive him back. Now Liu Sheng is coming to our 4 kick towers. The stunned 4 college students suddenly shivered, realizing the seriousness of the problem, and rushed towards the entrance of the cafeteria one after another. Liu Sheng, an evil freshman from the 7th St. Martial University, came to the 4th St. Martial University to break into the tower. The news spread like a hurricane throughout the entire Sheng University campus in just a few tens of minutes. Countless freshmen and old students of the 4th St. Martial University went straight to the Martial Saint Pagoda without saying a word after receiving the news. When these people arrived at Wushan Pagoda, Lu Sheng had already entered. A group of students from the 4th Sheng University were in a hurry, as if they were facing an enemy. Quick, quick, set up the score display. Where are the tower guards? Call all the top 10 old students. Call me a fart, Mia Rengxiang is dead, who else can I call you? Someone sneered, didn't you see that Mia Rengxiang was as cowardly as a quail in front of that Lu Sheng of the 7th National University, and he didn't even dare to fart. Mia Rengxiang's guts have been broken, and his bones have been broken, but that doesn't mean we are too. A young man with a steady breath and calm eyes, holding an alloy sword in his hand, came out of the crowd. Mia Rengxiang admits to being cowardly, but it doesn't mean we also admit to being cowardly. It just so happened that I wanted to challenge Mia Rengxiang these few days and hit the first place in the list of old students, so let's join together today. That's right. Another sturdy young man with a dangerous aura all over his body also stood out from the crowd, with a cruel smile like a beast on his face. I also really want to see a freshman who can beat Mia Rengxiang to the point of timidity. How evil is it? The students of the Big Four were excited. Yang Jingkan is second on the old student list. Feng Weikeng, the third on the list of old students. That's right. Mia Rengxiang is Mia Rengxiang, he couldn't represent our Big Four before, and he won't be able to in the future. 4 college students raised their arms and shouted, the 4 warriors are immortal, guard the tower, and kill Lu Sheng. Defend the tower. Kill Lu Sheng. The crowd followed and shouted, and all of a sudden, the crowd outside the Wushan Pagoda was excited, and their fighting spirit and morale reached their peak. The young man holding the sword and the sturdy young man were also smiling, their eyes burning, and they were about to enter the Wushan Pagoda. Well done! Everyone, wait for our good news. This time, we will surely be able to defend the tower successfully, so that Lu Sheng of the 7th University will come from and return from where. The words are not finished yet. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Boom! Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Then the second, the third, the fourth. 4 qi and blood women share the furnace, and the powerful body with energy like wolf smoke stands in the stance. Everyone immediately looked moved. Vice Principal, the 4 vice principals were all alarmed. The young man with the sword was startled, and then quickly stepped forward with a serious face. Vice Principals, please don't worry, it won't be long before Lu Sheng is arrogant, we will enter the tower now. The 4 vice principals at the level of 4 martial arts masters all fell silent. After a while, one of them slowly opened his mouth with a complicated expression, there is no need for this. Lu Sheng of the 7th Great Tower has just refreshed the record of our 4 Great Martial Saint Pagodas. Well. The young man holding the sword froze in place for an instant, his whole body seemed to freeze. Everyone else was also stunned. The group of 4 college students whose morale was soaring just now fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's expressions were dull, and there was only one cold head hovering in their minds. Lu Sheng of the 7th Great has just set a new record for their 4 Great Martial Saint Pagodas. Just refreshed. So fast. Did you make a mistake? Ask for flowers and a monthly ticket. 194 to witness the birth of a dynasty. The devil is out. 2. Lu Sheng, a freshman from the 7th St. Martial University, broke the record of the 4th St. Martial Great Martial Saint Pagoda in an instant, reaching the 28th floor in half an hour. When the news came out, the entire 4th St. Martial University was in an uproar. The 7th St. Martial Arts University is also boiling. And it didn't take long for the students in the 2 campuses to be restless. More shocking and more impactful news followed. The record of the 6th Sacred Martial Great Martial Sacred Pagoda was also refreshed by Liu Sheng on the same day. It also took about half an hour, and it was also the 28th floor. Boom! The group of new and old students of the 7th Shengwu University exploded directly. Liu Sheng broke through the tower too fast. It was so fast that his opponent didn't react, and even his own people didn't react. Randomly click on the 7 campus networks, only to see the full screen of damn it. Small flame tags inserted everywhere. There are also countless 666666. When I heard the news, I was numb. You don't need to say anything, just one word: Liu Sheng is amazing. 7 mighty powers. According to this trend, Liu Sheng is going to completely kill the 7 saints. The unprecedented feat will surely be recorded in the annals of the 7 Saints University, and the era belonging to the Demon King Liu Sheng officially kicks off. The 7 Saints list counts as an egg. Feel the fear from Liu Sheng. Demon King. The Demon King. Returning to the 7th University early, Liu Sheng was eating in the dining hall of the 7th University. Little did he know that at this time he had already been dubbed the Devil King. Although not included in the list of 7 saints. But it is above the list of 7 saints. As the uncrowned king of the 7 saints. 5th Shengwu University. The student office conference room that was temporarily requisitioned. At this time, in a small meeting of 667, almost all the top 20 strongmen of the 5th Shengwu University's old student list were included. There are men and women, and almost everyone's face is full of dignity. Amidst the solemnity, there was also a bit of helplessness. One of the freshmen of the 7th Shengwu University. In the oppressive conference room, someone broke the silence and spoke. But he said a few words, then paused, as if searching for the exact words to describe the person he wanted to describe next. But failed. Evil, monster. I think everyone knows it. Everyone nodded. I have sent the information about this 7th college student named Liu Sheng to each of them, so you can take a look. He is a native of Beihe City, Dongning Province. This year, he is the Kaiming General Star in the East and the number 1 in the country. At the beginning of September this year, the 7th Shengwu University enrolled. On the first day of entering the school, they beat the people who were on the list of the 7 senior students. Then, in the middle of the conversation, someone interrupted, "Jing Yu, stop talking nonsense, just tell us how we should go about our calendar." 17. The handsome young man who spoke at the beginning threw the documents in his hand on the table, stretched out his fair and slender fingers, rubbed his temples, and said with a wry smile, "What can I do? What do you think I can do?" The 7th Liu Sheng broke the record of the Twin Towers within half a day, and the name of the devil resounded through the 7 majors. It is clear that the next goal is our top 5, what do you think I can do? Anyway. Someone muttered, "You, Lin Jingyu, are also at the top of our list of old students in Wuhan University. If you are in the top 10 of the 7 sages, who will be your top?" "I'm taking the top of my head." The handsome youth, rolled his big eyes, and he, who is always as gentle as jade, couldn't help but swear. "My ranking on the 7 saints list is not as high as Mia Rengxiang's." Mia Rengxiang was beaten to the ground by this Liu Sheng. How can I beat him? My highest record in Wushan Pagoda is only as high as it is. Lair. As the handsome young man spoke, someone below asked suspiciously, "Did Mia Rengxiang just get beaten up by Liu Sheng from the 7th University, looking for his teeth all over the floor? I remember being pinched and fainted right away. More than that. It is said that he even has incontinence." "That's right, I've also heard that Mia Rengxiang seems to need someone to help him go to the toilet now. Damn it, Liu Sheng of the 7th rank is too cruel. Wouldn't we be crushed to death if we confronted him?" "Most likely." Looking at the style of painting that has completely deviated from the theme of the meeting, the handsome young man who was the initiator of the meeting fell into a long silence as a minister. In the end, he could only wave his hands weakly and said, "Forget it, the meeting is over. The people below are in a hurry. The meeting is over now? Then what if Lu Sheng calls at the door tomorrow? Let him fight, anyway, it's not our fifth Shengyu family who is ashamed." Lin Jingyu was obviously ready to lie down completely, rotten to death. That night, a similar small-scale meeting of powerful leaders was also secretly held in several other holy martial arts schools. The theme of the meeting is 1. Lu Sheng. How to resist Lu Sheng's invasion and block Lu Sheng's horizontal push. As for whether they have figured out a way, no one knows. Until dawn, the sun rises as usual. Crunch! Lu Sheng opened the door and looked up at the sky. Today is not a good weather, there is no sun, the sky is gloomy, it seems to rain. Lu Sheng stretched his body, the muscles under his clothes floated like running water, his whole body was like a fierce tiger waking up in the early morning. It just so happens that the 5th St. Martial University and the 3rd St. Martial University are both in the west area, and they are far away from the 7th University. They can go there earlier. If there is time, maybe they can catch up with the 2nd St. Martial University. Lu Sheng was thinking silently. Yesterday, he even broke the Twin Towers. It can be regarded as a good harvest. Not only did he temper the Master's will twice in a row, but his spiritual power increased significantly, or he was already level 6. Under the pressure deliberately created, even Shiquan martial arts entered the second form smoothly. Second form of Shiquan martial arts. Lu Sheng raised his hands and looked at his palms calmly. He seems to be able to easily control the subtle changes of every inch of muscle through the texture of the skin. Not just applied to itself. It is the same for others. Strength is concentrated, fixed point explosion, weakness insight, and subtle control. There are even more attack predictions. The feeling of omniscience and omnipotence became more and more obvious. In the second form of Shiquan martial arts, even the cultivation of the Shenzhou Pluto Sutra has become easier, and the increase in qi and blood has reached 35%. After entering the second form of Shiquan martial arts, Lu Sheng had the illusion of reaching the top as a god. This feeling has appeared in the first form, but now, it is more intense and obvious. If I keep going down this road, will one day really become the god of martial arts? Lu Sheng took a deep breath, suppressing the swelling ambition and delusion in his heart. Anyway, he's already caught a little bit about how he was promoted to a master and how to completely solve Wang He's master way. It's just an idea, and the specific effect will only be known after he practices it. It's been a long time since I measured the qi, blood, and combat power, and I don't know how far it has reached. In fact, there are test equipment in the dormitory, but Lu Sheng is too lazy to test it. Because no matter how high the measured value is, it has no effect. His only goal now is the 7th level Grandmaster. His accumulation is so strong that it is extremely difficult to break through the path of the Master. Gathering his thoughts, Lu Sheng walked outside the door. Open the door, there is a crowd of people outside the door. Lu Sheng was not surprised, he had already detected all this with his mental power inside the door. They are all students from the 7th St. Martial Arts University, old students and new students, even Chen Yuxuan and Xiao Lan, who are strong on the list of old students. Some people have bloodshot eyes, and when they stay up all night, their spirits are extremely excited. Brother Saint! Lin Ziyipidian Padian ran up, his face flushed red. With so many people outside the door, he was qualified to be the first to come up and talk to Lu Sheng. What is it called? It's called a line. It is also a huge success for the dog leg to be his part. Go to the Big Five. Lin Ziyi looked expectant and excited. Lu Sheng nodded, help me call a car. It's already been arranged. The tone of Lin Ziyi's response was swirling. It wasn't until Lu Sheng walked to the gate of the 7th St. Martial that he realized what it meant. At the 7 gates, hundreds of taxis are neatly lined up. Before Liu Sheng got to the taxi, the door of the first taxi was opened. When he got on the taxi, the 7 freshmen and old students behind him also got into the taxi in an orderly manner. A taxi driver was stunned and couldn't help but ask, "Student, what kind of large-scale group activity are you holding at the 7th National University?" The 7 college students in the back seat of the car were full of spirits, and said with a smile, "Let's go to witness the birth of a dynasty." Well. The taxi driver was stunned, turned his head and muttered in a low voice, "College students these days are so stupid when they practice martial arts. Or they read too many novels." The birth of a dynasty came out. The 7 college students in the back seat didn't care at all, still smiling brightly. These people don't understand. They stayed up all night, waiting for the present. To witness the birth of a dynasty. 1. Belongs to the birth of a dynasty ruled by their 7th sacred martial talent, Demon Lord Liu Sheng. Hundreds of taxis are roaring in the Kyoto province. Finally, it stopped at the entrance of the 5th Shengwu University in the West District. The gate of the 5th Shengwu Gate was already full of people. Seeing such a big scene, many people were immediately dumbfounded. Muttering in the mouth, "Good guy, it's really, the Devil King traveling. 195 I am the leader in all domains, and I am invincible in horizontal push. If I am in the same CLA." The students of the 5th Shengwu University were greatly shocked. Although in today's society, the strong are respected. But as a student of Shengwu University, who is not a top genius outside? When they meet the veterans, or even the strong ones on the 7 saints list, they admire them all, but they don't support someone like they support a king. Some people couldn't help shaking their heads, and looked at the students from the 7th University who came down from the taxi in front of them with pity. These people from the 7th St. Martial University have already lost their pride and backbone as warriors. No wonder the 7 colleges have always been at the bottom, and the school ethos is like this, no wonder there can't be top experts. That's right, even if they are number 1 on the list of the 7 saints, they won't be so crowded, right? 7 college students who just got off the taxi couldn't help but sneer when they heard these words. You guys know shit. The number 1 on the 7 saints list is there every year, but Liu Sheng, there is only one. The students of the 5th Shengwu University were stunned. The next moment, they saw a slender and tall figure slowly walking towards them under the almost fanatical eyes of many students from the 7th Shengwu University. The pupils of the 5 people shrank slightly. The moment they saw the figure clearly, they seemed to see a mountain, a ball of fire, and an extremely huge and heavy shadow slowly moving towards them. The calm eyes on that handsome and bright face stared at them. It was as if the blazing sun cast its radiance from behind the thick dark clouds, so scorching and dazzling that one could hardly resist raising one's hand to cover it. The crowd dispersed slowly and automatically made way for a passage. Liu Sheng walked over with calm eyes. At this time, the sky was gloomy, and there were large swaths of dark clouds gathering in the sky above his head. As if moving with his walk. Shadow of the Demon Lord. This scene was so shocking that many students from the top 5 were dumbfounded and backed away unconsciously. They finally know now. What the guy from the 7th University said just now, there is always number 1 on the list of 7 saints every year, but there is only one Liu Sheng in their 7th University. What does it mean? Horrible. Just looking at the momentum is already astonishing, and combined with those achievements made by Liu Sheng, it is simply amazing. Scalp tingling. Lin Jingyu, who is number 1 on the 5th Shengwu University old student list, is really scalp numb right now. The people around him all backed away, and he was the only one standing in front of the 5 college students. Thriving. Liu Sheng's gaze was naturally on him. Being watched by Liu Sheng, Lin Jingyu had the feeling of being targeted by more than a dozen 6-level beasts at the same time. With horror, the hairs all over his body stood on end. No wonder, no wonder Mia Rengxiang is praised so badly. Where the hell did this cross-river dragon come from? Before Liu Sheng came, he simply glanced at the list of senior students of the 5th Shengwu University, and easily recognized Lin Jingyu's identity. So he walked up and said calmly, "Do you know what I'm going to do?" Lin Jingyu nodded, "I know." "Nonsense, the entire 7 saints know what you want to do. Then you lead the way and prepare to guard Taba." When Lin Jingyu heard Liu Sheng's words, he gritted his teeth and took a step forward. In a voice that only he and Liu Sheng could hear, he quickly said the idea he had thought up a long time ago. After Lin Jingyu finished speaking, he stared at Liu Sheng intently, his eyes were both nervous and apprehensive. But to his surprise, Liu Sheng agreed very simply, "Yes." Lin Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression became relaxed. That's good, this way please." After more than half an hour, Liu Sheng left the 5th Shengwu University. It's still the same, breaking the record of the 5th Saint Martial Great Martial Saint Pagoda, breaking through to the 28th floor. The 7 college students cursed and left after them. And Lin Jingyu? Then he became the hero in the minds of the 5 university students. It's really you. You can think of this way. As expected of being number 1 on the list of old students, your brain turns so fast. Lin Jingyu is amazing. Hey, it's all forced, and there's no other way. Lin Jingyu's face was embarrassed, he said modesty, but there was a bit of complacency in the corners of his eyes. Actually he didn't do anything. Didn't even enter Wushan Pagoda. He just had the cheek to ask Liu Sheng to discuss whether he could go in and break into the tower alone, while the others waited outside. Then, Liu Sheng agreed. This is already the best way Lin Jingyu can think of to preserve the 5 faces to the maximum extent. After all, few people have seen it with their own eyes. After leaving the 5th university, Liu Sheng went to the 3rd Shengwu University without stopping. It is still flat to refresh the record. Harshly reaped a wave of shock and hate belonging to the 3 college students. Liu Sheng didn't care, he even had lunch at the 3rd Shengwu University. The campus cards of the 7 Shengwu universities can be used in the Kishan University, which makes Liu Sheng quite satisfied. And the food taste of the 3 canteens is not bad, much better than the 7. It was a small episode that happened while cooking. The number of people dining was much higher than usual, and because of the queuing up for dinner, students from the 7th university and the 3rd university got into a fight. Liu Sheng didn't pay much attention to it, and was silently digesting the gains from the 2 tower raids in the morning while eating. After Shiquan martial arts entered the 2nd form, the progress suddenly slowed down. Not only has the difficulty of breaking through become higher, but my accumulation is also somewhat insufficient. Although Liu Sheng absorbed a large amount of martial arts memories in the dream space, more than 99% of them came from warriors below the 7th level. The 3rd form of Shiquan martial Dao requires all martial arts to be under control. Control the environment. For warriors below the 7th level, the requirements are indeed a bit high. In the future, I have to try my best to harvest warriors above level 6. The construction of gold obsidian dolls should be the top priority of my practice now. However, if my idea is feasible, even if the golden obsidian figure is not completed, it is estimated that it can accommodate more martial arts will of the master. If not possible. Liu Sheng picked up the soup in hand and took a sip slowly, his eyes were calm. Then only absorb the ordinary memory of the master level, and ignore the will of the master for the time being. When Liu Sheng went out in the morning, Shi Chuanwu Dao reached the 2nd form, and there was a faint thought in his mind. After breaking through the tower twice, and fighting against the Grand Master level martial Saint Will projection twice, the idea gradually became clear and mature. In fact, the solution Liu Sheng came up with is very simple, that is, condensing a kind of Grand Master's will that is stronger than his 11th level and surpasses all Grand Masters. To lead all the Masters. Liu Sheng directly named this kind of way Shiquan Wu Dao. I am the leader in all domains, and I am invincible in horizontal push. Perfect and flawless. All-encompassing, impeccable. The true ultimate in martial arts. If he can really do this, Liu Sheng can really condense this kind of master way. 0. Asking for flowers. Then what is strong or weak? Balance, it is not a problem at all. Because whether it is the master will of the 11th level powerhouse Wang He, or the master will of Shi Wei and Zhao Lengxian, they are all within the scope of Shiquan martial arts. Like a barrel. The boards that make up the barrel are long and short, but it does not affect the use of the barrel. And it is precisely because of this huge ambition. Liu Sheng was so high profile that he wanted to push the 7 sages across the board. He didn't do it for others to see. He wanted to do it for himself. He wants to cultivate a supernatural, absolute control, and invincible momentum by defeating martial arts masters of the same period. It sounds a bit mysterious to say, but it is. The concept of Shiquan Mudao put forward by Liu Sheng is too lofty, even he himself does not have the confidence to achieve it. So he wanted to increase his self-confidence by pushing and crushing. When this self-confidence accumulates to an extreme, maybe it can really turn the impossible into the possible. So, Liu Sheng gently placed the chopsticks on the edge of the dinner plate, his eyes were calm and full of determination. It's not that I want to pretend, but something is forcing me to pretend. End the cooking, continue to the next stop, the second holy day. Unexpectedly, Liu Sheng encountered some obstacles this time. Under the Wushan Pagoda of the Second Chenggu University, densely packed students of the Second Chenggu University blocked the entrance of the Wushan Pagoda. Looking at Liu Sheng approaching, he felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The leader of the Second Chenggu University is a young man in his 20s. She has black hair that reaches her ears, but her eyes are a strange ice blue color, which gives people a kind of enchanting feeling. The young man was holding a black long knife in his hand, the knife was out of its sheath. Isn't it Liu Sheng, the 7 great demon lords? The young man looked at Liu Sheng unkindly, his eyes very cold. Do you know where this is? Liu Sheng glanced at the majestic Wushan pagoda in front of him, and felt a more majestic, and ancient aura falling on the young man from the light than the 5 Wushan pagodas he had experienced before. I just came here to break into the tower, do you think I know? The young man's face turned grim. I see you don't know anything. The founders of the first and second Saint Martial Arts University are the first 2 martial arts saints born in our Dragon Kingdom. Whether it is history or background, it is not comparable to those of you who are later in Wuhan University. You want to become famous in one fell swoop and shock the world, no one is stopping you. But if you want to step on the face of the first and second Chenggu Day, you first ask me if I agree with the knife in my hand. As the young man spoke, a powerful aura rose from his body, and a biting cold wind blew past his face, and a few icy edges and snowflakes appeared all over his body. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. If you want to enter the tower, just step on the bodies of all the students of our second Chenggu University. The young man looked indifferent, holding the knife in both hands and raising it above his head little by little. I forgot to introduce myself, my name is Bai Heng Chuan, and I am number 2 on the list of 7 saints. I heard that you are this year's top dragon warrior. Coincidentally, I am 2 years older than you, and I was also the top dragon climber that year. In an instant, all eyes in the field focused on Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng's expression remained calm. He walked towards Bai Heng Chuan step by step, and an indescribably terrifying aura rose from him. It's not a coincidence at all. Liu Sheng said very flatly, if you are in the same class as me, you can only be the second place. After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng stretched out his right hand towards Bai Heng Chuan. 196. Your will is too weak, an unprecedented feat, famous in Kyoto. 4. Liu Sheng's fist punched out. The area in front of his fist is like air under high temperature, presenting a visually distorted effect. This is a manifestation of strong physical strength, condensed to an extreme. The black-haired young man Bai Heng Chuan obviously also felt the horror of this punch. His face changed abruptly, he gritted his teeth and slashed at Liu Sheng fiercely. The black long knife oscillated rapidly at an extremely high frequency, and a large number of white snowflakes and ice chips appeared around the blade. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. It was summer, and many people were wearing short-sleeved t-shirts. At this time, they had goosebumps on their hands. As expected of being number 2 on the list of the 7 saints, Bai Heng Chuan's ability to control elements has probably reached level 3, and his saber skills are also subtle. Some people exited in horror. Previously, I only knew that the top 3 of the 7 saints were very strong, but I didn't expect to be so strong. Facing this knife, many people don't even have the courage to face it directly. The gap is too big. But what these people were amazed and shocked by, were all as fragile as rags and pieces of paper under Liu Sheng's fists. Those bone-chilling snowflakes hadn't had time to fall on Liu Sheng's body before they were evaporated by the heat from the rushing blood in his body. Liu Sheng's 257 was just a mediocre punch. Great skill does not work, if fat. The boxing technique of mastering the realm, coupled with the huge blood value far exceeding the average 6th level warrior. The physical strength bonus brought by the power of the stars. With Liu Sheng's punch, he advanced like a cripple. Before the fist reached Bai Heng Chuan's area, a vacuum track visible to the naked eye appeared. Swish, swish, swish. The ice and snow attached to Bai Heng Chuan's black long knife directly collapsed in all directions, as if hit head-on by an invisible force. He could hardly even hold the knife steady. Damn it, why is it so strong? Bai Heng Chuan was shocked. Liu Sheng obviously didn't even use his Gang Qi. Who doesn't know the 7 sages now? The Demon King Liu Sheng is full of golden aura and is unsurpassed. After the 5th level, Gang Qi is the most powerful attack method for warriors. But now that Liu Sheng's strength is not showing, he is forced to be like this. Is this Nima still human? Or a freshman 2 years younger than him? Bai Heng Chuan had an expression of seeing a ghost. He gritted his teeth suddenly, and a strange aura surged up from his body. With the emergence of this aura, Bai Heng Chuan's expression immediately became indifferent, the temperature around his body dropped sharply, and even his pupils turned into icy blue lines. Grandmaster Will. All the students standing outside the court were students from Sheng University, many of them were sharp-eyed, and they immediately shouted out the origin of the mutation in Bai Heng Chuan. Even if there is only a trace of it, it is the martial arts will that belongs to me completely. In this alone, Bai Heng Chuan is already many steps ahead of his peers. Within 10 years, Bai Heng Chuan will definitely become a master. Some old students who have reached the 6th level and started to look for the way to be promoted to the master were moved. It has to be wowed, because that's what they dreamed of. How many 6th grades can the 7 Chenggu universities output each year? How many of these 6 levels can become masters? It's not proportional at all. The level from level 6 to level 7 is stuck, and I don't know how many people who have been praised as geniuses by everyone. Bai Heng Chuan has already stepped on the threshold of a 7th level Grandmaster. Seeing Bai Heng Chuan's martial arts will revealed, Liu Sheng suddenly withdrew his fist. The domineeringness shown before disappeared without a trace. He looked at Bai Heng Chuan in front of him with slightly bright eyes, with a bit of surprise on his face. It was also just an accident. Bai Heng Chuan's expression was icy cold, and the area around his feet was already covered with ice and snow, which was truly astonishing. Now do you know what is the background of the Old Holy University? Bai Heng Chuan spoke lightly. He tried to find fear, shock, and other emotional fluctuations in Liu Sheng's eyes. But he failed. His strange discovery. Liu Sheng only had appreciation in his eyes? The kind of appreciation that the seniors look at the juniors. What a ghost! Bai Heng Chuan gritted his teeth in his heart. He had never seen such a person who could pretend. It will freeze you into an ice lump later, let's see if you still pretend. Just as he was thinking, he heard Liu Sheng casually say, "Is this your martial arts will?" Bai Heng Chuan frowned, before he had time to speak. Liu Sheng's last words came calmly. Too weak. Next moment, Bai Heng Chuan was blind. To be precise, most of the people on the field were blind. A round of incomparably bright golden sun rose from behind Liu Sheng, and the brilliant light spread all over the place, stabbing so much that people could barely open their eyes. When the golden light disappears, the scorching sun is disillusioned. Everyone saw that Bai Heng Chuan leaned on a sword in one hand and knelt on the ground with a pale face on one knee. His whole body was dripping with sweat, his eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. Around him, the ground previously covered by ice and snow. At this time, it was clean, not even a little water stain. Liu Sheng strolled towards the Wushan pagoda. When passing by Bai Heng Chuan, he stopped and said in a low voice, "The background is to be displayed by strength, not by words. With that said, move on." The students of the second Chengwu University who blocked the entrance of the Wushan pagoda automatically and consciously parted ways. The whole process was so quiet that there was only the sound of Zisuo's footsteps, and no one spoke. Everyone stared at Liu Sheng's back as he entered the tower with dazed eyes. They seemed to see an invisible force on Liu Sheng's body, growing rapidly, rushing to the sky. It is flush with the majestic Wushan pagoda and complements each other. In the distance, several tall figures standing on the roof of the teaching building and looking at the place were silent. It took a long time before anyone spoke. This Liu Sheng from the 7th St. Martial University, if he becomes a Grand Master within 5 years, he should look like a martial saint. No one refuted. First Chengwu University. A young man with clear brows, fair skin, and a straight nose was sitting on the floor of the martial arts training room. Hearing someone coming in, he quickly opened his eyes and asked, "How is it? Has Liu Sheng entered the Wushan pagoda of the 2nd Chengwu University?" "Go in." Bai Heng Chuan didn't make a move. "I made a move, even the will of martial arts was revealed, and I didn't stop it." The young man's expression suddenly became serious. How many moves did Liu Sheng use to defeat Bai Heng Chuan? The visitor bowed his head and thought for a while, then hesitated and said, half move. What's the meaning?" Liu Sheng only threw out one punch from the beginning to the end, and before hitting Bai Heng Chuan, he took it back. The visitor has no choice but to speak zero. The young man was a little dazed. Then how did you break Bai Heng Chuan's ice slash? Before Bai Heng Chuan had time to use Bingji slash, he had just revealed his martial arts will, and Liu Sheng had also revealed his own martial arts will, and then... The visitor thought about it carefully and used a word that he thought was very accurate. Bai Heng Chuan's martial arts will melted. Messed up. The young man listening to him seemed to be choking, his body shook suddenly, and then his mouth was opened wide, with a blank expression on his face. He really couldn't imagine what kind of scene it would be if the martial arts were volitionized. The visitor continued, "It is estimated that Liu Sheng broke the record from the 2nd Chengwu University, so he should come to us. Jing Xian, shall we send someone to stop it then?" The young man shook his head, "I can't stop it, I can't stop it, I can't stop it. Bai Heng Chuan's strength is only a little bit worse than mine, and Liu Sheng beat him to the ground if he couldn't make a move. I went to deliver food too." The visitor hesitated, "Then our first Chengwu University doesn't do anything, it doesn't seem very good." The young man waved his hand indifferently, "You don't understand, it's because we don't do anything that makes our number 1 Chengwushan different. When the time comes, everyone don't go. Let Liu Sheng play on his own hee." The young man seemed to be amazed by his genius idea, and couldn't help but smile on his face. But he quickly calmed down again, with a serious expression on his face. Liu Sheng, the 7th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, has become a major trend. He has only been in school for more than 2 months, and he has achieved countless feats of the 7 saints, which has never been achieved before. It's too monstrous. I guess he came out to push Kishanda horizontally, because he wanted to take advantage of this incident to cultivate his own invincibility. It's a good one to break into the master. I can't let him do that. The young man couldn't help shaking his head, but his expression changed again, becoming disrespectful. Damn it, I originally came up with the same idea of 3.6. Follow Tan's Hongai's way of being the first person under the martial saint Grandmaster, so that he can be promoted to Grandmaster quickly. This is good. I didn't know that a Demon King Lu Sheng appeared, and he directly turned on the rule mode. Grandma, I'm going to graduate in a few months, it's okay to be later. The visitor was silent on the sidelines. He has already learned something about his strange personality, which is the number 1 in the 7 saints list. Not surprising. On that day, Lu Sheng broke the 5th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st 4 Wushengtu records of Shengwu University. Within 3 days, 7 towers were broken in a row, completing the most shocking feat since the establishment of the 7 Saints University. As a freshman who has been enrolled for 2 months, he climbed to the top of the list of the 7 Saints, pushed the 7 Saints across the board, and overwhelmed the 5 districts. He was hailed by countless new and old students of the 7 Saints University as the strongest martial arts student in the history of the 7 Saints University. Famous Kyoto Province. It was night, when countless people were shaking and boiling over the name Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng sat cross-legged in the dream space, looked at the light brain in front of him, and slowly called up his own personal information. I don't know if this world can be sanctified. Lu Sheng looked at the information presented in front of him and guessed in a low voice. 197 killing the Grandmaster in public? Perfect martial saint? The 3 Grandmasters of Kung Fu. If we say what is Lu Sheng's biggest expectation after pushing the 7 saints horizontally? Probably this is it. Escalation of privileges, unlocking new resources and new exercises in the resource library. In reality, fame, or something, to be honest, really doesn't mean much to Lu Sheng. Many people think that as a young man, Lu Sheng is a little too hard on martial arts. He hardly has any entertainment, hobbies. Almost everything except martial arts is martial arts. Daily routine is to practice, cook, sleep, pretend. Oh no, pretend is not. Pretend is forced. They don't understand at all. Lu Sheng said to himself, the process of crushing to death a powerful opponent whom I hate with my own hands. How exciting it is! Just like those people with a monthly salary of 2,500 yuan in the previous life did not understand the happiness of the top rich people. But once wealth is accumulated to a certain extent, it can only be reduced to numbers. Money is not everything. But Budo is. If you practice martial arts to the extreme, you should be able to do anything. Lu Sheng is not sure, but he wants to go as far as possible to take a closer look. Thoughts pulled back. Lu Sheng turned his gaze back to the profile in front of him. Name, Lu Sheng. Sex, male. Lifespan, June 297 Budo, May Budo 457. Martial arts strength, level 9 warrior. When Lu Sheng saw the words 9th level martial artist marked behind the column of martial arts strength, you know that your goal has been achieved. Wu Sheng. 02. He eventually became a martial artist. Although it is still far from the target of level 12. But at least it's a big step forward, isn't it? Lu Sheng suppressed the turmoil in his heart and continued to look down. Life experience, martial arts wizard. The first 4 characters have changed. It made Lu Sheng feel inexplicably refreshed. Unexpectedly, he would one day be recognized as a martial arts wizard. It seemed that the person whose qi and blood hovered at 0.8 a year ago was not him. Continue down. The experience that has happened remains unchanged, mainly the experience that has not yet happened. Break the record of the 7 holy martial arts trial towers in the capital of the ancient Dragon Kingdom, and become the first person in the quasi-Grandmaster realm. The first person in the quasi-Grandmaster realm? This assessment is quite accurate. In the same year, he won the first place in the National College Student Martial Arts Conference, and killed a martial artist who was the master of the Jido Martial Art Museum in the competition, and became famous in Kyoto. Liu Sheng was taken aback suddenly, wondering if he was delusional. Beheaded a strong master of the Jido Martial Arts Hall at the National College Student Martial Arts Conference. Liu Sheng was a little confused. Why would he kill on the spot? It was the martial arts master who killed him. He is not just an ordinary martial arts master, but a master of Jidao Martial Arts School. Standing behind the Jidao Martial Arts Hall is a martial saint. What is the reason that makes me willing to take the risk of offending the martial saint and kill a grandmaster in full view? Liu Sheng frowned, completely clueless. In just over a year of his rapid rise, it is impossible to say that he did not have any grudges with others. But what they end up with are all small grievances, not a life and death enmity at all. And those people who have a grudge against him are also weak, and it is almost impossible to have any relationship with the extreme master. Could it be Ma Kuyun's gangsters? Or the third-level psychiatrist that I wiped out with my spiritual power in Xianlin village? Except for these 2 murders, Liu Sheng never had a life or death relationship with anyone. It should be impossible for Ma Kuyun. They are all criminals who are wanted all over the country, even if they have something to do with the master of the extreme way. The other party will not come to seek revenge on me in front of countless people. And that third-level psychiatrist? Liu Sheng really couldn't remember the other party's name, but he remembered that it was a bad name. It's possible. It's just that Liu Sheng knew so little about that person that he couldn't make a judgment at all. Go back and contact Tang Milan to see what's going on with him. It stands to reason that if I get into trouble because of this person, he should be unlucky before me. Liu Sheng tried to find more clues from the documents, but there were only a few mentions of this matter in the documents. Finding nothing, I can only temporarily press this doubt. Look further down. Entered under the sect of martial sage Tan's Hongaihu, and became the 3rd disciple under Tan's Hongaihu's section. Seeing this, Liu Sheng's eyes flickered. As expected, not really a surprise. Become a master at the age of 19. The next word that jumped out made Liu Sheng's heart thump. 19. He was now 18 years and several months old. That is to say, in a few months, he will be able to be promoted to the 7th level Grandmaster smoothly. Sure enough, I can do it. An unprecedented confidence rose in Liu Sheng's heart. Liu Sheng couldn't help laughing out loud. Pushing the 7 sages across the board is not as useful as these mere words. It is really not as useful as these words. Since it was shown in the Tinder resource library, it proves that he will be able to do this at worst in the future. Condensing the extraordinary and becoming a saint, leading the invincible master way, and becoming a master. Wait, no. Liu Sheng was excited for a while, and suddenly realized something. Is it possible that I didn't follow the current thinking, or that I tried but gave up in the end, and then I can only choose the method of Big Sun visualization to be promoted to the master? The next best thing. Damn! As soon as this idea came to Liu Sheng's mind, his head was full of black lines. The previous joy was gone. Broken my Dao heart, damn it! Liu Sheng resisted the urge to smash the light brain in front of him with a punch, and kept taking deep breaths. If you want to blame, you can only blame yourself for having too many thoughts in your head, otherwise it is estimated that Shiquan Grandmaster Dao has already condensed at this moment. No matter, this future may not be accurate, it is only for reference. Liu Sheng comforted himself. The subsequent resume is similar to what he saw before. It also joined the Eastern Military Region, but the time was much shorter. Became a master at the age of 19. At the age of 32, he became a Grand Master. Promoted to Martial Saint at the age of 70. Established the Holy Martial Art Museum, titled Shiqun Wushan. The strength can be included in the list of the top 100 martial arts masters in the millennium before martial arts. In the 457th year of Budo, he died of exhaustion. Died at the age of 161. Evaluation of historical figures, 6 stars. Tinder Resource Library Permission, Level 6. Liu Sheng was a little dazed when he saw the back. Shiqun Wushan. Established Sheng Guoguan. The top 100 martial arts masters in the millennium. At the age of 161. In this life, he seems to be pursuing the ultimate path of martial arts. And his achievements in martial arts are also considered brilliant. No wonder when I checked my lifespan before, I found that it was shorter than the life when I became a great master. It turned out that it was because of mental exhaustion. Liu Sheng looked a little complicated. Sure enough, without the assistance of the dream space, it is completely impossible for one person to complete Shiqun martial arts. Even the wisdom of martial arts saints cannot do this. But it's not that I don't have a chance. As long as I absorb and digest all the huge treasure house of the dream space, it is possible to realize. Liu Sheng turned off the optical brain. I don't bother to look at the spouse column or anything. Anyway, looking at it also disturbed his Dao heart. It took a while to calm down, and then Liu Sheng remembered what to do after the authority was elevated. Liu Sheng thought for a while, and asked the optical brain first. Call out information about the dream space. Calling. Hundreds of millions of data were presented in front of Liu Sheng, and Liu Sheng was almost dazzled. Suddenly realized that the dream space has always been his own name, and Curry may not be the name. Liu Sheng considered carefully, and then made the most reasonable attempt. Inquiry, the full text of Tinder project. If the dream space is really created by a strong man with 10,000 years of martial arts, then it must exist in the Tinder project. So 157 only needs to know everything about the Tinder plan. Pity. Insufficient permissions, please increase the permissions. Well, Liu Sheng also predicted this result. Then, inquire about the source of the strange beast. Retrieving. Fortunately, this question has authority. Another massive amount of information was presented to Liu Sheng. One after another guesses, arguments, various data, papers. Liu Sheng's head felt dizzy from seeing it. Save first. Data back. Call. Liu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Let's look back. Naturally, the exploration of a world and different races cannot be summed up in a few words. He is ready to use these materials as a relaxation pastime when he is free in the dream space. Anyway, take your time and watch it, there will always be a day when you finish it. In the end, of course, Liu Sheng was most concerned. The follow-up exercises of the 3 11th level exercises. Inquire about the content of the follow-up exercises of Star Body Refining Technique, Natural Breathing Method, and Crystal Conception Thoughts. That's the master class. Calling. Soon, the follow-up content of the 3 exercises was retrieved. As usual, Liu Sheng started to read Stellar Body Refining Technique. The cultivation method of the 3rd stage of the Immortal Golden Body. I haven't finished the 2nd stage yet. Liu Sheng scanned it roughly, and put this part of the content aside. However, the 2nd stage is very close to consummation. The only difference is resources. If only the same as the last time in the Eastern Military Region, the unlimited supply of different myeloid fluid. Liu Sheng is sure to complete the 2nd stage of training for the Immortal Golden Body within a week. The 1st stage of the Immortal Golden Body is already strong enough, allowing Liu Sheng to have a blood consistency comparable to that of a Grandmaster at the 5th level. Once the 2nd phase is complete, Liu Sheng is looking forward to it. Then, the the Master Chapter of Natural Breathing Method. 198 Such a trash deserves to be my Lu Sheng and number 039's sister. Break up the brother-sister relationship. Lu Sheng read the Master Chapter of Natural Breathing Method. The content became more mysterious. But the general idea is still understandable, that is, how to enter the deeper level of emptiness state, which is the second level. Of the 3 11th level supreme exercises that Lu Sheng is currently practicing, natural breathing method is the most difficult for him to figure out. The exercises and concepts of stellar body refining technique and crystal conception ideas are simple and crude. The former is taking the path of constantly strengthening his body, pushing his qi and blood to the extreme. His body is immortal, and even the stars can be controlled with one hand. The latter is the sacred scripture of spiritual power practice, from the inner extreme to the outer, the inner sage and the outer king, and the pursuit of spiritual immortality. As for natural breathing method, Lu Sheng has not figured it out so far. What is the purpose of this practice? The unity of nature and man, the connection between man and the universe? This concept is too abstract. Although Lu Sheng has benefited a lot from the natural breathing method. Quick recovery, control level increase, and efficiency of Kung Fu practice. But he always feels that this is just the most superficial part of natural breathing method, and he has not found the real core strength. Lu Sheng tried to inquire about the information of Yang Yizhu, the founder of natural breathing method through the Tinder resource database. But what I got was only a few words of information. Yang Yizhu, an 11th level powerhouse, the founder of the Natural Martial Arts School, and one of the top leaders of the World Martial Arts League. There are also some news reports about Yang Yizhu, which are of little value. Not even a photo. Is it because of insufficient permissions? Lu Sheng originally wanted to see if he could find a video of Yang Yizhu's attack, but unfortunately he couldn't. But after thinking about it, maybe even if you find him, you won't be able to see anything. The gap between him and the 11th level powerhouse is too big now. The 11th level powerhouse made a move in front of him, probably Lu Sheng couldn't even see a hair. It's like ants on the ground watching humans walk, and can only see a soul plate when they look up. As for how people walk, I don't know anything. It was the same when Qi Shengning watched Wang He make a move, he could only see Wang He make a move, destroying thousands of strange beasts. Although he also created the 10-day same-day master skill, what he learned is only a little bit of superficiality. Maybe it's not even superficial. Since you are the founder of a certain school, you may have the opportunity to obtain the memories of people who also practice natural breathing method in the future. Lu Sheng can only hope for this. At this step, the difficulty of practicing the 3 second-level martial arts finally began to emerge. No one can teach Lu Sheng. He can only rely on himself to keep pondering and groping forward. The further you go, the more difficult it is to walk. Take it easy. Lu Sheng exited the master chapter of natural breathing method, and finally clicked on crystal conception. There is no new content of exercises in the master chapter of crystal conception thoughts, but there is an additional secret art of using spiritual power. Will projection. After Lu Sheng read the entire introduction to the secret technique, he was taken aback for a moment. This so-called will projection actually describes how to use one's own spiritual power to simulate the martial arts will of others. 7th level Grandmaster, 8th level and 9th level, and even the 1st level martial arts will can imitate. The effect of the simulation is related to the mastery of the mental ability. If the ability is strong enough, it can even be a perfect simulation. Lu was startled. What kind of genius is this, or an idea that only a lunatic can have? But thinking of the spiritual illumination of the Pluto King, the pearls and jades come first, so this so-called will projection seems to be nothing. How does it feel? A bit like the dream space. Lu Sheng carefully read the description of the will projection technique several times, and the more he thought about it, the more something went wrong. Is there a possibility that the dream space I am in now is an existence created by the projection of will? The people who really lived in martial arts for 10,000 years in the future have died, and the ones that exist in the dream space are just the projection clones simulated by them during their lifetime? So those Grandmaster level zombies I hunted and killed in the dream space can perfectly inherit their Grandmaster will. Then how to explain the increase in blood value before? The more Liu Sheng thought about it, the more confused he became. He felt as if he had touched the edge of a certain truth, but the truth was much more complicated than he imagined, so much so that there seemed to be a thick layer of fog in front of him now. Can't be opened and can't see through. In the end, Liu Sheng could only choose to give up temporarily. Read all the content of the Grandmaster chapter of the 3 11th level exercises. To be honest, there is a slight disappointment. There is no Grandmaster technique created by a strong 11th level as he imagined, the only will projection that can be regarded as a secret technique. There is also overlap with the help that the dream space can provide him, and it is not very useful. Maybe I was overthinking it at first. A 7th level Grandmaster, he can be considered a master in martial arts for 300 years. But in the next 10,000 years, especially in the eyes of those who are as strong as the 11th level, it is estimated that they are just getting started and laying the foundation. Liu Sheng sighed and exited the dream space. Dawn was just breaking. Liu Sheng woke up from the bed, walked to the refrigerator in the room, opened the refrigerator door under the door, and drank a golden ambergris as a drink. 1 2 3 4. When taking it, Liu Sheng counted, and there were only 5 golden dragon saliva left. Thinking that he pushed the 7 sacred university horizontally, Zhao Kangtai should have rewards handed out soon, so Liu Sheng is not worried anymore. In the martial arts room on the first floor, practice the movements of the second stage of the immortal golden body until all the effects of the golden dragon saliva are absorbed. At this time, the sky is bright and the old head is shining. Liu Sheng stopped cultivating, letting the fine sweat cling to his body, and didn't bother to wipe it off. He stared at the wall in front of him in a trance. Pushing the 7 sages horizontally, increasing authority, and developing invincibility, everything Liu Sheng planned has been achieved. What he is worried about now is how to condense the way of the perfect master that he imagined. The will of the master is not something you can come up with just thinking about it. Although Liu Sheng already possessed 3 kinds of master will, he still has no clue about the will of Shiquan martial arts. No matter what martial arts will, the most basic thing is to have a concrete embodiment. It's as if Shi Shenning's master will is the great sun, Zhao Lengxuan's cold halberd sparrow jail gun path is the glacier and cold sparrow, and Shi Wei's master will is the immovable Ming Zun. Liu Sheng has been thinking about a problem. What kind of existence should his Shiquan Grandmaster Dao look like? He couldn't figure it out. There is only an abstract concept in his mind. He only knows what abilities Shiquan martial arts should possess and what level he should reach. But in what form should it be embodied? Blank. Liu Sheng thought about it until the sweat on his body was completely dry and his clothes gave off a sour smell, then he stood up and chose to take a shower first. After taking a shower, Liu Sheng put on clean and refreshing clothes, with his wet hair on his head, sat on the edge of the bed and continued to stare blankly at the wall. The walls of the dormitory are as clean and white as his brain at the moment. Asterisk ding dong. Until a message notification sound broke Liu Sheng's meditation. The news was sent by his younger sister Liu Qinghe, and it was only a short sentence. Brother, I have passed the first level official martial artist assessment. Excited. Liu Sheng originally wanted to say come on, but after thinking about it, Liu Qinghe on the other end of the phone might be a bit awkward right now. You should pour some cold water on her. So Liu Sheng deleted the typed come on and sent the other 2 words. Waste. I have just passed the first level official martial artist assessment, and I am almost becoming a 7th level Grandmaster. Such a waste deserves to be my Liu Sheng's younger sister? Let's break up the brother-sister relationship with me as soon as possible. indifferent. There was a brief silence for a few seconds. Immediately afterwards, a series of bombs, knives, and poop emojis bombarded me. Thinking of Lu Qinghe's excited and joyful expression on the other side of the phone, he froze and became crazy. All of a sudden, Sheng felt that he was in a much brighter mood after being troubled by Master Shiquan. Putting the phone in his pocket casually, Sheng squinted his eyes and looked at the sunlight pouring into the floor of the room from the windowsill. It's better to go out for a walk, and you can't think of anything when you look at a wall. When Sheng made this decision, his people had already appeared in the small courtyard below. Pushing the door quietly and coming out, Sheng switched to Breath of the Wind as soon as he went out. With full control of the situation, he went straight to the school gate, Zhao Dihao. After pushing the 7 sages horizontally, Sheng's reputation in the 7 sages is in full swing. If you don't want to be surrounded by people, the best way is to leave the school without moving anyone. High profile has high profile benefits, and high profile also has high profile disadvantages. After leaving the school gate, Sheng's speed did not slow down, and he continued to walk fast. Many Wuhan University students who wake up early in the morning for morning jogging only feel a blur in front of their eyes and wind blowing in their ears. Looking back, I can only see the flowers and leaves swaying along the way. He couldn't even see Xin from Sheng's back. It wasn't until he completely left the university city area that Sheng's footsteps gradually slowed down. From galloping to strolling, in the end it is no different from normal pedestrians on the road. Since coming to Kyoto, it is the first time for Sheng to go out and really feel the life and rhythm of this city. During rush hour at 8 or 9 o'clock, the sidewalks are full of white-collar office workers in a hurry. Sheng walked against the flow of people, looking out of tune with everything around him. Anyone who walks in front of him will automatically step aside and walk around him. What's even more weird is that even those people themselves didn't realize it. It's as if there is an invisible force field around Sheng, which naturally pushes away everything that excludes him. If you look down from the top, you can feel the weirdness and shock of this scene even more. 199 Round and Grey, the embryonic form of the perfect master. 2. A white-collar young man in a suit walked quickly while making a phone call, and subconsciously avoided him, leaving him empty-handed. After walking more than 10 meters away, I suddenly realized that the breakfast I had been carrying in my hand was gone. Hold! The white-collar youth turned his head and saw hurried figures similar to him. I can only secretly say that I am unlucky. What the hell, someone even stole breakfast. Sheng picked up the pancake that had just been handed over by a certain white-collar youth, put it in his mouth and took a bite. The pancakes are multi-grain, wrapped in eggs, lettuce, tenderloin sausage, and 2 layers of crispy, mixed special sauce. The texture and taste are great. This very Kyoto-style snack is one of Sheng's favorites for breakfast. The canteens of the 7th University serve it every morning, but the meat wrapped in it is exotic animal meat. Every meal is meat from exotic animals, and it's not bad to eat some food that ordinary people eat for a change. Sheng suddenly felt a little emotional. With the continuous improvement of his strength, he seems to be getting more and more out of the living conditions of ordinary people. Just walking around aimlessly. Until the rush hour for work passed, there were a lot fewer pedestrians on the road. Sheng deliberately turned towards a remote alley, and the pace of contact was getting slower and slower. Under the prosperity of Kyoto, there are also some old alleys full of age. Old streets and alleys, small courtyards, the roads are paved with kingshi boards, moss and creepers grow at the base of the walls, and all kinds of strange small advertisements are pasted on the electric poles by the roadside. The ant with the vegetable basket, the uncle who walks the dog and the bird. Sheng stood on the side of the road watching 2 men in vests and shorts play chess. His mind was still in the chess game at the beginning, but after watching all the possibilities of the chess game in his mind for a while, he felt dull. Start staring at the oblate chess pieces on the board in a daze. Liu Sheng seemed to have grasped something, but he couldn't remember it all at once. General. Hee. The uncle in the red vest shot a lore, completely dispelling the faint aura in Liu Sheng's mind. Liu Sheng shook his head and walked away from the chessboard. After walking a few steps forward, I suddenly smelled an attractive fragrance. The pancakes that came before were already digested in the stomach, and Liu Sheng was a little hungry. Follow the scent to find the past, and saw a small shop with a noodle shop signboard. Liu Sheng stared at the signboard at the entrance of the store for a while, then walked into the small store to find a place to sit down, and asked the boss for a bowl of fried noodles. Do you want spicy? The noodle shop is run by a husband and wife, and the owner is a middle-aged man with a simple and honest appearance. A little bit. Liu Sheng took a few paper towels and wiped the greasy table, and saw 2 7- or 8-year-old children obediently sitting on the stools watching TV. On the old TV, there was a cartoon of Special War Superman fighting monsters. Sit far away, you'll spoil your eyesight. The woman cleaning the table said a few words, then hurried into the back kitchen with the dishes and chopsticks to get busy. Liu Sheng thought of his mother, Zhang Yufen, and wondered if he should go home sometime. After pushing the 7 saints horizontally, his college career at Chenghu University was coming to an end. So fast. Coming. At this time, the boss brought Liu Sheng Yao's noodles in a bowl of seaweed soup with boiling water. Liu Sheng thanked him, looking at the big bowl of steaming noodles in front of him. The lost light in his mind finally burst out again. I see. There was a smile on Liu Sheng's face, with a bit of joy in his eyes. The way of the Shiquan Grandmaster is perfect, without flaws or omissions, so. He picked up a large amount of noodles with chopsticks and stuffed them into his mouth, and he set the basic outline of the master's way in his heart. My master said, it should be round. The circle is the most perfect shape, which fits perfectly with the concept of Shiquan Master Tao. All beginnings are hard. After taking the first step, Liu Sheng felt that he was almost successful, and his mood suddenly improved a lot, even his appetite improved. After eating up the noodles in the bowl in 2 mouthfuls, they decided to order 5 more bowls. After thinking about it, I simply ordered all the noodles on the signboard. Young man, he is practicing martial arts. When the boss asked Liu Sheng when he was taking notes, his expression was not surprised. You told me that this noodle restaurant is small, and there are quite a lot of customers on weekdays. Many formal martial artists, even 3rd level and 4th level great martial artists, often come here to eat. Eat a dozen or 20 bowls at a time. When he said this, the boss's honest face showed a somewhat proud look. Really delicious. Liu Sheng smiled and nodded. Ridian was also stingy with his compliment. I'll come here often when I'm free. Remember to bring your girlfriend with you next time. The owner's wife jokingly interjected, complimenting Liu Sheng, the young man is handsome, there are many girls chasing him in school. Liu Sheng smiled and said nothing. The shop owner and his wife are nimble and quick at work. The noodles that Liu Sheng ordered were served bowl after bowl, and there was an extra golden poached egg in each bowl. Scent. The boss explained with a smile. Liu Sheng's mood became better and better. Looking at the round poached eggs, he felt cute. For the first time, he discovered that a circle is such a wonderful shape. Special Superman. Transformation. Rage form. At this time, the 2 children who were sitting on the stool watching TV suddenly stood up and made gestures in front of the TV screen. Liu Sheng glanced at it. The cartoon of Superman fighting monsters has now reached the climax of the episode. Superman in the battlesuit twisted the button in the middle of the belt, and the light flashed all over his body, transforming from an ordinary appearance to one covered in flames. The combat uniform on his body also turned red. Balabala Magic Fairy Beast, is finished. The special Superman in the form of anger is the strongest. A child yelled, his voice was crisp and bright, and he was more excited than getting a perfect score in the exam. The child next to him immediately retorted, who said that the special combat superhuman in frost form is the strongest. Rage form. Frost form. The two children quarreled like this in front of the TV, until the woman who owned the store came over and yelled a few words, and then sat down honestly again. Sheng was stunned. He stared at the cartoon picture on the TV, and the scene of Superman twisting his belt and transforming was constantly replaying in his mind. Rage, frost status switching. Streams of spiritual light spewed out from Sheng's mind, jumping up and down in all directions. Roaring anxiously looking for a breakthrough. Boss, 4 bowls of fried noodles. 2 young couples, a man and a woman, walked in. The young man yelled at the boss, and then called friend Anne to sit down. Don't look at this noodle shop, it tastes good, I've eaten here several times. The girl nodded, seeing the young man taking a cigarette out of his pocket, she couldn't help but say something in disgust. Again. The young man chuckled, it's okay, I'm already a second-level martial artist, and my metabolism drained out an Igu ding in one night. The woman kept a cold face and said nothing, she glanced at the only customer in the store besides them, and looked at Sheng curiously. Look, this person eats as much as you. I guess he is not weak in martial arts. Hearing this, the young man glanced at Sheng. His eyes stayed on Sheng's handsome and eye-catching side face for a while, and his tone was a little uncomfortable. The more you eat, the better you will be, and Du eats a lot. This kid can be fascinated by watching cartoons, how can martial arts be so strong? You. The girl patted the young man, but seeing Sheng staring at the Superman animation playing on the TV in a daze, she couldn't help feeling amused. At this time, Sheng's mind was undergoing drastic changes. Circle. A circle is the most perfect shape, and it is the outline of Shiquan Grandmaster's way. What about the color? What color can represent my martial way? Gray. Gray represents mystery and unknown, represents all possibilities. What should the concrete embodiment look like? The Shiquan Grandmaster Dao envisioned by Sheng should be a kind of martial arts will that overrides all the Grandmaster Dao, governs all Dao, and encompasses everything. But he suddenly realized that he seemed to be wrong. To lead all Taos does not necessarily have to be above all Taos. With his background and knowledge of a mere 6th-level martial artist, how can he create a martial art that is more powerful than an 11th-level powerhouse? Unrealistic. So, is it possible to change the way of thinking? The scene of Superman switching forms in the cartoon flashed back quickly in Sheng's mind. Play hundreds of thousands of times in 1 second. Suddenly, freeze frame. A ray of inspiration broke through Sheng's mind. Like the sun piercing through the dark clouds. In an instant, Sheng only felt that his eyes suddenly opened up. I figured it out. Sheng stood up suddenly, his eyes were bright, and there was a smear of joy in the corner of his mouth, he was very happy. Boss, here is my student ID card, put it on you first, and I will pay later. Sheng casually dropped his student ID card and turned around. The whole person has turned into a wind and disappeared into the noodle shop. Hey! The shop owner who just came out with a bowl of noodles was a little dazed, and stood there stupidly, not knowing what to say. The young couple who had been staring at Sheng looked shocked. Just now Sheng went out too fast, so fast that the two of them didn't even catch a single point. Let me see, which Wuhan University is a college student? The young man rushed forward and grabbed the student ID card left by Sheng to check. Seeing this, the young man's eyes widened instantly, his whole body tensed up, and his expression looked like he had seen a ghost. The 7th Saint Martial. Lu Sheng. Sheng. Behind him, the girl of the young lover also tightly covered her mouth. 200 Wang He Can and number 039, T do something, I and number 039, LOL do it. Level 12 Foundation, Level 7 Mental Power, 3. 20 minutes later, Liu Sheng returned to his small terrace on the third floor of the 7th dorm. It was almost exactly 12 o'clock at noon. The sunniest time of day. The autumn tiger has just arrived, and the sun is scorching like fire. Even for formal warriors, if they stay under the hot sun for a while, they will still be sweating all over, the heat is unbearable. But Liu Sheng was bathed in the bright sunshine like this, looking up at the scorching sun above his head. There is fire in his eyes, gold disappears in his pupils. The outline of the great sun in my mind is rapidly becoming clear. In an instant, it turned into a real golden red sun, echoing the scorching sun in the real sky. Liu Sheng could do this a long time ago, but he has never planned the prototype of Shiquan Grandmaster's way, so he has not taken this step for a long time. Now, he thinks it's okay. When the outline of the big day in his mind was completely finalized, Liu Sheng mobilized his spiritual power, qi, and blood. Bet on it all. Therefore, this great day has light and heat. Liu Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. I feel that my whole person has become transparent from the inside to the outside. There is a sun in front of him, and there is a sun in his body. The two light sources communicate with each other, and the latter grows rapidly under the perfusion of the former. Boom! Fiery breath swept across Liu Sheng's whole body, his flesh and blood, bones, and even deeper parts. They were all washed over and over again under the blazing light that shone everywhere. A large amount of impurities were washed out, and the progress of the second stage of the immortal golden body was advancing by leaps and bounds. Even his spiritual power became more and more clear and brighter within the scope of this washing. Liu Sheng felt that at this moment, he seemed to have become some kind of utensil, being polished and shiny with cloth over and over again. The natural breathing method works unconsciously, and enters the state of emptiness. In a daze, Liu Sheng seemed to perceive a large number of bright light spots in the sunlight continuously entering his body with his breath. A deeper level of emptiness? Free energy in the universe. Before Liu Sheng had time to understand it carefully, he found that the golden obsidian figure in his mind was already trembling violently. After the big golden sun appeared in his mind, it directly swallowed Shi Shenning's will of the golden scorching sun master. The latter is also very cooperative, very docile, even proactive. Just like a courtier meeting the monarch, he obeyed almost fanatically. After devouring Shi Shenning's master's will, the golden red sun expanded rapidly, and its aura became even more violent. Like an overlord, it descended on the golden obsidian figure, aggressively trying to drive away the ice-blue vortex that occupied its head position. A small cold sparrow sprang out from the vortex and sang at the golden red sun with a fierce expression. The golden red sun is not used to it at all, and more blazing light and heat radiate out. Seemingly invisible guns and spears, frantically expelling the latter. At this time, the tan rock block at the bottom of the Jinnie Aoji figure's feet also trembled. A little King Ming walked out of it, similar in appearance to Shi Wei, striding upwards. With the gesture of raising his hands to the sky, he fought against the expulsion of the great sun together with the cold sparrow. In front of the big day, the two. We are losing ground. Too overbearing. Liu Sheng looked complicated, as expected of the stellar will of the 11th level powerhouse Wang He, under the power of a star, Zhao Lengxian and Shi Wei teaming up are no match for it at all. The confrontation between the wills of the masters that erupted in his mind was like a battle of gods in myths and legends after it was concretized. No one would believe it. There are three kinds of master wills in a person's mind at the same time, the key is that these three master wills are still fighting. Liu Sheng previously searched for similar examples on the Tinder resource curry. Don't mention it, it's not uncommon for warriors who can practice two kinds of master's will at the same time. There are very rare warriors who suffer from schizophrenia and have multiple personalities. After passing the 7th level, there may be several guru wills in their bodies. But the highest level is 7. In the upward direction, one must reluctantly let go of one of them, or die of insanity in the conflict between the wills of the two masters. Sheng didn't want to fall into this situation. Then try it. Sheng took a deep breath, and mobilized the mental power in his body that had skyrocketed due to the star's will. First, it's grey. A grey mist appeared in Sheng's mind. A round shape again. The grey mist billowed up and gradually condensed into a perfect circle. Like a grey disk. It's rough, but it means perfect, balanced, unknown, mysterious, the beginning of everything, and the end of everything. When Sheng gave meaning to the grey disk, the disk immediately emitted a strange light. The grey light spread, and quickly included all the wills of the three masters who were fighting. Han Lingke and Fudo Mingzun were very obedient, and they cooperated obediently after being disturbed a little. Maybe they also realize that if they don't cooperate with Sheng's plan, they will be expelled and swallowed sooner or later. The will of the stars is simply too powerful. Sheng felt an incomparably huge resistance. The golden red sun is arrogant and proud, and the light is full of arrogance. It does not obey the command of Sheng, it considers itself the only one. The grey light keeps retreating under the brilliance of the will of the stars, and even tends to be assimilated. Sheng gritted his teeth and forcibly extracted the willpower of Hanji Sparrow Prison Spear and Fudo Mingzun, trying to swallow the elephant with a snake. Sheng, established the Shiquan Grandmaster Dao with a weak crown, and the sword points to the 12th level. I will take the step that Wang He cannot take. I will do what Wang He cannot do. The power you can control, I can control. I can control the power that you cannot control. It is your supreme honor to become the foundation of the most perfect martial arts. Why don't you accept it? Why don't you accept it? Sheng roared in his heart was like a fire, and he wanted to burn the sky. The disk's grey light instantly became extremely powerful, and when the golden red sun was caught off guard, it directly included it. In an instant, the wills of the three masters shrank rapidly and landed on the grey disk. Lines also appeared on the surface of the previously grey disk, and the lines divided the disk into grids of uniform size. The three master wills occupy one of the grids respectively. A steady stream of power emanates from it, nourishing the grey disk, making it clearer and stronger. There are mysterious lines emerging on it. Successful. Sheng stared blankly in front of him, like a compass, like a grey disk of a sundial. 0, asking for flowers. Some couldn't believe it, but he actually bluffed the tyrannical will of the stars with a few Zhong-er slogans. Obedient obedience, successfully condensed the embryonic form of Shiquan Grandmaster's will. Accidents are inevitable. After all, the will of the stars is also cultivated by me little by little. Why don't you listen to me? It's funny. I think too much, in fact, it is not so difficult to tame. Sheng shook his head and exited the consciousness space. Opening his eyes, Sheng was still standing on the small terrace on the 3rd floor. He immediately felt the change in himself. The 5 senses are sharper. Sheng squinted his eyes and could clearly see the texture of the topmost leaf of a tall ginkgo tree several kilometers away. Looking up, the midday sun is mild but not hot. He can stare at it for a long time without feeling any discomfort. The mental power is also stronger, I don't know how many times. Sheng thought about it a little, and his mental power spread out like light. One picture after another suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. I don't know how far I went out, and then retracted quickly. 0. In a dormitory room a few kilometers away from Sheng, a young man who was sitting cross-legged on the floor silently squeezing juice with his bare hands suddenly crushed the apple he had just picked up with a bang. The whole person jumped up suddenly, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, the hairs all over its body exploded. Why does it feel like someone is staring at me? The young man was terrified, and looked around in surprise and uncertainty, and finally calmed down slowly. He sat back on the floor again, picked up an apple, and his expression changed for a while. After thinking about it, I erased the word Lu Sheng engraved on the apple. Meanwhile, the Vice-Chancellor's office. Zhao Kangtai, who was flipping through the documents in his hand, suddenly raised his head and let out a low drink. Who? The Grand Master's aura exploded, blowing the documents piled up on the desktop in front of him everywhere, and the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall rattled. Like a storm raging across the border. Vice Principal. The secretary poked his head in cautiously. Zhao Kangtai had a sullen face, his brows were wrinkled, and he didn't speak. After a long time, his face slowly returned to calm. It's okay, you can go out. Oh, by the way, call Lu Sheng to the office for me, I need to find him. Okay, Vice-Chancellor. The secretary nodded, careful not to close the door. He secretly thought in his heart that since the vice-principal broke the window and jumped off the building last time, he seems to have become more and more sensitive. In the office, Zhao Kangtai squatted on the ground and picked up the scattered documents one by one, with deep shock and doubt remaining in his eyes. Level 7 Psychiatrist, is it an illusion? Lu Sheng didn't know that a little release of his mental power would cause waves of waves. It must have broken the 6th level, and it is estimated that it has exceeded the 6th level by a lot, but I don't know if it has reached the 7th level. Lu Sheng pondered, he has 3, oh no, 4 kinds of master wills added to one body. Even if one's mental strength does not reach the standard of a 7th level master, it must not be far behind. Regardless of this, let's test the efficacy of Shiquan Grandmaster Dao first. Lu Sheng quickly put the matter of mental power behind him, his eyes lit up slightly, looking forward to it. Whether Shiquan Grandmaster Dao has reached the level he imagined, he will know right away. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.